cheia, prévia, janela.
Play button. Descript channel, but video progress bar 0. Video skip back 1 second. 0 skip back 0 seconds. 0 seconds of
Beleza, galera? Mais um vídeo aqui no canal, hoje começando. Acho que o terceiro ou quarto vídeo já, né? Deixa eu ver. É o quarto já. É o quarto vídeo. É que eu tô gravando completamente. Terceiro ou quarto vídeo, já não sei. Já perdi a conta. Onde eu consigo? Três ou quatro. Depois eu verifico. Esse vai ser no dia 29. Dia 28 tivemos um especial ao meio-dia. De uma música que eu escrevi. E foi uma loucura que eu tive na minha mente. Mas vamos focar também na liga de hoje, né? Amanhã é dia 30. Temos esse horário especial hoje às 2 da tarde. Vamos até às 9h30 a 10 da noite. Mais ou menos. Eu vim ligar entre 9 a 10 da noite. Termina essa live aqui. Então, se preparem que a pancadaria no COD vai ser longa. E lembrando, amanhã, como é dia 30, Mortal Kombat. E 31 também. Dia 2, Call of Duty. Dia 3, talvez tenhamos PlayStation. Dia 3, às 4 ou às 7. Vai depender muito do tempo do evento. Então se preparem. E dia 1º, já sabe, já terminou a música Meu Amor Barato Legal, o álbum, né, de La Essência Presente, terminamos justamente com a Essência Presente, uma última música, né, do álbum dela. Então se preparem agora, dia 1º, um merengue. Na próxima live eu vou começar a mencionar o nome da música na próxima live. Vou até buscar aqui, só que
Iniciar janela.
pegando no Instagram.
Instagram janela. Instagram. Elemento
Um minuto
gráfico
aqui, então eu
sem
tô falando com vocês.
etiqueta para acessar
Versão de aí.
descrições ao clicável principal marco clicável like gráfico botão.
Aqui.
Profile, Maquitos Animes Profile Picture Gráfico Link
Links.
W Link L.
Não, não é.
Carregamento concluído. L.
É de cima. É de cima, link de cima.
Chrome Carregamento concluído. Chrome Legacy indo.
Aqui.
https www.youtube.com/Brilhos Maria Natália Garvelotti Notas musicais interior de Milus videoclipe oficial.
Milus interior.
Brilhos La Essência está presente. Brilhos Maria Natália Garvelotti Notas musicais interior de Milus videoclipe oficial.
Welcome in, ladies and gentlemen, to the Call of Duty League. It's Major 3,
Instagram
DreamHack Atlanta, and this time we got the
Projetor em
Pro-Am.
tela
It's
cheia.
going to be a lot of fun.
Milus interior, hein, galera? Já falei aqui o nome da música. Então bora para as batalhas. Eu volto já, hein?
Every single major, this time we return. It feels good. Hey, how you doing? I'm Taylor Reflections Double Spider Tiff. Great to see you. How you feeling?
Look, I'm feeling good. The energy in here is absolutely electric. Just walking through the venue has been insane. So many gamers, and we're here to have a good time.
Ó, o
Right?
nome dele é
Especially when
Taylor.
it comes to Falcons and
E o
C9.
dela qual é?
C9, that's who we're starting with, but it's not the only stream. We've got 4 streams, Call of Duty all day long. It is group play after all. We're starting in Group D, which is a really powerful group, actually, if we have a chance to look at the bracket. Reason why, you've got a lot of heavy hitters, more specific.
Eu falo o nome dele, mas o dela qual é?
Coming in. You also have FaZe, that's taking place on the top. Now, Rock, one of the most dominant challenger teams, in my opinion, when it comes to our bracket. Of course, a lot on P7 as well. They've been looking at them for quite a bit. But we are
E eu volto daqui a pouco.
Falcons, Cloud9. We're going to have plenty of time to talk. But, Tiff, I want to give you an opportunity. Any other groups you're potentially looking at for some upsets.
Upsets. Oh boy. Look, hear me out. I love that we already, if you look in Group A, you've got Omit Noir that's facing up in Optic Texas.
That's right.
They are going to, that's going to be really interesting, right? And I can definitely hear the chants for Optic that have been starting since about an hour ago. But when you look at Group C, right? Gentlemates, Breach.
Yes.
I know we get to jump in with them a bit later,
That's right.
See that matchup with the LA Thieves, P7 Notorious. Honestly, I just want to see some Challengers teams make it, okay?
Challenger teams for sure. Gentlemates, big talking point with them. There's a lot of rumors that they're not the Gentlemates that we are used to seeing.
So they say.
So they say. Especially the flank, putting a lot of pressure on them. I was watching them, and they were like, hey, there's a couple on the desk for the flank saying, look, Gentlemates might not even make it out of groups.
Look, but they need to.
Crazy.
They need to, because there's a reason they can slip that chokehold on the top two here for the season. If you want to maintain that position, because right now you're flirting in that third place, you don't want to be there. So we gotta survive.
Well, let's look at Group D a little bit closer. Naturally, you got FaZe Vegas, you got Esports Rock. That's going to be on the top end, and I believe taking place on the A stream, if I'm not mistaken. Great matchup. A lot of questions around how Rock is going to be able to perform. One of the most talented challenger teams and a lot of pressure on their back. For FaZe Vegas, though, some people are saying, look, from the last major to now, maybe not the team that they once were. However, I disagree. I think they're going to be just fine. Now, we go down to the bottom where we are starting today. Riyadh Falcons, Cloud9 New York. A matchup that means a lot for Cloud9, first LAN experience, but more importantly for Riyadh Falcons, a lot of questions around them. When they come to LAN historically, this time around for this title, they're not really the Falcons we see online. So what Falcons are we going to get in this matchup?
Hopefully some ones that want to throw down. I know that you were touting a little bit. You're like, I think this could be a 3-0.
Right.
I'm actually wanting to see this go a bit longer. I want to see what Cloud9 can do on LAN if they're feeling comfortable. Mind you, Falcons and Cloud9, they literally just played each other a couple of days ago. And sure, Falcons bested them in that 3-1 situation. But if you remember, Cloud9 nabbed Gridlock Hardpoint from them, and they just went out of the gate, snagged a ton of time on P1, and kept it running.
You know, statistically, Cloud9 is dwarfed in every respect for Riyadh Falcons. We know Cloud9 has definitely had their struggles, but will we get the honeymoon period coming into this matchup? We take a look at our maps and modes, and you did mention that Gridlock Hardpoint. They took that on Saturday, just last Saturday, and speaking in regards to Cloud9 over Riyadh Falcons, they're going to have a chance, but they've got to get through the first three. Exposure should be dominated by the side of Falcons. They won that on Saturday, 6-1. Raid, Search, and Destroy, though. Colossus Hardpoint will get through that. I think it's going to be relatively close. We're talking maybe 250, 200 area, depending on how Cloud9 shows up on LAN. But the interesting talking point in this series, outside of potentially map 5, which I don't know if we'll get there, is the Raid, Search, and Destroy.
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting. Now, mind you, they just played Falcons on Raid in SND. They did go down 3 rounds initially before they started to claw themselves back, and it inevitably ended in a 6-4 fashion. But however, if Cloud9 would have rode off the momentum of that Gridlock Hardpoint win, we could have seen something completely different. But that just tells me that they didn't carry the momentum. So can they do that on LAN? Will the energy change it here? And I honestly, I hope it does. Because when you look at the map bans, we know that Gridlock Hardpoint was going to be the big factor. But instead, Falcons, they nab Colossus. Now, let's talk about C9 with their 8.3% win rate on Colossus. I don't want to talk about it, but it can be difficult.
That's right.
So that should, theoretically, go to the Falcons.
Yeah, I remember watching Colossus Hardpoint with Cloud9. I forget who they were playing against. This was at least a month and a half ago when I was guest hosting for the CDL. And Ocus was one of the factors that really held C9 back. I hate to put, you know, kind of a focal point on him, but Ocus, he comes from a different title where he's incredibly successful. Matter of fact, he does have LAN experience in different titles, so I hope he's going to bring that experience here, of course, to the Delta stream. It's going to have an audience in front of him. Of course, that can make some people play better, some people play worse, depending. We'll find out. But for Colossus Hardpoint, he looked a little bit lost there, and that's my concern. I'm not really worried about the Falcons. In fact, I know they've had their struggles in the previous majors. However, going against Cloud9 this early on, I think we're going to see a Falcons that we are expecting to see on LAN.
I know, and that's kind of what you're looking for, right? They looked strong, especially on that Raid S&D. Exposure overload has been magnificent for them. Falcons should definitely have that one in the bag. When you think about overload in particular for Exposure, in regards to C9, 22% win rate. We're 2-7 over there, so we're gonna have to figure out how to break down the Falcons and change their pathways on that. And can you do it on LAN? hopefully. The goal is to make it to Gridlock Hardpoint where you can actually net yourself that win. You repeat what you did just a few days ago, and you're feeling comfortable.
Yeah, you will be feeling comfortable. I mean, Gridlock feeling good. I mean, obviously they take that map, but I mean, it's going to be so long until we get to that point, if we get to that point. I'm personally expecting a 3-0, but 3-1 is realistic. 3-0 for Falcons. I think, though, it is realistic for Cloud9 to get one map. I think for one map, but it's going to have to be the hard point. It's definitely, I think, most likely the Raid S&D, because you have a story on that. When they were playing the Raid S&D, I believe they fell asleep, or they were asleep at the wheel anyways.
Asleep at the wheel. They did carve back 4 rounds. It went 6-4, right?
But the first 3 maps, or
it definitely didn't go their way. And you would think that C9, with S&D being their best mode, that they would start off strong. Like I said, they won Gridlock, right? We weren't expecting them to win the respawn, more or less, the Gridlock hardpoint, and they just came out swinging. Why were they not able to net themselves some rounds? Now, things are difficult, right? You look at who's sniping for them, and maybe they weren't getting the picks that they needed. That's okay. But it's Raid, baby. We've been playing Raid for a really long time, and I'm going to need you to ice it up.
We're going back to Black Ops 2, where I started my career, okay? I'm happy Raid is back in a competitive rotation. So weird. Again, I haven't casted multiplayer in so long. Now that I come back, I'm casting over Raid, which is just absolutely...
You're like, it's nostalgia, baby.
It really is. It's nostalgia. It's great. But a good series. Chat, let us know. Keep active. Who do you think is going to take this series? Do we have any Cloud9 supporters out there? Get loud. They're going to need your energy for sure, because Falcons...
I'll be a supporter.
And she is, 100%.
I love stories. I love stories.
You like underdogs.
You know I do. And I don't even like calling it an underdog. Like, if you... I mean, truly, when you look at... That Gridlock win for them ended a 19-loss streak on Hardpoint.
True.
Like,
but
that
it was a 19-loss streak, which
That's
is
what
great.
I'm saying. Like, that is something. Now, what you were saying, or like, was that Falcons, you know, C9's win, or were they dropping that? Exactly. And you were kind of leaning towards, you know, Falcons just really didn't have the map that they were looking forward to. And when I think about S&D for Falcons, I'm like, okay, is Kismet and Celium showing up? Like, because I think truly, when you see Pred kind of fly around the map, look for kills. Exactly. I think that was where they found some success in those earlier rounds, but then they started to drop a couple of things. I think they want to tighten up. They don't want to drop 4 in a row and let it drag out like that.
No, absolutely not. You know, one of the things I appreciate about the Falcons, when they're playing well, they are playing unstoppable. They're a great team, but they're a hot and cold team.
True.
When things aren't going well, it's hard for them to regain, okay? It's definitely hard. You could tell, too, whenever you look at their cams during the games, when things are bad, they get in their heads, they're not talking, they don't communicate. Again, I don't think it's going to be the case here. It's the first series after all the problem. They want to make it out of groups. And let's face it, this is, in my opinion, a must-win for both rosters. And Falcons understand that more than anything, because, look, if Cloud9 wins, it's going to be incredible. We're going to celebrate that win.
I am going to be, like, yeeting out of this booth. I'm running through the venue. We're getting wild here if C9 wins. Let me just tell you that.
But if Falcons lose, that's going to be a big talking point. It is definitely more interesting. Well, both are interesting. Cloud9 wins because, you know, because they've been struggling. But
I was going to say been through it.
They have been through the gauntlet for sure. But I am sympathetic to Cloud9. You know, I think they're a great roster in terms of their passion, in terms of their want to be one of the best teams out there. But it's hard. They took a risk. You've got some unknown players, really all unknown players, at least until they got into the CDL. Again, Okus coming from a different title. He's having a little bit of struggle points when it comes to adjusting to the faster play style. I say faster, but the game he was in before was insanely fast. But, you know, I really do want to see him perform well here on LAN. And honestly, if Okus can perform well, I think this Cloud9 roster could put up a decent fight. Again, force that map 4. Map 5, though, might be a little bit unrealistic. But chat, please let us know what you are personally thinking about this matchup as we get into it. I believe they're about to start on the main station as well, which is great. Again, if you DreamHack Atlanta, first DreamHack I've ever been in person.
Really?
Yeah, you've been to like all of them.
I live very close to here, so it was just a hop, skip, and a jump away. I showed up and I was like, oh wow, I bet I run into some familiar faces. But it has been quite interesting, and I'm so excited to be diving back into the multiplayer side of things and just see what is going to happen, because I'm, like you said, I love an underdog story. I love chaos, and
chaos.
That's exactly what we're going to get.
Yeah, no, it's a lot of fun here. It for sure is. Hopefully we get to see some of you out there. Maybe you guys are in the venue. Maybe you're watching out there in the audience and supporting your team. And like I said, get loud for who you want to win. We're just minutes away from getting this series started. We're hopping into Colossus. It's going to be Hardpoint. I'm excited for it. Let's see how it goes down. One thing about Cloud9, they love to fly, sometimes not fry, but they love to fly. So if they can fry today, man, Falcons, they might have their work cut out for them.
Yeah, so let's go ahead and think about some of those keys to victory there for Cloud9. And basically, after just watching kind of their gridlock performance against Riyadh Falcons, sure, this is Colossus, different map, but let's just talk about it, right? You think about P1 in general, and I would say that Cloud9 pretty much seized it like a rabid dog. They straight went at it. No, for real. They ended up with like 43 to 0 right off P1, and it kind of gave them that nice structure. And even with Falcons just saying, we're chalking this, we're going to focus on the P2 rotation, they get there early, but what does C9 do? They break them, and they continuously break them through the first 3 hills. Now, can they make that happen on Colossus? What are the setups going to look like? I'm ready, considering I said 2-7 on Colossus for C9.
You know, the thing about C9 is they can break hills. They obviously have that potential, but do they have the regain ability? I think Falcons, though, kind of mature as the game goes on, and they're a little bit better. Well, you got veterans on that roster who know how to read certain strats, whereas C9's a younger roster. They don't necessarily know how to adapt and overcome when things do get tough, let's say in the midpoints of our hard points. So that's one of the things Falcons do have an advantage on. Plus, the Falcons got tremendous LAN experience all around. You know, Xnid, the newest guy on the roster, right? I mean, he already has a couple of majors now in his repertoire. And then you look, obviously, Kismet, Pred, like all them, like they've been competing for the longest time. Kismet, a champion in his own right. Okay, Pred as well. So, like, these guys know exactly what to do. The LAN environment isn't going to phase them. This is what they view as kind of like a roadblock, right? Again, it's all about Cloud9 trying to overcome this massive team, which is going to be Riyadh Falcons, which great organization, by the way. They pushed in really hard, I think, over the past, 3 years across multiple esports. Super happy that they're here still representing in the CDL.
Hey, it's going to be a good time. But then you think of Cloud9, it's like there's something to be said when when people have a lot of expectations on themselves, it's one thing. But when you think about Cloud9 in general, and you know kind of what the history of their coming to get here looked like I said, that 19 loss streak on hardpoint before they took that gridlock win, what do you have to lose?
Everything to gain.
You have everything to gain. And if this is your first experience on LAN, who knows? Maybe you get the LAN buff. You also never had me cast you, so maybe you get that C9 TIF buff. I don't know.
And you know, and the nerf from my side, because whenever I go against C9, they end up winning. Okay, so I'm going against them. You're going for the buff. Maybe it'll equal out.
Is that how it works? Is that how it works? I don't know how caster curses and caster blessings work. I usually try to stay away from that because sometimes my notebook actually turns into a little death note, and I try not to. It's scary out there.
All right, well, Tiff, it looks like we're ready to get into game number 1 to start the series off here on Group D. A big matchup. Riyadh Falcons going against Cloud9 New York. Who's going to take it? Chat it loud. Let us know who you want to take it, because it's a Colossus hardpoint. Game number 1 to start Major 3.
Oh, get us cooking. I feel like this is the moment of anticipation. Will Cloud9 full-on lay siege, or we'll see. But of course, it's just getting those nades out, looking for some damage and full send. You've got Hyde making first contact. Already got Cellium there from Encourage. A couple trades going back and forth, and it's chaos like we expected for P1.
So beautifully done, really, from Cloud9. They win the initial fight. They get the early points. Now, what they need to focus on now is going to be P2, and Falcons already have that established. So you're going to need Cloud9 to try and push through, get a couple of eliminations, because you notice Falcons are coming back with the vengeance. They've already retaken the hill. We know this is a headbutt battle, but now P2 has to be your focus with 20 seconds left on P1.
But see, this is what I was telling you. What was the break going to look like for the Falcons? And they just absolutely clothesline Cloud9 through P1, taking a bit of back and forth, but carving it out. We know we're going to look forward to the remainder of this, but they're not letting C9 go up 40 on P1.
By the way, Hyde, I expect him to be a top slayer whenever it comes to our hard points. Currently 0-4, but shout out to Encourage for doing as well as he is, as Pred ends up falling. Still very close, expected, but you've got Falcons still fighting, and player 7, Nezra, does get good spawns. That's going to send Hyde also into the hill. They got great position, but Falcons continue to headbutt their way in.
I like how Kismet's on 11 HP, sees 2 of them and tries to dive in. Not going to be there. Look at that break come through, and now Cloud9. Encourage Hyde, can we hold it down? You were asking, where is Hocus going to be? Well, he's taking some off angles. For now, it's Encourage around. Hits the hit markers, can't get it when there's too many.
It's going to be the final push for Falcons before they maybe start to focus onto P3. Hyde is finally awoken. He was 0-4, now 6-4 on a 6th Street. Hellstorm in hand as well, which is going to be great going into maybe that P4 position in the open. Falcons do get the hill for a little bit, keeping it competitive. But again, now we got to be focused on the P3 with 10 left.
Would have loved to see Nezra Nezra to be able to string those together. But for now, we're looking for that scrap time as we seek for the rotation. You could already see holding down, but gets clipped from the back because Cellium was there. Hyde now looking for the action, trying to regain that position that we just had lost.
Cloud9 is playing really, really well.
Telling you.
They're collapsing in on Falcons, and Falcons, they've got to wake up. They're still very early going, though.
Got
plenty of time
spawns.
for anything to happen. And like you said, they got close spawns. This is where Okis needs to hit his shots. Again, a player that I look at to step up. Currently 4-8, not the best, but he's got position inside tunnel, and he's hitting shots.
Oh, let's get scrappy. All right, not going to be able to dive out of that one. And it's just an influx of people falling back and forth like dominoes. Falcons looking to carve it on back. You got Exnit 12 and 8 on your screen. 19 HP, doesn't want to necessarily peek out, but get the nade. Anchor it off, get that information,
Nice.
and that's just the way to play it, baby.
Exnit, well done. 14-9, he falls, no worries. You got teammates for a reason. Cellium pushes in. Scrap time now potentially going over towards C9, but the rotation is already being fought for. And heads up play from Okis, taking the bottom lane and then silencing the players up top, which means he's going to have priority on next, but he's got 3 Falcons players heading his way. They have 4, and they have spawn control.
Yeah, there's only so much you can do right there when you got 2 Falcons calling your name. Okis falls, you got the trophy down, and Kismet's ready to let it rip. Hyde slides on in, but who's better at that moment? Kismet. Good way to anchor through here and just looking to carve back. Still relatively even, but I think Falcons take the lead here.
Just looking at the mini-map and just processing everything, it seems Falcons are starting to now fall into place to what makes them great, and that's controlling the map. I say that momentarily, Cloud9 does get
there's the
a
Hellstorm.
break. There's the Hellstorm. Used, connects onto 2. Now take advantage of this. 3 full sit. It's going to be a 3v3 headbutt.
All right, Hyde, let's see. Looking through the anchor, trying to... the Falcons, strength in numbers, power in friendship, and they stuff themselves back in, looking for the remaining 10-plus seconds. Look for the early rotations and securing a spot as we move back towards mid. Cloud9 already went for that. They are laying in wait, trying to capitalize on the next set.
For the first time in Game 1, Riyadh Falcons take the lead. They've managed to be scrappy and take it over. Cloud9 has done a phenomenal job in the CQC fights. However, Riyadh Falcons doing a better job, I believe, at locking in the hills, locking in the spawn control. Now that we go up top, a lot of pressure on Okis. 3 players, leaves it up to Nezra, who now has to hold his own, and he manages to get one. Encourage, head on a swivel. He needs to be ready.
Would love both. Hyde pops on top, gets cut down, and it's just an onslaught as no one looking on P1. Falcons, a little bit of contention there. They win out the engagement, and they claim it for themselves. And with the spawns not necessarily being super close for C9, we have a journey. And is the 20 seconds even worth it at that point? Because Falcons are holding it down.
And that's a good call, right? C9 now has to not play for the scrap time. They've lost the lead, but it's still incredibly close. Now they got to play for New, which is exactly what they're going to be doing. Cellium reads this right, pushes out immediately to take down Nezra. Again, going from the last hill to where we currently are, Falcons have done a wonderful job locking in the spawns, and they're continuing to do so. This was that adjustment period that I talked about. Falcons should be able to adjust a little bit better. Cloud9 off the rip, all gas, no brakes. Falcons, they see that. Yeah, they get, hammered in a couple of times, but now they're starting to adjust well and control the map better than C9 is.
Well, Cellium there on a 5 streak before getting cut down. That's all good. Kismet lying in wait. He's got him angering it down alongside Exnit, but it's Hyde who picks up a 3-piece and gets it done. They break onto the hill with plenty of time, and they hold. That is a full wipe, and now the Falcons, 3 of them on the map, looking to find it as they have Cellium going to be on the back.
By the way, Hyde, the guy that I said usually is the top performer in hardcore when it comes to C9, now 22 and 15, once again on a 5 streak. Looking to get streaks himself. One more should put him there in silence just in the nick of time. Cellium shuts him down right when he needs to. Falcons take over the scrap time, and now it's a race to next.
Hey, it's all about that race, getting there and getting set up quite nicely as we see everyone looking to move, but it's still Kismet in the pocket, gets found out there by Hyde, which is going to be such a critical kill. The value that Hyde is providing here for Cloud9 is so nice.
Nice indeed. Hyde knows he needs to get Kismet in the back, but Kismet holds his ground. The Bulldog starts to bark back.
The Bulldog,
the
okay.
Bulldog, man, that's what he's known as, man. He's barking away. Cloud9 in control momentarily, looking to regain control after they lost it after P3. And Okis, the man that comes from a different title, a lot of pressure that I'm putting on him, starts to wake up a little bit, but shut down too soon.
Thought we had something there, but Falcon said, nah. Look, I was looking at the Who's Your Daddy list of who's been beating who, and the Falcons, bro, it was a 4-0 on the last time they matched up against Cloud9. They have beat them the last 4 times, so technically, Falcons daddy?
Falcon. Maybe so. Hey, I like it. Falcons might be the dads. I don't know. Maybe Nezra could be walking his way in. Let's find out. Definitely a close match. You know, again, we talked about the implications of map 1, Tiff. Cloud9 needs to win this.
No.
They need to win this to force a game 4. It's absolutely necessary. But now I start to worry because Kismet hits the shots needed, but still so close. It could go either way.
Yeah, it really could, but Falcons are looking incredibly comfortable, but who's in the hill, baby? It is Encourage. Not before he gets found out. Two members still holding it down. Okus on a journey to try and break into it if they can, waiting for the remaining Nezra and Hyde to join alongside them. But quite frankly, Exnid, the Falcons, they're just holding it down really well.
Yeah, this is the hill that I'm going to look back on.
Ooh, okay,
Nice
trying to
job,
style on
Exnid.
him, gets cut.
This is the hill that I'm going to look back on and say this was the hill that broke Cloud9 because, you know, just in the last rotation, the original rotation, Falcons got all the points basically from this P position, whereas Cloud9 wasn't able to break it. And this is the second time around that is exactly the case. So for Cloud9, on the next rotation, especially in the final rotations, they've got to find a way to break the current hill. But with 8 seconds left, they start to focus on New. They've got priority at the moment, but it is Falcons fighting back. Kismet is looking to strike.
Yeah, he is. Back up to full, and Maze crazy. Here goes Kismet alongside the homie. Gonna peek too far. Gets caught out, but it gives Pred the information, but not enough to do anything with it. It's Hyde who's starting to string some together on 3 of their own. Is actually going to be Okus as the pop-up is here, and they're holding it down, looking to carve back what was once a close is now down by 35.
Yeah, but Kismet gets a back spawn, and he should be able to come up and surprise Nezra, and he'll do exactly that. He gets the 2-piece. He gets the rogue spawn, takes advantage of it. Falcons take over for 30 seconds.
Look, this is it. Once we pass 200, it's going to be really difficult for Cloud9 to carve it on back, so keep tabs on that, because Cloud9 on that mini-map, they're all over the place, and even though you're trying to ninja kick in the air for Pred, they're going to take you down, and now we've got information on Encourage. Double checks up height. Nice use of the nade there. Get it down. 10 seconds to go, and sure, C9 scrapping that time, but you gotta focus on where Kismet is.
No! And wow, Hyde wins the fight. That's huge, because that gives a couple of more points. Stops Riyadh Falcons from hitting 200. More importantly, gets priority, but Exnid goes for the 3, falls short, but at least gets 2, and Pred will take his place.
All right, let's see what we got here. Selling up top here, finds one, but gets absolutely Houdini'd from behind. Now, Kismet playing still in the same position, getting down, holding through, pops up to take a head, and then gets it.
Celium.
They know this is their last chance.
Yeah, Celium knows he's got to hold this down for spawns. That's a big win. He's got a secondary. Little stun check out. Gets the read on Nezra, but doesn't understand where he's fully at. Nezra takes advantage. That's a big win for spawn control for C9.
Okay. And Cloud9 needed this. Like I said, once Falcons pass 200, it's going to be really difficult to make that up. But if you grab all 14 seconds here, it's still tied going into that next set of rotations. So what is Falcons going to do? They are setting up at Lifeboat, making sure. So you keep your eyes on Hyde here. This is massive. If you can get past Celium in the back, you know he's there. You're doing the check every angle, but you're leaving your right open, and Exnid finds you.
Now you go back to where Hyde ended up falling. He was on a 6 streak. If he gets one more, he's got the streaks for this hill. Nezra on 5, though, pushes up. Big break needed. Riyadh Falcons knocking on the door, 250.
I take it. We take it all day, but you can't get past the line. Dumble Gambler says, you shall not pass. And they are doing exactly that. Here come the streaks. This is your last chance, your Hail Mary. Nezra with the Hellstorm. Will this create the opening?
He's got to be able to curve it. He does the curve, goes in. Falcons clear, though. And it's not going to be successful. Falcons then will get back onto the hill. Still plenty of time to cap out at 250. High last-ditch effort. Like you said, he needed it. Pred knows stopping C9 at this point is a guaranteed win. Exnid on the flank and tip. I think Falcons might have just done it.
Look, I'm telling you, 8 seconds to go. And Exnid there on a 5 streak, defending like his life is on the line. Here comes the very final push. And Exnid puts the nail in the coffin, and Riyadh Falcons take map number 1.
They do so. It was relatively close. Kind of reminiscent to what they were doing online right now.
It was scrappy.
It was scrappy.
I'll give it that. It was scrappy.
We expect that from Cloud9 to be scrappy. Again, all gas, no breaks. There was hints of like good moments where they were calling out. You could tell fighting for spawn control. But let's face it, Falcons, especially after P3 when we started the game, you could tell they were really starting to set up and mature throughout the hard point, whereas Cloud9 was still trying to headbutt, right? You think Falcons kind of used a scalpel, Cloud9 was trying to use a hammer. It just didn't work in this case. But I will shout out Hyde, 36-31. He did a wonderful job, and at one point he was 0-4. He turns it around and ends up performing the best for C9, but it still wasn't enough.
Yeah, you're looking at some good damage there from Kismet, hit 4,100. But across the board, the Falcons were just looking pretty impressive. Just their breaks coming through. Like you said, it did get scrappy. You talk about that gridlock performance from last week. It was very similar in the start of Cloud9. They run towards P1. They look to get a lot of their time there, try to string some things together through the first three, and it doesn't necessarily go their way like they had imagined. But mind you, guys, they've only won 2 Colossus. This could have been a third.
It could have been.
Could have been a third. It's not, but here's where you have to turn your attention towards, is that Raid S&D in match number 2. Sure, you lost it against the Falcons in the last showing just a couple of days ago, but turn things around, play like when you strug those 4 rounds through, and just do it off the beginning. Yeah,
I think the hard point's the first, you know, at least a great game mode for Cloud9 to start off with, because now they get their footing underneath them. They're now in front of the audience. They feel a little bit more comfortable. Now they go into search a bit slower. I do hope that they slow things down a little bit, because if they go in hot and heavy in that Raid S&D, Falcons again are going to shut them down. They just do a better job at locking down their angles. But Raid is the one that they need, because we know how exposure is going to go. They lost it 6-1 on Saturday. We also know Falcons is the #2 team currently in the league when it comes to overload. So it's probably not going to be a map they're going to win. Raid S&D is an absolute must-win for C9.
So you're basically saying if C9 doesn't win this, it's a 3-0?
Absolutely.
Okay.
100%, without a doubt. I'll put my whole career on that, okay?
Oh, Cloud9,
and that's
you
a
hear
long
that?
career. You don't want
Let me go run to a booth real quick and be like, yo, Cloud9, Reflections just put his whole career on this hard point. I just want to let you know. I mean, this S&D, we're going to have to, we got to do something.
But Tiff, again, I'm going to give props to C9. I think that, Cloud9 played very well in that hard points. Again, could they have done better? Yes. But they kept it in par with their online performance, so nothing is out of the ordinary. Again, Cloud9 has just been on the struggle bus, a younger roster, still adjusting. I put a lot of pressure on Okus for him to perform well. I think he actually performed decently well compared to what he was doing in the online stages. Hyde, again, turned things around. I think he's a very, very talented player, but you're going against, other than Exnid, who is still relatively new, but performing great. I know he's a fan favorite. I'm personally a huge fan of Exnid. You've got 3 talented veterans on this roster who have all been there, done that, won championships, won trophies, right? So the veteranships on Riyadh Falcons in a LAN experience, it's just going to pay
Wait, are we not
dividends.
including Celium in the veteranship
no,
there?
100%.
Okay, good.
Yeah, that's why I said 3.
Perfect. I was like, wait, whoa, how's this math working? I love that. There we go. No, but for real, though, when you think about the performance that we just witnessed from Cloud9 there, as you see, 250 to 184, I'll take it all day. First showing on LAN, like Reflection said, a young roster, but we set our sights forward. That Raid S&D. Now, the thing is, when you think about their setups and how they're going to attack it, I need to see something. I know the main stage, just a couple of days ago when they were talking about these brackets that we were going to see here today on the D-Stream, this match in particular, if Cloud9 can get the bomb down, they see about a 70 to 73% conversion rate of getting that round win for them on S&D. Let's do it. Let's see that happen.
Absolutely.
That's more than 50%, which means it's likely that they're getting that round. You know what I mean?
That would definitely be it. No, that's a great call.
That's how math works.
I actually read that and I was like, you know what? If they can get bombed down, they will find more success than otherwise. Because I think what happens,
it's
getting it down and then not getting stuck. Right, not playing too slow and getting stuck. And it looks like we are about to head into game relatively shortly. Raid S&D, first time I've casted it on LAN since Black Ops 2. This is going to be a lot of fun.
Taking me back. I'm about to be in the retirement home. No, just kidding.
But me and you both, Tim. But I think you're a little bit better.
Out of here in a chair,
I saw
please.
you doing push-ups yesterday, and the crowd was cheering you on. You did it. All right, here it is. Map number 2, a must-win for Cloud9 against Riyadh Falcons.
All right. Well, let's get into it. My thing is, who's going to be sniping for the teams? Think about what they did historically when we last saw in Raid. It's Okus with the sniper in hand, and you were, a little hot on Okus there in the hard point. But let's see what he does with the sniper in hand on Raid.
All right, let's find out. B side locked in for Falcons, but you can tell Raid already in control for C9. They push all the way through now, going to Laundry. Kismet sniffed out. That's big. Salium also down. I said Cloud9 needs to play a little bit slower, but all gas, no brakes as Pred last alive.
Look, they're not going to make the same mistakes they made just a few days ago. You asked for it. When you got Pred last alive, this is not the person you want last alive for the Falcons. We know how much value he can find. He likes to roam, loves to play for kills. Perfect position. Bomb that down. They got plenty of time, but we're about to see it connect. Now, this is where that 70 to 72% conversion rate on the round comes in.
Yeah, he can't go anywhere.
Oh, they've got that info. This is going to be difficult, and they're chasing.
Yeah, they've got everything. I don't agree with the chase, quite honestly, but they've got the numbers. Why not? But it opens yourself up for potential punishment, but it's not going to be the case, as it is going to be Cloud9 taking round number 1. Taking over Raid the way they did that, because Falcons went default, right? They sent 2 over to B, 2 over to A. Let's get some information. Cloud9 says, no, we're not going to play that game. We're going to full send it, all 4 of us, straight through Raid into Laundry, take down Kismet, and then Salium shortly after. Beautifully done.
Yo, hear me out, though. Like, we were sitting in the green room earlier, and a couple people came in, and they were, yo, I heard C9 was blitzing in scrims.
Yeah.
Now, take with that what you want, right? Like, who are they playing? How are they looking? But bringing that confidence into here today on LAN is exactly what you want to see. So to go up 1 round, getting the bomb down, getting it planted, great. But for now, let's see what the Falcons do as they attack.
We flipped it. Cloud9 all on B. Falcons easily take over the bomb. In fact, they're doing exactly what C9 did in round 1. The question is, can Cloud9 answer back? The bomb is going to go down successfully. No loss of life yet, and now it's going to be Ocus and Hyde pushing forward.
But they got the setup, right? So keep your eyes on Hyde here. Jumps down the smoke. Gets found out by Pred. He picks up 2. Very important. Now, Nezra and Ocus have to throw it down. What do the choices look like? But this gives Falcons room to get it correct.
An ace?
Give it to him. He finds 3. Put the nail in the coffin, Pred, and he does it.
He gets the ace. Pred, come on. That's got to make him feel good. And takes the confidence away from that round 1 Cloud9 just got.
Yo.
He's not playing right. He's pissed.
Oh, he got to get streaky with it, huh?
That's awesome. Oh, Exton actually ended up, I guess, he got the final kill cam. For all it's worth, I'm giving Pred the ace.
You know, it was almost there.
He hit all the shots. Exton only hit 1.
It'd be all right. It'd be all right, looking like me playing. I just come in for the last bullet. What do you mean?
Hey, and honestly, that counts as far as I'm concerned. Now, Cloud9 back to the offensive side. Do they full send the day? Not going to be the case. They're actually going to go over towards B this time, all 4 strong, and that's going to put Salium up. Salium is quickly going to see this, call the rotation over, get shots top better. Now, for Falcons, most likely going to go onto a flank. I'm looking at Kismet to go down towards Garage and then up towards Bedrock.
All right, well, let's see. How are they going to counteract it? We've seen them stun check water. There's a good chance that'll happen again. But Hyde bounces out, looks around, gets that information, loses that initial cut through, half HP, and it's Pred. He's checking all the angles, loses it. Dang, the trade outs. Now, let's see.
Yeah, Pred stays alive there. I think Kismet goes for the overextension, but now he's forced to back away. Pred got a little bit antsy going down the stairs. Exton might do exactly the same. For Cloud9 parking the bus, they know getting bomb down is just not going to work at the moment. Falcons need to drop a little bit more. That's 2, and now a 3v2 for Cloud9, but still not a guarantee, and they might be pulling back for a rotate over towards A.
Which is why you have to keep your eye on Exnid, right? He's holding mid quite nicely, immediately times it out, says, hey, they're coming A, I've got to check it. You lie in wait, and you pick that up, but you don't get the full, and the pressure is too much to handle. They went to B!
They went to B, but it doesn't matter. Cloud9 takes it, and the question is, if Pred doesn't push down the stairs in the beehive, which is Cloud9, does that round go differently? Because again, it opens up the opportunity for Kismet to then go towards Garage and get on the flank, which of course Cloud9's gonna be ready for, but I think Kismet could have opened up a door, but beautifully done. Cloud9 win both offensive rounds.
Yeah, but when Exnid was watching that back, he needed 1 more bullet in him. One more bullet. You lose that. The information's already to C9. You turn your back, you head towards B, and next thing you know, you're picked off. For the Falcons, right? Their round, really clean. Let's see what they're going to do with it. A little more reserved now. Carbon down mid with the bomb. You send up Exit down there on the south side of things, and Kismet up top.
It's a bit more of a default play. Pred cuts mid, maybe trying to get bombed down A. He's going to be, oh yeah, he's taken over by the guy on the right side. At least gets to trade. I'm happy with that. 2v2, Okus turning up.
Yeah, he finally gets his first 2 kills, right, of the entire S&D, and this is perfect. It's going to turn this round through. So, little 2v2 action. Kismet on your screen here, and let's see where he's able to find. Looking to go on the utter flank. It's making sure you're checking, because you never know when these people are going to get cheeky, right? And you're going to get caught off guard. I think he's got the inkling.
Yeah. Kismet knows there's going to be a couple in front. They're set up for the trade.
Oh, there it is.
C9 comes in for the challenge. Cellium gets it 1v1, and Cellium locks it in for Riyadh Falcons to take it another round and tie it up.
Good
2-2.
win for them, but I do want to give a shout out to Okus there. He was looking for that final kill there against Cellium, didn't quite get it, but he did turn up in that round. Now, if we can see that Okus come through the remainders, we could keep it pretty close.
Close indeed. Cloud9 playing very well. We knew Raid, Search and Destroy was going to be very scrappy between these two rosters. For Cloud9, a must-win. You shouted out Okus, good on him. Finally waking up. Now, for Cloud9, we've seen a couple of looks from them. We've seen a full send to A, we've seen a full send to B. Both have worked. This time around, it looks like they're going to play a bit more default. Send Nezra over towards B. Maybe see what's out there. Falcons, though, are being way aggressive. Kismet pushing up through pool.
Yeah, they really are. I mean, Okus is going to be able to give the confirmation that, hey, I don't see anyone at A as 2 members of the Falcons cut through mid, but I love that you leave Cellium up there on A to hold the line, deny them any towards of an advancement up onto B. But Pred, let's see. Patience, continuously checking. When's that push out going to happen? Oh, the timing. God, timing is crazy.
Sees it, gets some shots. A good pullback, though. That's going to be a great disengagement. Player number 6, Pred back to mid where he gets taken down once again. Must be a cat. He's got 9 lives.
Yeah, that's true. And Bomb overextends out through ring, down on A, just making sure they can clear the site. And you do have Xnid back of map, but he's going to wait for the team comms to make sure that it is a full confirmation that they are going to go hit A.
30 seconds left. They need to get over towards A. Riyadh Falcons back where they started in their spot. Nezra wants to peek. He's going to do so. They go for the challenge, but they get mowed down. Nezra answers back, but Falcons successfully takes the win, and that's going to be 3-2. A lot to be learned from their Cloud9. Again, I talked about their inability. Sometimes they get a bit stuck, and in that case, that's exactly what happened. They did not fully commit on either bomb site.
Look, I wanted some bang outs. We didn't get Plaza, we got Raid. That's my Raid bang out in the back, okay? Like, that's gonna be enough for me. We had this all-out scrappy brawl, and it is Atlanta, right? But I mean, it's during the day. Sometimes you see them, and they're here on Raid.
That's right, here they are. Xnid sniper out. I like it. We gonna watch him challenge mid, maybe so. Does he get a nice little peek off the rip, and he switches it up last second. That's great. That's okay. I'm okay with it. Hey, they're going to be going for B. 2 players are going to push Kismet. The most aggressive we have seen him get as of yet. Okus sees him. Sniper out. Nade potentially to connect on Okus. Okus reads it. Dips away. No loss of life yet.
Oh, this is dirty, and I love it. Now, Kismet, after throwing that nade, is going to be able to get close to Gazebo, but we just surface.
He's dangerous in this spot, Tiff.
I'm loving what I'm seeing.
Don't want to overextend the basketball court. He's going to hold down Tiki for the moment. Xnid's going to stay inside pool. Now you've got C9 trying to break away from basketball. This is where they could get stuck, and I'm expecting maybe Falcons to collapse in super hard. Kismet on the stairs looking, encourage on the outside. You've got to deal with the guy from mid, backs him away. At this point, Falcons just want to stall time. Yeah,
but Nezra sees Kismet there, going to be able to give that information to his teammates, and they just go for a straight onslaught. Now, it's going to be a 3v2 in favor of Cloud9, but that brings it back to a 2v2. Can Kismet hold the line? And he does. Now, time dwindling. What can Hyde do here? Nice little try, but it's not going to be enough, and the Falcons go up another round.
Kismet, I knew was going to be instrumental in that round, and he absolutely was. That is a big round to take. Now 1 round away from match point. Kismet, huge play, going through pool, took advantage of the side of Tiki Hut early on, gets the first pick, follows it up with a second, and then ultimately the third. Very well done from Kismet's side. Now, for Cloud9, younger roster. Get your head back in the game. It's not over with just yet. They're back on the offensive side, which they have found great success. They need to do it once more.
Look, I was talking earlier. I was like, look, if Cellium and Kismet show up to S&D, it's going to be a Falcons win. And we're positive. Kismet's on a 4 streak. Things are looking their way. They're up 4-2, which is still a different story of what we had witnessed Raid a few days ago with Okus now getting that information down on A, saying, hey, there's 3 of the Falcons here. We want to go B. And with Hyde already in Hut laying the groundwork, I don't know if they're going to be expecting that.
They've got to commit to it. is, you know, obviously Falcons, they've already started their rotation over. You need to get bombed down as soon as possible, and it looks like Cloud9 is going to be doing exactly that. This is almost a perfect play. With the pick and basketball to Celium is big. Pred can't answer back. Cloud9 have an advantage here, and they can take this round and bring it 4-3.
Oh, we missed that. You're gonna hear it. Know that it's there, but the hack to the dome. Okus, that one's tough. 3v2 in favor of Falcons.
There it is, 3v2 as you said. Kismet, he did it last round. Can he do it again? Encourage Nezra. They're not going to overexpose themselves. They're going to stay put. For them, they just want to waste time. They don't need the picks, right? They don't need to get aggressive. For Kismet, looking to push up. Falcons know they have to. Falcons know they've got to push into them, and that's exactly what they're going to do. Exit on the flank, takedown, encourage. It's going to be up to Nezra, who ends up falling, and in a nick of time, it's going to be Falcons taking it 5-2.
And there's the defuse, right? Oh, dang. Falcons go up 5-2. Must-win situation from Cloud9. You have your backs against the wall. Perfection as needed. You can string four together. You did it a couple days ago. You got a different story. You already got two on the board. Woo. Anything's possible, right?
It's land, right? Land
Anything
hits different. Sometimes the blood starts rushing through your ears. You just lose comms. You don't know what's happening. Before you know it, you're down 2-0 in the series. For Cloud9, I hope they don't reach that point. For Falcons, if I'm them in this moment, 5-2, you can get a bit experimental. You can get a bit aggressive. If you lose around, it's 5-3. Okay, you still have plenty of time. If I'm Falcons in this moment, I am pushing into Cloud9, taking the fight to them, because you have to assume Cloud9's nervous. Exit takes over priority onto Raid. He's pushing up. He might even go all the way towards Laundry if he decides to make this. All thing on encourage. Shots are hit, but not enough to take him down. He's got two in front. It's going to be a trade. 3v3.
There's only so much you can do there, but I'm keeping my eyes on Encourage. Triple negative right now, and he made some big plays there back onto the S&D, but you are correct. Pred going through the back, trying to get on the top of A, and he's got so many of C9 just ahead of him to hit, but he's surrounded. The little ring around the Rosie, and Pred is down.
It's a big read. Thought Pred was going to be dangerous there, but he needed to not be spotted. Still, okay. 2v3, this is big for C9. Kismet on the off angle on Encourage, but the shot's fired a bit too early. And now Encourage, he should be able to hit this shot. He does so. Up to Celium. Celium can't bring it to a 1v1. Cloud9 stay alive a little bit longer.
They hold it together for another round. I feel like we can all breathe a collective sigh. Just a, okay. Now let's see if we can do it again for C9. Sure, you yeet off that, try to keep it, but I love seeing people get shredded out of a wall bounce like that. It makes me...
Movement for what, dude?
He's all right. Looked okay. I'll give it to you. But I will say Encourage pick up 2 on that last round.
That's right.
So, look, you show up to the round, your team wins. Do it again.
5-3, C9. Split push, 2 over to B. Now, unbeknownst to them, we know B is going to be wide open. If they don't see anybody, get bombed down as soon as possible. But instead, they decide to cut through mid. Okus, nice shots. Hyde gets the off angle on XNet, and now smokes are down. B should be getting planted, but instead, Cloud9 is trying to win this by slaying Falcons out.
We cheeky. We needed that kill on Kismet there, but unfortunately, we don't get it. And we just start folding like some crappy lawn chairs. So I'm looking at Encourage. I'm looking at Okus. These are the 2 players that we were charging to show up to the S&D round. You grabbed 2 on your last one. You need to go massive here in the 2v3.
The good news is they get Bomb. I thought Bomb was going to be camped from Falcons. Big mistake from Cloud9. They should not have overextended the way they did. It's a thing that they do consistently. They could have gotten Bomb down onto B and set up defensively from Garage's Kismet. That's lights out, and it's going to end 6-3 for Riyadh Falcons.
So the difference here is when you see Pred, you see Kismet, and you see them rotating towards the back, they're checking every angle to make sure there's no one from Cloud9 being snaky. And Cloud9 there doesn't check far, and Kismet lights it up. A nice 9-4.
Kismet's that guy who loves to be on your flank. 9-4, well done. Kismet was doing it on hard point, getting on the flanks. He was doing it here in S&D. Slippery guy. This is the worst case scenario for the side of Cloud9 New York. This is going to be a tough break for them, and they're going now into overload against a team that is number 2 in the CDL. Cloud9 has to come back. We're going to find all that out and more when we come back from the break. All right, welcome back to DreamHack Atlanta. It's Major 3 for the Call of Duty League, and this is our first series of Group D. Winner moves forward to play against either Rock Esports or, of course, Atlanta FaZe. It's going to be Cloud9 versus Riyadh Falcons. It's 2-0 up for the Falcons currently as they took the Raid S&D 6-3. Hardpoint Colossus 250-184. And we know Cloud9 is in trouble. Last time they faced up on this very map, which was last Saturday, they ended up losing 6-1, excuse me. So Riyadh Falcons got the number 2 team in the league when it comes to overload, and already off the rip, struggle for control as Falcons look to take over the ball.
Look, a couple kills going the way of Cloud9, couple kills going the way of Falcons, but all that matters here is look who's got the EMP. It's going to be Encourage that nabs it from mid, immediately sends it down towards A. An onslaught of Falcons are there because they keep getting the back, and we do get a score on the hands of Cloud9. Big must-win situation for them, though.
It's actually huge. Now they need to pull back, park the bus, and stop the counter push from Riyadh Falcons. You already noticed player 4 and 3. It's going to be Pred and Exnid setting up for the next ball. Cloud9 knows this. B is going to be potentially the trajectory unless they rotate over towards A. So for Cloud9, holding this down and getting the picks on the 4 positions of Riyadh Falcons is going to be critical.
Oh, Hyde's done. Still checking anyways and gets that kill there. Look who's going to slide in. It's Celium, and we're just trying to bring the distance to him in a must. Nice kill from Hyde, and another one. 5-2 here. And we've got the device, and we're moving on. The next wave of Falcons is going to be too much for them to handle.
Ocus backs it up, takes it mid. He's going to be met by Exnid, who is ready to cut him off. Ocus reads it, backs away. Ball is going to be dropped. That's okay, though, for Cloud9, still in control, getting some picks. Falcons looking to answer back, but the reinforcements from C9 are in. At this point, going for the reset.
Good recovery there. Now, as we claw our way back in, look at the pinch that we're looking to set up. As you see the reset come through, but who's got it? It's going to be Exnid. He grabs the EMP device, and he's got a clear shot towards B. I think we're getting this goal, and I think we're getting it with ease.
That's it. It's going to be tied up 1-1. Cloud9, good idea. Hyde tried to jump through mid. Great idea. Unfortunately, the execution didn't work out. He didn't know the player was to his left. He could have opened up mid-wide. Now we go back to potential third score. Encourage falls, and it is going to be Celium with the ball. He's already pushing up towards A. 6 is going to be Hyde looking to shut him down. He does so. It's back by Pred. Cloud9, well done. Just at the 1-yard line, shut them down, take it for themselves.
Hyde almost in double digits here, and Ocus getting scrappy up on top. This is kind of what I want to see. They're getting the flurry of kills. You got Nezra there with the device, but we have to make our way across that mid-map mark, and we're trying to lay that path. So with Hyde getting that kill there, it does enough, but you got to keep your eyes on Pred. He is so aggressive.
Oh, what a nade from Kismet. Answer back Focus and Encourage. Cloud9 should have full sent it over towards A. They only would have had to worry about Kismet at that point in time, but they parked the bus a little bit too long. The ball's going to be down. For what it's worth, though, Cloud9 has played a lot better than they already did on Saturday.
They definitely did. I mean, you think about it, last time they've been on exposure, it was an L. They're 2 and 7 with a 22% win rate, which comparing it to the Falcons, they're north of 75. They're so strong when it comes to overload.
Well, looks like we're going to have a bit of a reset. That's okay. But for Cloud9, great news for them.
Yes.
They were playing a lot better, way more confidently, which is excellent. We'll give you an update if the score is going to be 1-1 or just going to be a full reset as a whole. But regardless, Cloud9 was looking okay. I'm happy with that, and they were countering Falcons quite well. Looking okay.
This is the guy who came in the booth, and he's like, 3-0 Falcons, it's happening.
I still feel
let me just say it. I'm like, look, leave some copium, some hope out there for our C9 fans, all right? We want to at least go up to a 3-1, maybe drag it. Their goal is to get to that gridlock hardpoint, but when you have to leave it down to the exposure overload, that's not where you want. I thought the win would have came from that raid S&D, but now that you're deep into overload, and that was kind of your first initial showing, it's not bad. Hyde was looking comfortable.
It's not bad. Hyde was looking very comfortable. I love the idea of him trying to open up mid pushes. You know, Hyde has been playing phenomenally well throughout this series. You go back to the hard points. Again, he started off a bit rocky, but he finished incredibly strong. He was the only guy, both on not only Falcons, but also on C9 to earn a streak. He's doing great. He really is.
Hit double digits.
Double digits indeed. Looks like we're about to hop back into the game again. Just an update. I don't know if it's going to be 1-1 or if it's going to be a full reset. I'll get that for you in just a second. But I do wonder if Cloud9, that reset, it might hurt them a little bit because they had a bit of momentum, but that's just the way it goes. They should be used to it. business as usual.
Yeah, you really never know, right? We talked about it being their like kind of first land showing and trying to have that initial comfortability, right? But you've got 2 game modes under your belt. You have nothing to lose and everything to gain. Why not just full send it? We saw them, I will say, we did see them get hyper aggro in that hardpoint on P1,
Right.
in some of those rounds on
Right.
S&D. They've kind of pulled it back a little. They're getting more kind of methodical about how they're approaching this overload, and I'm enjoying it, whether you're getting that mid-map control and just looking for those kills. Because sometimes when you have people that are frolicking the map looking for rogue kills, sure, that's great, your numbers look awesome, but is it actually netting you points towards the objective,
Yeah.
or are you just looking like a little star for a second?
All right, so settings wrong. I do believe it's going to be a full reset. I'll 100% get confirmation. But again, that's great for Falcons. I mean, even though it was tied 1-1, I felt C9 came out the gate swinging.
Yes.
Resets affect everybody differently, but we do want to keep competitive integrity, so a reset was absolutely necessary. But you know what? Again, I think it's still going to be a 3-0. However, I always want to go for the underdogs, and I want to see C9. I want to see another hard point, at least one more hard
He
point.
wants gridlock. He
want
wants to see it.
Because of the history. I mean, like, again,
Yeah.
they won it on last Saturday.
Exactly.
Imagine if we get a game 5 between C9 and
That
Falcons.
would be impressive. If
It
you're
would be
drawing out the
impressive.
series, like, look, sometimes you got to do what you got to do. But if the reverse sweep, if you want to make it happen, it could be here. But of course, guys, if you're just joining us over here on the Delta stream, Riyadh Falcons currently up 2-0. They took that Colossus hardpoint 250 to 184, Raid 6-3. I will say we did see Raid just a couple of days ago with this same matchup, and Cloud9, sure, the scoreline isn't exactly the best for them, right? It was 6-4 just a few days ago, now 6-3. They did go up a couple of rounds earlier in that game series
Yeah.
that I was impressed with, okay? I really was.
Last chance for Cloud9 here. Last opportunity. They've got to win 3. They've got to pull off the reverse sweep. Is it
That's
possible? Hey,
tough.
look, it's up to them again. First land, I think they've already played very well compared to maybe what others were thinking it was going to be. I think the raid could have been a little bit better. In my opinion,
Always.
I think that raid easily.
It can always be better, especially if they didn't win it.
Well, this is true.
Yo!
I think we could have gone round 11 for sure in raid, especially with 2 rounds where they got overzealous, overextended a bit too much. For exposure, hopefully we don't see a little bit of that, because, you know, one of the things about what makes Falcons so great when it comes to overload is they love to park the bus when they get the lead. Their defensive setup
Yes.
is incredible. And one thing about Cloud9 is they love to full send it. They're a very aggressive roster. Look, nothing shy about this C9 roster pushing into fights for the headbutt CQC engagements or even long range. For Falcons, they're going to take advantage of that. For C9, if they can get an early lead and then take a page from the playbook of Falcons, park the bus themselves, I think they'll be okay.
Can I just say something here? And maybe this is a little rogue of me. When you
Oh,
talk
no.
about parking the bus, like
Yes.
how big of a bus are we talking about? Like, are we,
Fred,
are we
Fred's a pretty
parking
big bus.
double-decker
Kismet, hey.
buses, or are we getting like
Triple-decker,
a little triple-decker? Okay. So if you're Cloud9, you're trying to contend with this triple-decker bus that the
Where you
Falcons
going
are
with this?
throwing down. I'm just saying, it's gonna take. You're gonna need
It's a lot.
some movement.
You're going to need some movement, man. Hey, everybody needs a little movement.
Yeah,
0-0, by the
strong
way.
arm 'em.
Full reset, by the way, going into this exposure overload. So everything you just witnessed, forget about it. Didn't even happen. We're hopping
It was
in.
a figment of your imagination.
It's gone. All right, it's going to be 0-0 settings. Hopefully we'll be correct going into the next reset. But again, that's great for Falcons because I felt like Cloud9 had a lot of momentum, a lot of gas still left in the tank, and they're still going to have that right going into it. But again, this is the last chance. Just to reiterate, the final chance, the final dance for Cloud9 to turn this series around, or us Falcons are going to start off very strong. I'm hearing the countdown. We're about to hop in to the game number 3, back to exposure. It's going to be overload. I'm excited for it. Let's see if Cloud9 can bring that same energy that they had before the reset.
Somebody get me a broom, because I want to start sweeping. I want to start reverse sweeping. I know it's the likelihood of that actually happening here in this initial matchup is probably.
Let's keep the hope alive. Why not?
I got
Let's
Hopium,
get a map
baby.
for it.
I got Hopium for Cloud9.
Let's get a map for
it. would be one of the coolest things that we could witness here if they net this win here onto exposure,
right.
and we do get that gridlock hardpoint where they looked really comfortable on. I think that's vital. But let's get back into it, baby. We got exposure, we got overload, and we got Kismet on your screen.
All right, so early on, you remember before the reset, it was Cloud9. They score first, and they did so with a quickness. Do they do that once again? I think Falcons this time around are going to have their heads up. Xnit, great shot. That opens up the right side for them to transition over towards A. Now all they need to do is get their hands onto the ball, but great pressure from Cloud9 up in tower to be able to push them back. Cellium looks to open up the door, can't hit the shots needed onto Nezra. So going to be at a bit of a standstill. However, Pred is moving up, but he doesn't fully grab the ball yet. He wants a bit more presence on the forward position of C9, and he did exactly that.
Just too much to handle. Pred looking for 3 there, gets only 2, but that's okay because Kismet finds 3 elsewhere of his own. As we navigate down towards that EMP device, it is picked up, and now we look to set our sights on to B. Strength in numbers, and it's cleared out, especially with Pred holding the angle down. Should be an easy goal for them to net.
It should be. Goes in, and Kismet manages to get the job done. Shout out to Pred for holding off the spawn. He's going to go ahead and stick around a little bit. There's no reason not to. Ends up falling behind, but that's okay. By the time the new ball is going to be up, you already have Cellium taking priority. This is what makes Falcon strong, not only for parking the bus, but now they're driving the bus. They got that triple decker. They're pushing forward, and they're looking to rack up score after score, and Kismet is on fire, currently 5-1. The ball will drop, but they are setting an example, and Cloud9 need to wake up.
Yeah, I'm seeing Ocus 0-5, High 2-4. It's definitely looking different for Cloud9, but as you can see, that EMP device is going to be picked up. You've got Hyde on your screen, pistol in hand, and a multiple amount of Falcons just ahead of them. Only so much you can do waiting for that reinforcements, but you're kind of out on your lone round, but Nezra.
This might be good.
Yo, Nezra, can we get it? Can we get it?
Yes!
And a pistol will do it, baby.
All right, so it's going to be tied up 1-1. Beautifully done from Cloud9. Falcons go for the read. Look at how far they have pushed up. They're going for the spawn control. They're looking to eliminate C9. Kismet, again, on fire. This man is a nuisance, not only in a hardpoint on the flanks, but also in S&D, and he's continuing that momentum over here on Exposure.
The thing that he's doing right now is they're so good at taking space on Exposure, and it doesn't matter where and when, whether they lock down mid, they lock down where we've got the EMP device, and they're just forcing Cloud9 to never have more than 1 player taking an engagement at a time, and that can be so difficult to counteract. So even though you came out swinging in our first little bout, you're not able to replicate it thus far.
Hellstorm in, Nezra coming down. This could be hugely impactful, especially with 2 dead. Kismet, Pred last up. That's going to take down Kismet. That's huge. You got to take advantage of this. The problem is you use the Hellstorm. Falcons still have priority over the ball. They still have priority over the position. What did you gain from the streak?
Maybe some information there. You cut down mid, and looks like Encourage is snaking his way towards that EMP device, but Kismet just makes such value up to the high ground, and from the top ropes, lays it through. They recover the EMP, they control it, they camp it, and they're looking for that reset, but when you push on forward and you got a rogue Pred, he's gonna find you.
Yeah, I think that streak could have been useful, especially if Cloud9 would have already had the ball pursuing over for the capture. In my opinion, bit of a misplay, but it is what it is. Still very early, and they're not in a terrible spot with the score 1-1. But Kismet has been a nuisance. He continues to slay out. Currently 13-7. Cloud9 finally, once again, taking the ball. It's going to be Ocus, but he's going to run straight into Riyadh Falcons. Cellium will fall. It's up to Kismet once again to shut him down. He doesn't. Ocus gets it, and Cloud9 take the lead.
Yo, Ocus, just a few moments ago, was sitting on 0-5, and Bro is now 5-10, gets a goal. So you're finding the value, you take the lead, and you immediately see some people filtering down mid. You give the call-outs to your teammates. Sure, you're over here by yourself, but it's all about what matters next.
Kismet once again going to be on the flank. He's going to be a nuisance, especially with Nezra, or should be Hyde and Ocus starting to spawn up. In the meantime, though, Cellium, he's going to go ahead and take the ball. Pursue over towards B. Kismet sets up. This should be a cap, depending on how this ends up playing out. It's going to be up to Nezra and Encourage to try and shut him down. Kismet gets up big. The ball is going to be dropped, and Nezra keeps it alive. He'll take it for himself. That is a great read, which could have been devastating if Kismet wasn't sniffed out.
Yo, Nezra triple positive, feeling real confident, looking for streaks of their own yet again. So I'm really enjoying what I'm seeing out of this showing. You grab the rotate, you pick off 2 coming from mid. Now, can you suss out Xnid in the back? And it's going to be Encourage, immediately throwing the lethals down the way. That check happens, we get it, and Ocus finds value there. Can we get the second? No!
Final chance, final dance. Sneaking through is Encourage. That was enough on the Celly, but Hyde is still going to be there. Maybe enough time, and there's not. But what a great first half from the side of Cloud9 to lead 2-1.
Hey.
It's still narrowly close, but it's a lead nonetheless.
It is a lead, but things are going to get incredibly dicey here as we look at the best play of the pop-up. You find Hyde, you grab the 2, and you take down Nezra, who's feeling really hot on that map. Now you maintain what we saw out of Hyde just a bit earlier, and you get Hyde and Nezra both feeling fantastic out there. We could see the clawback of a century begin here.
Yeah, Hyde is definitely the one to watch. Love that Nezra is starting to perform well in the second half. What does Falcons do? What is their answer? They're getting a lot of value from Kismet.
Yeah.
But then again, Cloud9 is getting a lot of value from sticking together, wolf packing together, right? Which is then overwhelming the forces. So you got Kismet, yes, he'll get a pick here and there, and he's done phenomenally well. However, it's hard to 1v4 every single time. Nezra, full sends it. Pred takes him down. Hyde will get the response back. He will fall. This is normal for the very start. Currently, ball in nobody's hands, but you can already tell Kismet pushing up, trying to establish that control like he did it in round 1.
And the thing about it is they grab those kills, they look for the timing, and then go for the plays. And Pred, I just don't think Nezra was expecting him to be already pushed up so far as he grabs that kill. Hyde with a nice little retribution there, and yeah, we're that close.
Oh.
We're that close over there.
Hyde, the last stand for C9, holds it down, eventually falls, but the ball doesn't get capped. That's what's impactful. Kismet forced to back all the way up towards mid, and we basically reset where we're currently at. The ball will fall, and now Cloud9 has maybe a secondary chance to continue to shut him down. For what it's worth, Kismet was right there 5 yards away, and they did a great job. Hyde shut him down.
There it is, Pred, big win there on to Hyde there for mid control, and you can see Pred looking to get that EMP device over toward what will our 3 Falcons here working towards mid get through. You got Xnit basically a nice rabbit dog bodyguard as he picks up another. Can he grab 3? And it gets a little windy over there.
It's up to player 5 and 6. That's going to be Hyde. That's going to be encouraged to shut the ball run down again, and they do so. Falcons, 2 times in a row, have got dangerously close to capturing. And it's Cloud9 who shuts them down. Still plenty of time for Falcons to overtake, but you cannot deny Cloud9 is playing the best they have played in a long time.
They're trying
when it comes
to make
to
it
Overload.
difficult. They're trying to make it difficult. If you're situated with a 22% win rate on Overload and you're going up against the team that's 3rd in the series, like everything for Overload, it can be really difficult. And you come in knowing that. So like I said, what do you have to lose? Nothing. Everything to gain.
All right. Tip of the spear is going to be Pred. Pred is going to end up falling. Player 1 also is going to be selling. He's down. Cloud9 putting in the defensive work once again. Parking the bus, doing a great job, and now they're going for their counter push through mid. Player 5 a bit sluggish, but it pays off because he takes down Kismet, and now it's a full send over towards B. Cloud9, I'm feeling it, could be getting a cap relatively soon.
Yeah, but we lose out on Ocus there, which gives the information that we're looking towards B, and now Pred from the high ground here trying to find value and purchase, but you still have Encourage filtering out. Run, my man, run! But the spawns are coming in. The Falcons are looking for yet another chance to make it happen.
Oh, he's on fire.
Come on, dude. Pistol in hand, not enough. Still valiant effort there. It eats up a lot of time.
Yeah, Encourage was on fire for a little bit with the ball in hand. Great job. At least pushes the ball back, and now it's going to be the counter attempt from Falcons. This time with Pred.
Oh, but
ball
it's so
in hand,
open.
And it's very open, but hey, you do got a defensive set from Encourage.
We do. What can Encourage make happen? But you do get Ocus to join him here alongside it. It's going to push off Pred. He's going to have to get through mid-map. It's going to get scrappy, but you have your whole team with you. -1.
And Ocus
-1.
changing that narrative. Oh, what a time to reload. Shut down, and Falcons start to inch their way forward. They understand, though, they probably want a couple more eliminations before they can fully send it. Actually, I take that back. They're going for it. Pred wants to get it in. Pred is going to get it in, and that's going to be 2-2 tip.
2-2, nice. That pistol work there. Ooh, you gotta do what you gotta do to make that ball convert into the goal. Now, looking for the reset on the EMP device. Who's there? It's gonna be Hyde. He's looking for that early damage, but the Falcons over on B. Sure, one falls, but it's Pred that you're leaving alive, and Hyde finds him. Can we get the third? Come on, dude, let's make it happen. No, unfortunately, held too low.
Still time remains, but for Falcons, they want to end it here instead of going into overtime, and this is where they look to do it. This is where they scored just a little bit earlier. They understand a couple more picks means that they're going to have more success getting onto the site. Ocus might very well be the one to shut them down. However, with the rotation through mid, Gives an opportunity for Cloud9 to regroup, but Falcons are making a great attempt. In fact, this might be the attempt. I don't think Nezra's going to get there in time.
I don't know, and even if he does, he gets slaughtered. Falcons take the lead in the series 3-2, and with 30 seconds left here into overload. Cloud9, that pace we've been seeing at the start of the game, they're going to have to amplify that and look for something massive. They grab the EMP and immediately full send straight towards A. You've got to get it, Nezra. Do everything in your power. Clean 3-3.
Why was it that open? Falcons don't rotate down to stop the counter push. What should have been a guaranteed win for Falcons is now a fumble into the hands of Cloud9, and overtime is inevitable. We're tied 3-3.
Hey, and we see Cellium's streak get cut short there. Encourage kind of opening up. Yes, we've seen him anchoring down, likely behind, but now he's looking for kills in that mid-map situation. Of course, let's see. Xnid there, EMP device in hand. Cellium on your screen. Can we get Ocus? We do. A nice little heady there.
Top solar panel needs to get active. Top solar panel needs to get active, and it is in fact going to be a draw 3-3 as the ball ends up falling. What an attempt from Cloud9, that last-ditch effort to full send it. Falcons on the opposite side of the map can't rotate down soon enough, and Cloud9 tie it. They have a chance to send it to a map 4, which would be incredible.
So you're saying there's a chance.
Now I'm a believer.
They are holding on, doing everything they can. Nezra kind of showing out there, finding really good moments throughout the duration of exposure. Now you have to win this overtime. Even Ocus, now 19 and 29, sure, 10 deaths, but this is the man that was literally sitting on a donut for the first minute of the game.
Let's not forget also, he managed to get one of those valuable captures.
Huge.
Which is massive indeed. For Cloud9, a bit slower this time around. Brett, though, great movement through mid. In conjunction with Xnid, will take down 2.
Okay.
Ball's going to be active in the hands of Xnid as he rotates over towards B. That's going to force Nezra and Ocus down for defense.
I mean, look, we carve through mid. We try to find our path, but Cloud9 looking to read it. So keep eyes on Kismet, and he gets it. Sure, they look to try and defend A, but it's not going to happen. They're broken apart, but Xnid does fall. The device is down. I repeat, device is down. Not making it towards A, and C9 make a recover.
Tiff, I'm not going to lie, I thought it was fully done with. I thought Falcons were riding off into the sunset with a 3-0 win, but Cloud9 says not this time. They stay alive a little bit longer. Slowly but surely starting to push up. Love the route from Encourage, but you got to think he's going to fall, and he does.
The only sunsets you're seeing are at the end of a Night of the Seven Kingdoms, and unfortunately we're in exposure. That's not happening, and Cloud9 still have to fight. A trial of 7 is needed.
Okay, still good spot for Cloud9. Falcons on alert. If you're the last 2 up, Pred and Xnid, you just want to stop the forces of C9 from continuing to progress that ball forward, which C9 is being a little bit shy with taking it, but finally they do. It's going to be Encouraged, but they don't have the manpower. That's going to go to the side of Falcons. So if you're C9, you just want to get that ball as forward as possible so your reinforcements can come in and help.
But it's Ocus, and Ocus gets found by Kismet. Encourage the EMP device down through mid. The onslaught, Nezra. Nezra goes big. We needed that 3 on the Cellium, but that's what Cellium does. He holds the line.
Ball still mid. Cloud9 continuing to push up.
Okay.
Big pick, though, from Kismet. Might open up the bottom end. Gives a rotational ability to take that ball, head over down towards A. This is huge for Falcons. They're hitting the shots needed. Nezra, though, who has been the lifeline for C9 so far, continues to do so.
This is so dirty. Like, this is a sick match of overload for C9, right? So I'm telling you, Nezra here holding those angles, waiting for Cellium to peek instead.
Oh, the flank!
Just jumps, and even with the info that Hyde gets, that Kismet's there, he can't do anything with it.
Oh, this could be bad. This could be bad. Falcons are now full
They're
sending it.
going.
You've got Ocus.
They're going.
You've got Hyde. Full send over towards the defense. They can't get there in times, and Falcons will, in fact, get the score needed. A valiant effort from C9, but can they also get a cap in 2 minutes and 29 seconds? They've showed that they can get quick caps.
That's a lot of time. That's a lot of time. So Cloud9, that initial where they kind of stood them their ground and denied them that early capture, they netted themselves like another minute 15. And I'm telling you, this is where we're going to see something truly unique. Can they best that? I think so.
Well, it's possible. They've done it. I mean, you go back to the reset, you go back to even after the reset. Cloud9 could score within the first 30 seconds. They've done it already.
Encourage up top. Nade's flying. You want to find some connections, you want to find some information, and it's Nezra getting down and dirty, and we find the first onto Pred there. That's going to be massive. We know how scrappy Pred can get, super aggro. I would have loved to see Neselium not find Nezra there, but it happens.
Looking at the tank fight, player 3 down, that gives the mid-cut open. Kismet's gonna hug the corner, just try and stop player 5, and he does so. And now, Okus hugs the corner, Kismet sees an opportunity, takes the ball for himself, and he's going to full send it over towards A. His troops just behind him. If Hyde falls, and he does, another terrible situation for C9. Tip, I think Falcons might be winning this.
And the Hellstorm comes through. Oh.
And that is a GG.
It hurts.
But it was inevitable. I mean, look, Cloud9, again, for this series played incredibly well. Kismet was on fire from the search and destroy, from the hardport at the start. And of course, here on this overload, he could not be stopped. And his flanks were truly devastating to the C9 roster. You've got to give him credit where credit is due. Cellium also a key factor, as you always point out, popping off as he did, but I want to give flowers to Cloud9. I mean, they played so very well throughout this series. I know it's a 3-0, but that doesn't necessarily represent C9 dropping the ball. I think they played good enough for me to have a little bit of hope in their future.
I think that's a good shout, right? Like, it wasn't a major blowout, okay? Sure, 3-0. You 3-1'd them last week, so things are a little difficult, right? But the showing, the drawing out of the overload, the early rounds in the S&D, the initial prowess in the first set of rotations on that hard point over on Colossus. We know you won Gridlock just a few days ago. It's fine, right? But for Riyadh Falcons, a lot of people had already pegged them toward their prediction to take the win. We came in thinking they were going to win. You said 3-0. You were correct. Oh my God. Hey, look. You're kind of smart.
That's it, 3-0.
You're kind of smart.
But I wanted to see that gridlock, and there was a chance where we could have witnessed it. Again, going back to Saturday, Cloud9 lost 6-1 on Exposure Overload. This time they only lost 4-3. For their first land, I think they did a great job in my opinion, but it is a 3-0. Riyadh Falcons get the job done. Now the question is, who will be their next opponent? Because the bracket, I believe, is starting to fill out just a little bit. We take a look at it. Riyadh Falcons first one, but FaZe Vegas is going to be up 2-1, a chance to move forward. That's good for them, but also for Rock, taking a map off of FaZe Vegas is tremendous.
That's actually big. And when you think about it this way, I was talking to a lot of the other talent, and they had some good vibes from that Rock esports team. They were thinking they could potentially pull an upset against FaZe Vegas. And if that does happen, Riyadh Falcons, Rock esports, could be a good matchup, but the likelihood of where this is going is the potential for FaZe Vegas. If they were sitting with a win condition, they just needed a net one. That could be the next match. I'm all about upsets, though. That's
right. Also, G2 up there, 2-1 of Vancouver Surge, a chance to move forward. Optic Texas get a big 3-0 over Omit. Question was, how would Omit do? Well, look, they had to go against the Titans and the favorites
youngins
to win this event.
Bro, Optic Texas out there, the Beast Titan throwing rocks at Omit Noir. Any Attack on Titan fans out there? You know what I'm talking about.
Me, of course. Titans, man, they are just terrifying. I had a chance to see some life-size things of them, and it blew my mind. But yeah, Optic the favorite. I mean, soaring through, absolutely tremendous. Maybe playing against G2. For the other groups, though, Group C, Group B, still yet to be seen. We've got some matches coming up, and in fact, on this very stream, Genomates and Breach will be coming up very shortly, which you're going to have a chance to cast with Goes, which is going to be a lot of fun. You guys are going to get wild. Don't get too wild, but the triple-decker bus, keep that alive.
Anytime you say triple-decker bus, I'm thinking of like a sub sandwich. You're making me hungry.
You're just hungry. You didn't eat the catering. I told you to eat some catering.
He did tell me to eat.
You know, you got to eat, okay? Hey, and speaking of which,
I'm just eating the vibes here on the stream, okay?
She's eating the vibes. I don't know how you do that, but chat, let me know. Hey, great first series overall. C9, keep your heads up high. You did a phenomenal job. Let's see you come back even stronger. Now, for the other side, the Riyadh Falcons, maybe going against FaZe next. That's going to be a big matchup, but we know what's coming up next here. Of course, it's going to be Boston Breach, Parrish Genomates. You don't want to miss it. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, next series coming your way.
up. I'm in your movie, but this is my cinema. I got a power, I'm built to devour. Anyone coming against me, I tower. I don't cave under pressure. Some of y'all leaving here in a stretcher. Took my time to go and get better. I was reading in the red letters. Ay, hit me with your best shot. I got time today. Feeling like a matador with that Red Bull. Oh, no, you can't stop me. I'm running my own play. For the game win, I came to pin anything that gets in my way. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. Energy, energy, energy. I need that. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. Been here, we done that. We done that. You all know what we came for. You all know what we came for. We been here, we done that. We done that. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. I'm in the game like EA. Been in my process pre-K. Shooting my shot from long range. Going over heads like a toupee. Treat every day like payday. Y'all been living so mundane. My work week is Sunday to oh wait, that's every day. Putting in overtime. Punching the clock, I'ma get what's mine. While everyone's sleeping, I'm living my dreams. I got a calling that's so divine. Lord, take the wheel like 10 and 2. I'm losing energy, I'm overdue. I've been on the top ropes, hitting my pros. Watch me hit the power moves. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. Energy, energy, energy. I need that. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. Been here, we done that. We done that. You all know what we came for. You all know what we came for. We been here, we done that. We done that. Energy, energy, energy. I
stand up, add attention, shake it off. Taylor Swift, forget the trip. Back to mission, no surrender, just commitment. I see visions, eyes closed, shut, heart monitor going crazy. Medics panicking. Woke up from the stretcher in the reds, removing the bandages. Hopes up, I'ma catch whoever made me suffer these damages. Power level breaking screens, they like, way, look at them scampering. Rejuvenated, reborn, I'm basically the man again. Made the world stand still, they amazed, frozen like mannequins. Kick the door off the hinges, make waves, someone needs banishing. They ain't think I was able, but I'm came when it come to savageness. I'ma finish it, 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 I'ma finish it. Still got a little fight, 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 I'ma finish it. Little this, little that, everyone pulling triggers full of max. Talking feces cause they full of that. Ain't really G's, they GNATs, they really just next. Scratch them off, power balls. Look at them spinning, they really spin offs. Getting me dizzy, give me a headache, maybe wanna tear my head off. I could really use the Tylenol. Candy rappers talking good and plenty, it's really too many to mention, but no, I'm tired of y'all. Suck to infinity, you could never be my enemy. You make me look good, I should be hiring y'all. I'm reborn, I'm basically the man again. Made the world stand still, they amazed, frozen like mannequins. Kick the door off the hinges, make waves, someone needs banishing. They ain't think I was able, but I'm came when it come to savageness. I'ma finish it, 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 I'ma finish it. Still got a little fight, I'ma finish it. Still got a little
exhausted, I needed the energy, needed to pick me up. I'm in your movie, but this is my cinema. I got the power, I'm built to devour. Anyone coming against me, I tower. I don't cave in the pressure. Some of y'all leaving here in a stretcher. Took my time to go and get better. I was reading in the red letters. Ay, hit me with your best shot. I got time today. Feeling like a matador with that Red Bull. Oh, no, you can't stop me. I'm running my own play. For the game win, I came to pin anything that gets in my way. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. Energy, energy, energy. I need that. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. We've been here, we done that, we done that. You all know what we came for. You all know what we came for. We've been here, we done that, we done that. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. I'm in the game like EA. Been in my prime since pre-K. Shooting my shot from long range, going over heads like a toupee. Treat every day like payday. Y'all been living so mundane. My work week is Sunday to oh wait, that's every day. Putting in overtime, punching the clock, I'ma get what's mine. While everyone's sleeping, I'm living my dreams. I got a coin that's so divine. Lord, take the wheel like 10 and 2. I'm losing energy, I'm overdue. I've been on the top ropes, hitting my pros. Watch me hit the power moves. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. Energy, energy, energy. I need that. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. Been here, we done that, we done that. You all know what we came for. You all know what we came for.
Woke up from the stretcher and the reds, removing the bandages. Hopes up, I'ma catch whoever made me suffer these damages. Power level breaking screens, they like, way, look at them scampering. Rejuvenated, reborn, I'm basically the man again. Made the world stand still, they amazed, frozen like mannequins. Kick the door off the hinges, make way, someone needs banishing. They ain't think I was able, but I'm came when it come to savageness. I'ma finish it, 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 I'ma finish it. Still got a little fight, 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 I'ma finish it. Little this, little that, everyone pulling triggers full of max. Talking feces cause they full of that. Ain't really G's, they GNATs, they really just next. Scratch them off, power balls. Look at them spinning, they really spin offs. Getting me dizzy, give me a headache, maybe wanna tear my head off. I could really use the Tylenol. Candy rappers talking good and plenty, it's really too many to mention, but no, I'm tired of y'all. Suck to infinity, you could never be my enemy. You make me look good, I should be hiring y'all. I'm reborn, I'm basically the man again. Made the world stand still, they amazed, frozen like mannequins. Kick the door off the hinges, make way, someone needs banishing. They ain't think I was able, but I'm came when it come to savageness. I'ma finish it, 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 I'ma finish it. Still got a little fight, 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 I'ma finish it. I'ma finish it.
Well, welcome back, folks, to the Call of Duty League here with the Delta stream. My name is Goj. I'm going to be casting here with Spider Tiff, took over Taylor Reflection's spot, and excited to get into this next matchup. We got Boston Breach versus the Gentle Mace. This is round one of Group C, by the way, Tiff.
Yeah.
These teams have been waiting to play for a while here at DreamHack Atlanta, and we're really excited to get into the action. Now, we got to set the scene because I believe the teams are basically already ready. So we're going to be going into the game very shortly. I want to remind everybody, these two teams matched up like a week and a half ago, or like 2 weeks ago.
Yes.
And it did go Gentlemate's way, but Tiff, it was pretty dang close.
Yeah, we know it was close. We got to that game 5. Things were not looking good, especially when you got Boston going up 2-0 in those first initial on that S&D. So we could see a clawback. It's going to be a nail biter. Nail biter? I don't know. But hey, lock it in, okay?
Yeah, let me be very clear. I think this Boston team, the stocks have been about as low as they could possibly get. When we start looking at stats, it's really not looking good. However, reminder, they did beat G2 last week. And frankly, they looked good, or at least like a lot better. Let me put it that way. And we actually heard from Nasty as well in an interview at the end of that weekend. It was like, hey guys, trust us, trust us. We are a team that can compete. You just got to keep holding out hope and keep holding on some of that faith behind the scenes because it's working. And it worked against G2. Now, they broke a huge streak against Gentlemates. They finally won a hard point. It's been a big touching point for this team. They've been okay, kind of mid-pack in S&D, but in hardpoint, good grief, they'd been struggling. Finally break out of that mold 2 weeks ago. And so things are a little bit on the up for the Breach. Whereas the Gentlemates, Tiff.
Oh, this one hurts, right?
I use the term, you might have seen me hosting last major for CDL. And I use this term.
Okay. No,
I use this term hosting. I was like, this is the tumultuous tides, all right?
Oh,
things have been going up, down, left, right, center on our standings. And that's been the case for the Gentlemates almost more than anybody else.
Yeah, look, it's difficult, right? You're kind of painting the highs of Boston Breach of what they're kind of on the up and up, right? But for the Paris Gentlemates, they win Major 1. We're looking for the Gentlemates of old, but the last 2 series that you played, you're coming off a 2L. So it's not even like you can ride the high of that win on Boston Breach because it did go to that Game 5. It was incredibly close, and you need momentum coming forward. So for the Paris Gentlemates fans out there, I need you to send them all of the energy.
Folks, listen, I told you the games are ready. We'll talk maps and modes all day, but obviously we're starting things out hot in Scar Hardpoint. So get ready to hold on to your breaches, and let's see what Boston Breach can do as they try to push the equation early. It looks like Paris Gentlemates getting some early action over to P1.
Yeah, I was gonna say P1 looking like a P1, right? It kind of goes back and forth, and it gets really scrappy, especially with how close range this can be. So if you're gonna be ghosty and you're gonna hold it down, sure, get that time, but we're looking for really what's gonna happen on P2.
Yeah, gonna look for P2, but some nice early time here for the Gentlemates on P1. We are going to be at Scar a couple times during this season. You'll see, or sorry, this series rather. You're going to be seeing a lot of Scar in this series based on maps and modes. We'll talk a little bit about that after this game, though. Some early action here. P1 has been a bang out, but it has been all Gentlemates all day in terms of some time as we set up for P2, though, to Boston trying to get there early, but Neptune sniffed him out.
Yeah, you really got to look at Purge there. He was down there trying to anchor close spawns, and he gets immediately found out. Paris Gentlemates in for the early break, and now here we go. This set up Afro flying in, Spart on your screen, trying to make it happen, but I will say the Gentlemates were looking for a good hold, but when that reinforcement comes in from the Breach, they come in.
Huge trade there from Nasty. Unfortunately, Afro can't even buy a kill yet, but Spark is trying to do everything he can for the team, and with Nasty getting the trades, it's somewhat working. Able to pick up a decent amount of time here on P2. Not going to be a money hill by any stretch of the imagination. Here comes the break coming in for Gentlemates. Going to triple stack up. Does look like we've got Ghosty on the flank, but he gets picked up in red immediately. Boston are shooting nukes right now. They're going to be right back into it.
I mean, Spart's 8 and 5. They're feeling comfy. The only one that's not really putting up massive numbers is going to be Afro, and that's okay because we just need at least
Purge on 5.
10 seconds there.
Purge
looking
on
to get
6.
the remainder, hit the rotation. He does get caught off by Sib, though.
On 7, Purge picks up his 7th, and I believe he picks up the Hellstorm as well. A nice multi-kill. Boston starting things hot. This is not how it went last time they played Scar Hardpoint. We're going to call that Hellstorm in early. None of the casters can start yapping about how bad the Hellstorms have been for Breach when they get one this early into the matchup. Looking like a couple team kills, but little two-piece. We'll take that from Purge. As he finds another one, they don't know where he was calling it in. Boston causing a ton of chaos, and Purge looks nearly infallible.
Little turn and burn there, but guess what? They're still getting the time. Going up 20 points here onto the Paris Gentlemates. And look at the rotates coming on through. Neptune, Envoy, and Ghosty from the backside of things. But if you can't find Purge, what are you going to do?
That's right. Now, we were talking about how Boston hasn't been looking good on Hardpoint. They're looking a little bit better this time around on Scar. Scar is one of the only maps that they have a win on in Hardpoint, by the way. That was against G2.
Pick up then.
And it was 250 to 247, an insane series. Gonna get the scrap time here for Gentlemates. Boston set up for the next point. Very well done to take an early lead, but still a close matchup. You can see Afro here trying to hold the early crossing. Ghosty swings around the corner just straight up, wins the gunfight, able to get out of dodge for free as well as the Gentlemates cut down nearly all of Boston.
But with Envoy picking up Nasty, who was holding a good spot, trying to get into that hill, there's only so much you can do. Ghosty grabs another 2, and they're picking apart the Breach and trying to navigate any star that they were able to grab.
Yeah, that was a really nice break there from Gentlemates. A ton of time going to go their way because of it. Ghosty out early and is able to get paid for it. Could potentially pick up on Nasty as well. All 3 rotating through, but they're not looking Ghosty's way. He's alone. He's going to take Afro as well. Ghosty looking very clean. Now on high ground, going to play actually with Neptune to swing back in and make sure they don't get anything for it. Like we said, Gentlemates is going to get paid on this point, and it looks like they're actually going to take all of it nearly besides the first couple seconds. Gentlemates go back to the lead.
I love how they were like, yeah, Boston, we're going to let you get a couple. We're going to let you claw back, but this one's for us. So you can see that Boston Breach immediately after that decimation is going to set up next for that hill, and they're holding the back
Ghosty's
line.
on 6. Ghosty's on 6, looking for a Hellstorm in his own. Looking like Purge on the outside. Playmaker Purge was playmaking early, but now he's a little bit quiet. Ghosty looking for double positive here shortly. If he can find one more. This is a big one. He's going to play his life here nice and slow, out by himself. Teammates should be following up soon. He's got to win that gunfight, and he doesn't. Unfortunately, cut down a little bit too early. No Hellstorm for Ghosty, but still contesting on point. No free time here for Boston, but they do win the gunfights, except Ghosty on the respawn immediately picks up 1 and almost 2. Ton of damage for his teammates as Afro swinging back into the mix. Started 06, now 11-15, and almost makes a huge play.
Would have been brilliant there over the top of plane, but Nasty from the high grounds picks up another, and this is a nail biter. We are so back and forth that we finally have Boston breaching that 100 points, looking for the remnants of this hill. How do we set up for that next mid-map? Look at Ghosty and Neptune. They've already laid ground. Some of the heavy hitters on that team. Plenty of time. What does the break look like? Okay, well, we got a force of 4, and Parish Gentlemates are holding top. That big kill onto Sib for them is going to be tough.
Afro, Route Man gets at least 1, but Purge is going to find another on the opposite side. So what looked like a Gentlemates potentially taking P1. Immediate takeover and get the spawns. Send Gentlemates all the way packing to top spawns, and they're going to have to stack in and try to break through P1 before they look up and they're down 50.
Good break from the Parish Gentlemates onto the hill, and it was to be expected. They were just kind of knocking Breach down one by one, but here they come looking for this. This is going to be massive for them, right? You don't want to let Boston Breach go up 30, 40, and it just folds, and they hop back on it. The Parish Gentlemates, these last 20 seconds here, mid get scrappy.
Yeah, P1, I don't know, bang out's just like the hot topic.
I do love a good bang out, and now let me tell you, there was a wise man that once said, if you don't bang them out, you get banged out, and it was Miles, but it was Plaza, okay? Things were different then.
Yeah, well, P1 definitely bang out it. Now, as much as I was saying, you're going to look up and you're down 50, we're almost there. 41 spread currently to the side of Boston. They did a great job of making sure P1 is mixing and setting up for new, so they've got position, but unfortunately don't get back all the way down to point yet, so you're going to see Purge still alive. I was going to say, if Purge gets cut down there, Gentlemates are actually be able to be on the point first, but Purge holds the line, and Spart's still shooting straight. It's working out well for them. Finally gets cut down. Purge down means Envoy can fly ahead, and unfortunately, Nasty is there for the trade. 18-11 is Nasty, looking clean as Afro gets the wall bang.
Living up to the name, all right, but now Boston Breach has put over 60 points onto Parish Gentlemates, and they are holding the line. Of course, you do see Ghosty trying to break into it. Of course, with the rapid distribution of Parish Gentlemates, can Afro hold?
You gotta hold this position. Afro doing a fantastic job after a very slow start to find his groove. Nasty is 21-12. Playing high ground. Gentlemates cannot break through. We are now at 80-point spread. Moving into new. Gentlemates have complete control of plane. It'll come down to what Boss can do, and it does look like Spark was able to pick up. Hellstorm's going to send this one down and find a ton of value with it, at least to start. Envoy goes down early, gets the comms from the teammate to send it back onto Neptune to hopefully open things up. Boston up on plane, breakthrough with the help of the streak. Boston looking nearly infallible in the latter half of this hard point.
What can the Parish Gentlemates do if you're bringing a Hellstorm onto them? They get the rotation, they get onto the hill, and you're trying to break into it. And with Purge, you cut the streak down, he was on 4. That's going to be vital.
Good morning. How's it looking down low? Afro pushing up nearly even at this point. Spark getting really aggressive on the front side, and he's just straight up winning his gunfights. Oh my gosh, Sib does pick up actually 2 on that. I was about to break down Gentlemates, but they still have a chance here. 10 seconds on the top of plane, and they're going to try to rotate over to new. Boston has completely given up the rest of the plane. Well, just kidding. Spart's still here to find one. You don't even get a couple seconds of scrap time, folks. 44 seconds. Boston have complete control of this hill. This could be a winning position for them. Ghosty does slide out and cut down 1 in the front, which means Boston's going to be trapped in the corner. Here comes Envoy on the flank by himself and gets sniffed out immediately. Boston doing a fantastic job to find every single person for Gentlemates except for Sib, who finally gets paid.
And they need to break this. You've got Boston Breach approaching that win condition. They are decimating the Gentlemates, and Afro finds another. Ghosty, Envoy fall. They hold him with 30 seconds left. They can win it here.
Boston looking so strong on Scar Hardpoint. It's one of their only wins in Hardpoint this split. They are 1-0 on this map, about to be 2-0. Get so much time on this point. Finally, the Gentlemates come in for the final 13 seconds to at least push us to new. I assume Boston's going to set up for new, but unfortunately, Gentlemates are there early. This is a nice early rotation from Gentlemates to still play for the end. The problem is you got to hold, what, 2 seconds? Not even 1 second is all Boston needs.
They need one break here, and they're looking to bring in the streaks to make it happen.
The third Hellstorm of Boston's map. Let's see how much value they get from this one. Gonna come down early. We've got a nice flank setup here from Afro on the backside, but both get sniffed, and the Hellstorm doesn't really find much value. Boston being held out. Gentlemates, they're trying to keep their dreams alive. This could be the most insane comeback of all time.
But keep your eyes on the back. The three-peat. Spark goes down.
No.
Afro nasty to go through. He just has to touch and purge. He purges the entire hill and grabs that last point. Boston Breach, eh?
Boston Breach 2-0 in Scar Hardpoint this split. Didn't start slow this time around like they did against G2. They come out swinging, and they go up by plus 100 and just needed a single second. There's just nearly no way you could hold for all of the time of the entire map to push this to 250, 249. Take a quick look at these stats. Nasty going 25-19. Doing God's work for his team. 1:17 on the hill as well. Spark finds 25 and 22 with nearly 2 minutes of hill time. I mean, Boston looks so good. And frankly, Purge was doing what he usually does, which is make plays. Purge was clearing the map, making sure Gentlemates could not get stabilized for any of these pushes. So, quick look, by the way, at our maps and modes. We haven't had a chance to look at this yet with our picks and bans, and we are going to Gridlock next. Now, Tiff, I did say to everybody at home, you're going to be seeing a lot of Scar this series, especially if we go the distance.
Yeah, I mean, Scar, Hardpoint, we saw how that went. Then we go back to Scar for Overload, and if we get to that Game 5, you will see Scar S&D. But things are going to get a little interesting here on that Gridlock S&D, and if you're Gentlemates, you gotta answer back. We know the last time they met, they went to the Game 5, it was a nail-biter, but when you're kicking things off already with Boston Breach replicating a success on a Game 1 Hardpoint, that momentum's going to hurt.
Yeah, here's the thing. I want to re-describe what's going on with these two teams, because when we saw these two teams last time, you're right, they go to Game 5. Game 5 was Gridlock S&D, which is what we're going to next.
What happened,
and Paris get the win. They win 6-3 in S&D.
Okay.
Here's the thing. Paris, when you talk about the Gentlemates, one thing they've really struggled with this season is S&D. They're in this split 11th in the league.
I mean, what, out of 12?
Yeah, that's right.
That hurts.
With Boston about mid-pack, about 5 overall. And they are 2-6 in S&D. One of those wins is Gridlock S&D. So if you're a Paris fan, this is kind of best case scenario in terms of map. You could be playing against a team like Boston. The problem is Boston's actually pretty solid at S&D. It's frankly one of the only modes that they've been decent at throughout the course of the year.
That's true.
No flame, it's just how it is. But the Boston that's playing right now is a totally different team. They just won by over 100 against the Gentlemates, who won Major 1. Boston stocks are starting to rise. They still have a long way to go before they're even making champs at all in terms of CDL points.
I mean, look, they're on the up and up. You had mentioned earlier that Nasty had that interview on Main just a couple of days ago where the CDL squad was breaking it down. They were asking about Nasty and like, dude, the vibes, like even though maybe we had a loss, right? But our vibes within the team are so incredibly high. And when asked why they were kind of bringing in some of these extra maps, they're like, dude, we've been scrimming really well on them. And now it's like when you actually get to land, you have kind of that influx of like momentum and excitement, and you just play off that. If you've already been scrimming well, this is exactly what you need to be doing.
Yeah, I totally agree. Now, a couple other quick looks. Makes sense. You do see Paris. They do ban out Fringe S&D. They are currently 0-3 on Fringe S&D, so that makes a ton of sense there. But yeah, again, it's going to be Scar all day. Maybe a quick look at Den if we make it there, but we are quickly into S&D. We are not wasting any time over here on the Delta stream. And so, Tiff, we're going to start off with the Gentlemates on the attack. See what they're able to do. They're going to throw some frags out to see if they can get any intel as they full swing over with bomb potential over to A. They don't have anybody over here, so they're telling their teammates, let's get a moving, get over to point, and Sib here first means he's going to get paid for it. Is there a trade, though, on the other side for Neptune? Yes, there is. A big pickup to make it Nasty last alive.
Yeah, this is tough, right? Nasty was just watching the B-bomb site, gets the information that, hey, it's going to be an A hit, and he comes over, and now he has his back against the wall in a 1v3 situation. situation. There's the information. He hits
No
the shot.
chance.
They pop on out in a good, clean
Nice.
round from Paris Gentlemates.
Yeah, it was very well done. You know, classic flow. Let's push up to A. We don't see anybody on it. We're able to hold the sight lines, win, and boom. Let's go swing over here and plant here. Force everybody to fight over at A. And unfortunately, Nasty can't rotate over in time. Especially on grid like, you really have to get information early. For the Gentlemates, it worked out. Nobody from Boston was looking at A at all.
Yeah, that's really tough. And also when you get that call, it's still a long rotate to get up there and join your team. And if they've already fell prior to that, there's only so much that you can do. Now, on the offensive side of things, what are we going to make it happen? Are we going to try to replicate that A hit, or are we going to get something different from our playbook?
Well, let's take a look at Afro carrying the bomb. Looks like we're going to set up one in mid as per the usual. That's going to be Nasty. Holding the sight line in mid, trying to get some information. There are a couple folks there. Smart obviously gets to tell that got some folks over at A, and so the Gentlemates. So the Gentlemates try to 3-stack over on A, and they've got Sib watching the backside on B just in case Boston tries to reverse the script. Of course, we know that they certainly are not, and they're going to actually go ahead and plant to try to get some semblance of an advantage in this position. They actually get it down. Let's see what Afro could do on bomb. He shot inside and everywhere in between. Trying to get pinched, and he does finally go down. Neptune now on 3, Tiff.
Yeah, but when you get Nasty
2 down.
clipped
Oh, gosh.
on mid, you can only do... Hey, that's going to be a big pickup from Spark, though. Can he find another?
Barrel
Okay.
stuff. Purge
Wait,
going
we're carving
huge.
back. This
Purge
happening.
going huge. Purge finally gets cut down.
Nah.
Spark gets cut down as well. They've got plenty of time. Playmaker Purge had to get real busy there. It only finds 2 out of the 4.
I saw a moment of light. I saw a moment of light there, but when Neptune's 5-0 on a 5 streak, this is someone that you have to be very cognizant about going into that next round to make sure that you find that kill on him, deny him a Hellstorm, deny him the capabilities to get information in later rounds, because then it's just going to keep on steamrolling you the other way.
I totally agree. Info is key here. And unfortunately, it's been looking like the Gentlemates have been able to find it faster. Swap back sides. Let's see what the Gentlemates are able to do. Back on the attack, and it's a good call out from Utif. Neptune is on 5. Sib sniper out. Take our time over to A first. Envoy's going to swing over towards B to try to get some intel. Can play very far back on B on Gridlock.
Yeah, good feel out. Purge with that
Nice find.
kind of opening hit there onto Sib.
Oh,
and the
gosh.
collapse. I mean, the nade onto Purge is definitely going to hurt, and it brings you into that 3v2.
He does get 2 though. Purge putting on a show for us. His 4 out of his teammates, 5 total. Finally, Boston have an advantage,
They stopped the streak, though.
and they stop the streak. Good call out as well. Boston thinking that maybe the Gentlemates have wrapped back over to B. Gonna go check it. They're body stacking. They've got player advantage.
Good
Don't need to do
nature.
anything dumb. Can play extremely patient. Bomb's still not down. They check B. They have to come back to A. Nothing through mid as well.
All right, we're going to put it
They're
down
going to
now.
know the Gentlemates are here, but are they going to know in time? No. Oh, gets spun on. Nice trade there for Boston.
Wait.
Ghosty going
Yo.
huge to find one. It's going to be a 1v2, and Ghosty's
Yo.
got to do everything in between and can't. Could have been nasty.
Could have been, but it was a little ghosty instead.
Yeah, well, it was nasty on Ghosty, but he'll pick up his on the defuse. That's Boston's first win here on Gridlock.
And the nice thing about this is it's not like they let the Gentlemates get up to 3, right? So
Sure,
they're starting to
sure.
kind of answer back earlier on into the game, and I think this is where they need to be. It was kind of difficult, like, witnessing that round, and you see people kind of watching mid-map, looking for to see, hey, what is that hit going to look like? And if you've got a member that's kind of extending out a bit too far, still panned out okay, still gets them their first round, and let's get another.
That's exactly right. If you're a Boston fan, you're looking for a first blood. They finally got one in the round that they won. Let's see. This is kind of classic strategy from Boston. They're going to send actually not even classic. This is everybody on A. Purge going down early is bad news for Boston fans, but Afro gets the trade out. Neptune's down, 3v3. Bomb and everybody for Boston on A. Gentlemates taking it nice and slow. Playing the backside. Afro spots one, spots the second. It's going to trade out Ghosty.
Okay.
Actually get it for free. Envoy not there in time to help out against Afro, but Sid lines one up and knocks it down as well. Still a fairly even fight here, 2v2. Sid, pistol out, almost gets one on Afro, but he's extremely weak and Envoy knows it.
Okay. And Envoy just kind of has to play it here. Last alive, the team's
Yellow.
eventually gonna come, picks them up, but we need to get the last.
What?
We need the last couple of bullets.
How did he not go down? What happened? We ran out of ammo?
Dude's got plot
Not
armor.
paying attention?
Dude's got plot armor.
1v1. The Prince is out. Gentlemates Info spotted. Reach out. Nasty. 1 HP in a dream. Envoy. Hello.
Okay.
Honestly, that felt like more of a mistake from Boston, but hey, we take those if we're Gentlemates fans.
You take those all day. You really do, because then it's not tied. Right now, you're 3-1.
Jeez.
We're getting closer to that win condition, getting closer to taking a map onto the breach.
That just felt like either a communication breakdown or I guess maybe COD timing of just the timing. I don't know. If you swing that quarter, you got to be ready to shoot. I don't know what to tell you, okay? Here we go. 3-1, Gentlemates. So far, everybody's been sprinting at A, which, you know what, frankly, is what everybody does usually. So this checks out. Boston this time are going to match them. 4v3 over on A.
Team hit.
We're going to keep Nasty over on B. This is what Boston's defensive setups look like this entire time. We got a couple trades. Purge down. After finds Civ. Neptune hunting. Where are the enemies? Finally finds them. Neptune's going to just barrel stuff his opponents and take everybody down. See you later, Gentlemates. Take down Boston. Moving towards a win in S&D. Like I said, if you're a Gentlemates fan, Gridlock S&D is where you wanted to be against Boston. Things looking good for Gentlemates.
There's only so much you can do. Neptune's bouncing around, and that explains that final kill. The power of friendship working together now. Look, switch those sides. Let's see what's going to happen. But when you think about the last time they met, it was 6-3, like you said, on Fringe in favor of Boston Breach. Fringe 8 here. It's not happening.
Yeah, and it reverses this. It's exactly how the Gentlemates beat Boston in map 5 of 6-3 reverse on this map, on Gridlock. So things going well for Gentlemates. Spark going to try to get the opening blood, does not find it. Gets Ghosty extremely weak with intel. Actually see all of the Gentlemates, aside from Ghosty, over on B, expecting Boston to try something new, and they said, no thank you. I got some info. We got some opening damage, so we're going to take what you're giving us, which is some free real estate over on A.
Yeah, I mean, look, the Gentlemates, you've got Neptune, you've got Cib over on A. The call out comes through. Still, Cib's going to check mid, make sure no one's hitting the cross, because it was, in fact, that full hit A for Boston Breach. And with the bomb down, they have plenty of time to set up. Now, Purge just lying in wait.
Playmaker Purge, how patient can you be? Is he getting too antsy? Smokes are in. Purge has the right idea and actually gets a bit of damage. He knows at least one is there. That should be the second. They're all going to be here, Purge. You're going to have to do it all off screen. Smartest found Envoy. Purge is going to push in and find another. How about all of them? Boston Breach, patient, and then making plays when they had the player advantage. That was a lot of P's. Boston Breach get their second.
That's just so tough for the Gentlemates right there, especially when you 2v2 hold, and then they literally tap Cib, check mid, but unfortunately, with all of Boston Breach was able to get that win at A, get the bomb down, have plenty of time to set up before you get the call to make that rotation over. It was just too little too late, and now they claw back another round, still 2-4, but the Paris Gentlemates, don't let them go up 3, don't let it get too close.
Yeah, it's another first blood there, a late first blood by Boston Breach, which gave them the advantage to get the win. They just got the intel first, and Gentlemates weren't able to swing it up on time. And finally, it looks like we may change up the strategy a little bit. Boston expecting the same. They do the exact same defensive setup they've done every time. Rush A. This time, they actually take more real estate on A. And when they don't see the push coming, they know it's going to be on B, especially when Nasty goes down by Civ. Sniper from a distance. Civ finally getting paid with that snipe. It's going to open things up on B, and they're going to go for an immediate plant. Here comes Boston flying in to try to stop it, or at the very least make you look silly. And Cib almost hits a clip, but unfortunately with 2 down on Gentlemates, it's now a 3v2, but bomb is down, and Boston are on top of it. Gentlemates holding from a distance here. Should be able to hold with a few nades, as they're getting stunned out in their own right.
Definitely hurts a bit, makes them back up, give that space, and the control is just in the hands of Boston Breach. It's looking like a Purge defuse. It's looking like another round for Boston Breach.
Afro 8-5, by the way. Nice pickup after starting out again, a little bit slow, but he's on a streak 3. So let's see what Boston Breach is able to do. They're getting closer. This looked like a brutalization early. Paris goes up 4-1. All of a sudden, Boston Breach let Gentlemates try to change it up on him, and Breach just said, yeah, no thank you. See you later.
No, thank you. We're going to keep on moving. And now with Boston Breach on the attacking side of things, Afro 8-5, Purge 7-5. I'm really kind of waiting for Nasty to wake up in this S&D side of thing, because once he does, I think it completely can landslide it over towards Boston.
Look at Boston going a little 2-2 split here. Afro is running to A. Every other map, they 4-stacked Deathballed over to A and had a modicum of success. Afro tries to test the limits and not getting any
Big
info.
win for
Finally,
Nasty.
Nasty finds the first trade, but it gets traded out. Afro on the other side. Ghosty finding one. Nasty finding Neptune, a 3v3. Slowing things down. Boston are back to form. On A, two members of Gentlemates are all the way on the backside of B, expecting Boston to go this way. And because Ghosty's alone, he gets cut down. A big advantage for Boston as they're able to put down the bomb and to be able to play over the top. And Sparks just going to chow this 1-2, knock them down.
Hello?
Boston have tied things up.
I mean, when the Gentlemates get the call to go A and they immediately hit the rotation, it's just too little too late. And I will say that Boston is finding the kills that they need on those rotates to just conserve and take that round. It's getting close, Goj. It's getting close.
I know, and usually, I mean, it's almost every other map. It's been First Blood gets the win. This time, Afro gets cut down first, but they just get the trade on the other side. And you're right, I felt like Gentlemates were just too slow to rotate over. Here we go, let's see what the Gentlemates do on their attack. Boston, their traditional defense has been 3 over to A, with one holding the backside of B, usually Nasty. Let's see if they do it again. The answer is kind of. Actually, it looks like Nasty's going to sprint all the way into mid, then check B. Rather than play slow, wants to get the point quickly. Neptune pushing the equation over here, try to get the first blood. Purge is going to find it off screen, though. Ghosty trades out Purge. 3v3. Nasty comes back to help out his teammates. Here we go. Going to be a bang out on A.
And the best thing is he gets there early, right? They immediately make it. He rejoins, and you see that bomb cut through mid. They know Nasty got the call up, and they're saying this is a full B hit, leaving one to cause the distraction.
Yeah, I actually like this play a lot from Gentlemates to back out and go plant B.
Neptune.
You've got Neptune holding the cross
Watch
mid.
it.
He should have got the intel here. There's Nasty. They've seen each other. So Neptune's going to go over play. They've got the bomb down on B. Again, still a 3v3, and Sib alone on the backside of 2 of the 3 members of Boston.
Keep your eyes on Ghosty.
Oh,
He's going to have to
gosh.
check it every once in a while, but that's another one.
It's another
Bring it to a 2v2.
Another trade. Ghosty gets some nice damage. Nasty's going to come in for the trade. It actually gets it. Ghosty down. It's going to be a 2v1. Bob still down 19 seconds. Sib alone has to be the hero. A big moment for him. Able to line one up, get the one.
Yo!
Not get the 2. Nasty able to sneak in and get the trade. Boston have knocked down 3 in a row. No, making 4 in a row to go up 5-4 in this S&D.
Look, I said Nasty needs to wake up in this S&D, and the moment that he does, it's a landslide towards Boston Breach. And now, win condition for them, getting a map win, especially against Paris Gentlemates, dude, on S&D, like, let's get it.
Here we go. Boston back to their BS potentially, a full sending on A. Let's see. Quick look, 2-2 split again. Gonna test the waters here, playing with confidence, but not trying to full send, not yet. Gentlemates tried to read this with 3 over on A, get the real estate early.
They're so patient right now. They don't even want to show presence just yet. And I love that they've got Sib there for Gentlemates watching B, but he's not getting the information that he needs, and they're clawing their way back up for the breach. They're gonna join on A, but you leave Purge there to clear out mid.
Finally feels like there's some strategy going on of playing nice and slow, not giving away free information.
Watch the pinch.
Playmaker Purge finds one. There's Sib.
Good nade. Do we get the info from it? Does it just give us the rotate to join your team members out onto A? And here's the brawl you wanted.
Purge sending in first. Playmaker Purge about to make a huge play. That's
Okay,
one. That's 2.
okay.
And a pickup
And
from
they
Afro as well. Unbelievable. We lose one, and Sib's gonna have to be the hero yet again. It's a 2v1. Boston still have the bomb, but don't have it down yet. Sib can take a breather and then try to break down this duo.
But that time is of the essence, and bomb has been planted, and Sib falls, and Boston Breach take down the Gentlemates.
Unbelievable. Boston go up in this series 2-0. We're down 4-1, and they knock down 5 in a row on S&D. Give me Gridlock. Give me any map you want. Boston have leveled up.
Bro, I thought you were going to say, give me Gridlock, give me death, as we see the stats here.
Holy cow.
Yo, Purge, 11 and 6 non-traded kills, matches Afro into that one. I'm liking what I'm seeing for Boston Breach, okay?
Dude, Purge is playing so well. This is what this is what Purge does in S&D. He makes these big plays, picks up these 2 pieces out of nowhere to give his teams an advantage. I really liked what I saw from Purge there. He had moments. This is what makes a really good player. He had moments of pedal to the metal, fly at my opponents, but he also showed more moments of patience, which is so crucial for a player player like him to make big plays and keep his team alive in this series, and not only alive, but now up 2-0 against your Major 1 champions. Unbelievable. And folks, we're headed back to Scar next. This time Overload. Scar Overload will be a fun one because both of these teams are 0-1 on Scar Overload this split, so we'll see who can pick up their first win on Scar here in Overload. Tiff, look, we didn't do predictions, but is this what you thought our scoreline would be going into map number 3?
It's definitely an interesting scoreline because not only was it a Scar hardpoint win at 250 to 146, it's 250 to 146. That's a commanding victory and really set it out. Now, with Paris Gentlemates in that gridlock S&D, they start getting some of those rounds connected early on. They're like, oh yeah, we got this in the bag. We're feeling really comfy. And then for Boston Breach, the 4 rounds in, then you have the Scar Overload. You're like, yeah. This could be the 3-0, and that sends a message because, like you said, Paris Gentlemates, Major 1 champions, right?
Yeah. This is a huge game for both of these teams. They're going to have some hard matchups going forward in this bracket. Got to be top 2. You got to win your qual wins to get through it. You lose first round. Whew, there's somebody out there. Ben Nissim is saying Gentlemates are going to get 0-2 swept. See you later. Out of here.
Don't say that.
He's got to be feeling good. That's all I'm saying.
Don't say that about the mates, okay?
Folks, we're going to head to a very short break. When we come back, it's going to be Scar Overload. It could be our last map of the series. Don't go anywhere.
Pick up where I left off, it ain't over. Whole squad on the gravel, all I know, I'm a soldier, stand up. Add attention, shake it off. Taylor Swift, forget the trip. Back to mission, no surrender, just commitment. I see visions, eyes closed, shut, heart monitor going Woke up from the stretcher in the reds, removing the bandages. Hopes up, I'ma catch whoever made me suffer these damages. Power level breaking screens, they like, way, look at them scampering. Rejuvenated, reborn, I'm basically the man again. Made the world stand still, they amazed, frozen like mannequins. Kick the door off the hinges, make way, someone needs banishing. They ain't think I was able, but I'm came when it come to savageness. I'ma finish it, 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 I'ma finish it. Still got a little fight, 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 I'ma finish it. Little this, little that, everyone pulling triggers full of max. Talking feces cause they full of that. Ain't really G's, they GNATs, they really just next. Scratch them off, power balls. Look at them spinning, they really spin offs. Getting me dizzy, give me a headache, maybe wanna tear my head off. I could really use a Tylenol. Candy rappers talking good and plenty, it's really too many to mention, but no, I'm tired of y'all. Suck to infinity, you could never be my enemy. You make me look good, I should be hiring y'all. I'm reborn, I'm basically the man again. Made the world stand still, they amazed, frozen like mannequins. Kick the door off the hinges, make way, someone needs banishing. They ain't think I was able, but I'm came when it come to savageness. I'ma finish it, 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 I'ma finish it. Still got a little fight, 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 I'ma finish it.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We are straight into the game, and like we said, it is Scar, and it is Overload here in game number 3 as per the usual. Now, listen, this is a must-win for Boston if you want to go 3-0 on the Gentleman's. And an early start here to open up some space on the map is nice, but Tim, this is actually a must-win for the Gentleman's, where they get knocked down into an elimination round.
Yeah, and exactly. Look, if you're going to cut the EMP down right before they're about to jump onto A, good work onto you. Couple flurry kills there in the hands of Boston Breach, and Paris Gentleman's finding some nice ones as well as Ghosty and Neptune both pick up 2. Right before you fall. I feel like you start talking good about a team for a second, and you're like, yeah, you know, and then you see him topple, but we haven't seen that EMP device get that close to a goal just yet.
Yeah, this is a lot of ebb and flow. Killfeed reading like a newspaper when one team would like to
You read
see it
newspapers, Coach?
I do sometimes read the play. I was in the Wall Street Journal not too long ago, actually.
Okay,
yeah. But no, this is reading like a newspaper, not like an obituary. So a lot of back and forth here. Still trying to make sure that we find some space on the map. And as the bomb gets picked up, actually going to see Civ open things up. Nice block here for the teammates. Gentleman's going to throw that one down. What looked like a stall out. Civ picked up a couple, and it just gave them enough breathing room to trap spawn and open up a goal here for the Gentlemates. Very well done.
Yeah, it was really interesting. Neptune was able to like kind of thread the needle to get onto B, but as you see the influx, he wants to say it's Envoy though, and he's got the homies there.
Hello!
We start falling as Envoy.
Oh my gosh.
Nice little hold there for Breach, considering we're down 2-1.
This is a huge pickup here from Neptune. He's going to grab it and just try to throw this one down and should be able to get it. Slides in. That's another goal for the Gentlemates. Both these teams, as a reminder, are 0-1 on this map here in Overload. This will be their first win of the split. Either way we go, and a 2-0 early start for the Gentlemates is great news if you're Paris fans.
Yeah, I love that you bring up the split in general, but when you look at the overall on Scar, it's tough, right? You've got one that's a 60% win rate and one that's a 50% win rate, so it's really anyone's game. But with the hot start there from Paris Gentlemates, they're feeling themselves. They know their backs are against the wall. When they've got everything to gain, you show out.
Yeah, and let me be very clear. Paris is the clear favorite when it comes to Overload in general. They're third in the league in this split, just not on this map, whereas Boston are bottom leaderboard nearly.
Okay.
And that's what it's looking like right now. So far,
he's gonna take that personally.
Yeah, so far, Boston really haven't been able to do much on the map. Any moment of momentum is being cut down, mostly actually by Ghosty right now. 9-7 clutch kills to open things up besides Siv's lead block on that first goal. There's been a lot of Ghosty, and the kills we finally sparked can line up almost 2. Neptune's got to be barely alive. This could open things up for Nasty. Oh, does not get that trade out even with Neptune low. Might have got some of the regen in time. And that was an opportunity for Boston, and it looks like they just misplayed that. It was just a hair too slow to pull the trigger, push forward, and try to get another goal, or their first rather, on the board on B.
It's really difficult when you got Neptune and Envoy just being able to clear out bottom of the map. They let the EMP device get reset, and now you see that Ghosty has joined up alongside Neptune to continue on the hold.
Oh, they don't know he's up here. Now
They
they
want to
do.
stall the time. They do not want to let Breach get any room.
Yeah, unfortunately, Neptune is moving different right now, so you're right. Once you cut down one, the other strikes back. Gentleman's doing a nice job, still controlling this space around the EMP. Sid finding one on the off angles means we're just in a gunfight right now. We're going to leave that EMP in the backside. Purge is there to potentially make a play for it, but they're holding it. It's going to be Civ on the back to hold, and we've got our blockers in the way, and our blockers are winning the gunfight. Everybody spawned back on A. They push the spawns, and Envoy's going to be the last remaining moment of defense to get the block, and he's able to do it just in time. A fantastic setup. We see Gentlemate push past the MP device, clear the lane, and then say, boys, run this thing all the way home. That is their third over there on the B site.
That overextension towards A to kind of keep them trapped is really nice to make that happen. Now, there's a couple things when you look at the skills, right? It's Purge that needs to wake up. He's 5 and 10. Starmaker over there in the S&D and the respawns, but we need to see it happen here on Overload.
I just feel like Boston maybe is just trying to do a little too much. They can't find anything there. Spart's finally winning some gunfights, but gets traded out almost every single time. Stop playing hero ball. Play as a unit, gentlemen. And we're finally getting a little bit of momentum towards A, but even going through plane here, there is an opening, but we've actually skipped over Neptune, who's going to strike in the back. Neptune cuts down 2, including the EMP carrier. And Boston, they're clearing a lane for who? They've got to keep killing over and over and over again as Gentlemates are back in the back of B spawn. This is still an opportunity, but is it too late? Purge finally wins the gunfight, and they're able to sneak it in. Took them long enough, but it was just enough time as they find their first.
At least they were able to net themselves one in that first half. They needed it. They could not go up with a donut there onto that. So now that we have halftime, you can kind of reconvene and be like, what is going wrong with us? We cannot let Gentlemates push us towards A, hold us here, and have like Sibs or someone jump immediately into the goal because they're quick with it. The moment they get that opening, they take advantage of it, waste no time.
That was so much work for the first goal there for Boston. Felt like friggin' zombies, man. Trapped them back in their spawn, holding off the horde of Gentlemates.
You're putting up the wood plank and you're like, another one? Really?
Yeah, Neptune almost was a hero in that moment. Still slowed him down enough to only get one, but a couple more seconds and all of a sudden, Gentlemates actually hold on a point where they should not have held. Here we go, 3-1, you're right. 3-0 would have looked brutal going into the second half
would
here.
Would have been difficult.
3-1 at least is playable, or it feels that way.
We've seen this before. We've seen it in S&D.
You're right.
Take it. I'll take it.
You're right. Can't ever count Boston out these days.
Nasty with the first blood too, and we see usually a flurry of kills on the first spawn here of the EMP device. But like I said, I want to see Purge kind of wake up here. Spart's also showing out for the breach, and good thing we can see exactly where he's heading as Ghosty and Sib do light work of the rest of the breach.
Nice hold here from Spart. Spart's looking good right now, 20 and 15. Unfortunately, reloading, and Neptune knows it.
Baby.
Swings around the corner, punishes one. Neptune also looking very good, especially with the wall bang in tow. That's going to be a multi-kill for Neptune, and he's feeling hot, so he's going to push on forward, trying to open things up onto A. Looking to score on A, but unfortunately on the backside, that's Afro, who not only gets the sneaky kill, but gets the sneaky ball and the goal. Afro, Routman gets paid. A huge take and a huge goal for Boston. Sneaky, sneaky, where's the defense?
That's the crazy part, right? It's like you can find all of these kills, you can do all of the noise here, but it doesn't matter because if the other team still scores, that still hurts.
Yeah, that was very well done. Again, got to make some big plays here if you're Boston, and that certainly was one. Now a one-goal game. Afro now positive, 18-17, pushing up. Regen Health is going to take this challenge. Fortunately, barely misses the fight. First, should get the trade out. No! A huge win there. Two-piece from Civ.
Make it a 3.
We're going to be able to push all the way up, especially with one now Nasty traded out on the backside. They know where all the Boston members are. They're able to grab the EMP device and actually swing up to plane to set up their next play.
Afro's there. Afro's got to win this gunfight.
Neptune smartly
one.
backs off, doesn't have
Get
to do
him
anything
two.
crazy. Gets
Ooh,
one
we
with
get
pistol in
traded.
hand. EMP still on plane with Envoy, so everything's good here. Again, Gentlemen were just trying to get it out of mid so they could set up their next play up at plane. Unfortunately, Boston just won too many gunfights, and now they've got a play of their own to try to play for the top side of the map. Maybe going for A, or they could route all the way around to the backside of B and do the same play that they've been trying to do the entire second half. Unfortunately, we're gonna have a couple trades here. Afro does win with the pistol in hand. Could maybe just go for this one. It's gonna be one over the top, and he's able to sneak in. Maybe a couple missed shots, or maybe just an opportune moment. Splitting hairs, but it's 3-3. It doesn't matter how it happens as long as you get it in.
Dude, sometimes when you see an opening and you just fling your body straight at the goal and it pays off, you go up 3-3, you're tied. This is where
Good
things are going to
job,
get messy,
Spart.
and that does look like an obituary in the kill feed right there. Spart with a nice
Here we
two-piece,
go.
Nasty with another, and Purge was trying to find that goal.
A hair early. Boston just needed to be a bit more patient. Smart is doing God's work, but unfortunately, nobody's protecting the backside, or a bomb carrier, or a ball carrier rather, gets cut down first, which means all that work for nothing. We're going to swing back up to plane side.
All right, Afro.
Envoy, hello,
On,
peekaboo,
Afro.
right next to each other on top plane, and just gets two-piece. I'm not sure what we're trying to do there, but get some information for his team. Sid's going to play low side, almost picks up a two-piece of his own, and now we're back to the same spot we were just a moment ago. EMP at plane, Tiff. This time, it does look like Gentlemates finally win a lot of these trades, so now they can set up their play on the top side for A.
And it's Spart holding A, but
we're just
will he
sitting-
be
oh,
able
my
to do
bad.
it? No, he's full committed. This is what you have to do. You make the commitment, you get the score, and you keep on going.
That was incredible. No play, no setup, full sin, full tilt. That'll put them up by one with a minute and a half remaining. Neptune gets cut down on the high side, and it looks like our ball's in mid with Boston in complete control of the mid map. All gas, no brakes this map. Sneaky plays, non-traditional moments, and we're going to swing one down to B to try to draw the aggression of Genttlemates, but it gets sniffed out immediately. Nasty's going to back up, slow down, wait on his team.
Well, Nasty immediately filters on. You definitely need to make for those reinforcements, but look who's cutting through. It's going to be Neptune. That's going to be the big hit here, and they find Purge. It's going to make things difficult, but look who's inching their way closer within literally a foot, and we still don't convert.
Fantastic defense there from the Genttlemates. This time, full tilt does not work. I guess finally, Gravity not going to do all the work for you. You got to pave the way first. Taking a look at Genttlemates play, the same play they've been trying to do on the top side this entire second half, 45 seconds. They're up by one. They'd like to be up by two to slow things down. They're going to have to win this gunfight. They're not able to. Sit right behind, though, gets the trade. Going to have to win a couple more. Here comes Zombies on the backside. Spawns in. Bot side of B. Boston in position to make a play. Purge on the back. Does not get one. Neptune going to barrel stuff. It's a bloodbath. And who comes out better for it? It's going to be the Genttlemates.
Nice work. Neptune and Envoy, hand in hand, doing what they need to do to go up to. And now look at the time. It's going to be really close here.
Ghosty, a nice pickup here to slow down the map again when they're up by 2 and there are 10 seconds remaining, folks. That is going to be it. The Genttlemates finally get a win. We are going to see map 4, Boston go up early 2-0. Genttlemates strike back in Overload. Finally, something goes according to script. The Paris Genttlemates win Overload. Top 3 in the league here in Split during Overload. They looked nice early, let Boston into the game, and then we're able to close it out.
Yeah, you think when these last two teams faced off, Paris did win, right? But it was only by 1. So you're going to make it a bit more dominating than it had been the last time. And you have to cement that, especially when Boston Breach prior to this Overload is up 2-0. You're reverse sweeping, you're clawing your way back, and it started with the Overload, so I'm feeling really good about it. Purge, unfortunately, with that 15-29, does hurt the Breach because when you look at Paris Genttlemates, they're looking clean.
Yeah, I felt like Purge just got really unlucky in some of those fights. I'm not sure, but regardless, after all the work he put in S&D, we'll give him a little bit of a pass here in Overload. And again, frankly, Boston's been looking very good in this series. Did not look fantastic in Overload. Once we got into the mid part of the map, though, there were some weird plays that just kind of worked. And all of a sudden, I thought Boston was going to sneak a win there, Tiff. So
maybe.
That was a wild one. Now, as we take a look forward of where we're going, okay, we are going back to Hardpoint.
Give me the future.
Here's the problem, okay? We're going to Din Hardpoint, okay? And during the split, Genttlemates haven't played a Din Hardpoint yet, okay? But Boston has, and unfortunately Boston is 0-3 on Din. It is one of their worst maps on Hardpoint. Now, I'm talking about the Boston that didn't just mopped the floor with the Gentlemates on Scar Hardpoint. So
Yeah.
things are looking different for Boston right now. This looks like a different team. They've got Kim. Things are working well, but this is a scary one. So if you're a Gentlemates fan, this is great news. One, that we may be going to map 5. And you're just a fan of Call of Duty. This is good
You
news because we're
always
probably
want a map 5.
probably going to map 5, at least if things go according to paper. However, you know, it didn't go according to the paper in the first map. So
I mean, map
honestly,
5, round 11, day 1 of the Major 3 here at DreamHack Atlanta. Like, I'll take it. I'll take it.
honestly, who knows right
You
now?
never know.
Tim, I'm going to put you on the spot
do
because
that.
COD fans love this, okay?
Why?
We got people watching from all over the world literally for this
Hi,
matchup.
fans from all over the
Are
world.
you thinking Gentlemates get a win here? They've got a little momentum maybe from Overload. This is a map that, technically speaking, they should win.
Can I just not say anything? Because
Okay.
here's the deal. Anytime I talk,
That's
I was
crazy.
telling Reflections this earlier, my notebook turns into a death note, my curses,
Sure,
they're
sure.
they're really efficient,
Okay.
apparently.
Okay.
For the love of the game, I want a game 5.
You want a game 5. I want a game 5 as well. However, I don't know that we're going to get there. I thought Boston looked
Ooh.
way too good on Scar Hardpoint to just throw things out the window and go back to whatever old Boston was. So
Yeah, look.
I think it's going to be Breach. I think Breach win it right
can see
here,
it.
Dan Hardpoint. Statistics, my notes aren't saying
You're
that.
like
My heart
the
is.
facts don't lie. That's what you're saying to me.
My heart
and
says
you
that.
know, but this is LAN, and sometimes the facts can be.
Look, the boys are balling. That's all I'm saying. The boys are balling for Breach. I'm seeing Breach getting a win here. Time will tell, though, folks. This has been a fun matchup,
It
a fun
has.
series. By the way, there's a ton of Call of Duty streams going on right now.
Yeah.
This format, Pro-Am, so dang cool. Had a chance to see Omit Noir or Omit play against Optic on main stage.
That was
See
lit.
Optic get that win. There's
Yeah.
a ton of matches going on out there. We are the Delta stream. There is Charlie, there is Bravo, there's main stage, and a ton of fun content out there. If you're a Call of Duty fan, you're eating good here for DreamHack Atlanta. Tiff.
Oh yeah, it's actually just such a fun thing. I was telling Goj, I was like, just being here in person and seeing how many committed fans are. When you had Optic on that main stage, things were crazy. But enough about that, baby.
Here we go.
Let's get into it. Will Boston Breach cement this series in a win for them, or will the Paris Gentlemates continue their claw back?
All right, P1. I said call it a bang out. We're going to actually bang one through the wall as Purge goes down.
All right, statue.
So far, a lot of aggression. Now, this is just going to be a little limit testing for both the teams
Sure.
here in mid, right? P1 is a cluster, if you will. And so far, it's been trading of blows. Nobody going to get a ton of time.
Usually is a little touch and go, but when you were talking about Split in particular that you just really haven't seen too much, when I think about the Paris Gentlemates, and I think longevity-wise for them here on this map,
Oh, through grass. Hello.
yeah.
Nice.
Yeah. Longevity-wise, they have a 41% win rate.
Yeah, listen, again, this is not a Boston map that they like on Hardpoint, at least not on paper, at least not on main stage. Who knows? Scrims have been looking different, but it's time to do it on main. So far, Gentlemates are going to mostly win out on P1, but Boston set up for P2.
Good setup.
Not a terrible trade. It's not 48, not 50 seconds. We're hanging out. Boston in a good position to hold down P2 on the high side of the
Envoy from
map.
the back, cleans up one.
Envoy with a knife flanker, right? Gonna have to see if he can get multiple, though, and he's able to get 2. Envoy, Ghosty, actually, on the backside, able to find his second.
It paid off. It was a clean break there. Now the reinforcements here from Boston Breach trying to take
on
that
3.
same route that we saw Envoy take.
Ooh. Almost nearly 4 in a row for Ghosty, but Envoy's going to come in for the trades here with the pistol in hand. Can't connect. This is nice movement from Afro.
Well, for Envoy there, the great communicator giving all that information, but it's Spartan Afro who go absolutely
Gee whiz.
massive for a nice 20 seconds here. And what this does for them, if they can kind of get all of this time left on this hill, that scoreline will be incredibly close because the Paris Gentlemates are already setting up for that next hill.
Nasty able to line one up. Knock it down. You're right. They're going to pick up the rest of this time on this point. Gentlemates did a pretty good job. They didn't get full break, but they did a pretty good job of making sure that it wasn't total money hill here for Boston. And as we swing over, it's an immediate break here from Boston to pop on to P3.
Yeah, if you're the Gentlemates, you really don't want to see that happen. We got folded incredibly quick, so you need to break this as quick as humanly possible. And when you're got Neptune running through mid with a nice little check, he wants to join up alongside Ghosty and make sure, what does the coordinated push here look like? Because Afro's lying in wait, gets found out by Neptune, and this is enough time to
Comes
really
to full swing.
take that lead. Come on, Spark.
Oh,
Doesn't
Spark
get it.
needed to get that one purged. Going to try to be playmaker, can't do it this time. A nice break there from Gentlemates. They're going to pick up the last 20 seconds or so. of P3. Boston gonna try to retake it one more time, and it's gonna be Afro leading the charge here. But as he gets cussed down, all the momentum on a P3 out of here. They're gonna try to set up for new on P4.
Yeah, but good two-piece there from Ghosty to be able to continually get that scrap time for them. Sure, Boston Breach is gonna set up and look for the rotate and try to anchor down on that, but that scrap time can be really tough to overcome because it puts Paris Gentlemates back into the lead.
That's exactly right. Here's the setup. Just Afro on point right now because the rest of his teammates are fragging out in spawn. Keeping Gentlemates back here, aren't able to flip them totally out, so Gentlemates are spawning in close.
It's gonna hurt. It's gonna hurt, especially when you're looking for the break. 40 seconds left onto the hill, so we have time for a good amount of break. But the trades, they flurry, and still Boston Breach holds on.
Holding on, trading in blows. Nobody's really getting crazy value here. It's a lot of back and forth. Siv's alone with pistol. It trades, almost gets the weapon swap into the kill. But a nice trade from Ghosty and team. They're going to pick up the latter half at this point.
And Boston Breach with the atrocious spawns. By the time they get there, this hill's going to be done and dusted, and Paris Gentlemates are going to soak up the remaining 10 seconds here. So you might as well call it quits. Look for that next set of rotations there. Set yourself up into mid exactly where you see Afro, Nasty on the statue, and then in the back we have Purge. But so you keep your eyes, because it's Envoy that likes to frolic and look for some of those massive flanks that can find dividend.
Yeah, Nasty getting cut down on the backside. Afro on the front side. Gentlemates, here comes the push. Here comes the break. It's going to be Purge trying to hold down mid by himself. There's no chance in hell. He gets there first, and unfortunately, they get cut down in the first 10 seconds. Gentlemates now on point, soaking up P1.
Yeah, I'd have been nervous if Neptune actually got that, but hey, good on Nasty right there. Still, for Boston, about 30 points down here on the second set of rotations, and we just keep on living.
Slowly but surely, Boston getting cut down here, fighting for P1, and they've elected to just, you know what, 20 or so seconds in mid, whatever. Let's set up for new, and it looks like Gentlemates read that perfectly. Come in, set up for new on P2 on the top side, trying to win out. Boston able to get back into it. That's going to be Afro and Purge on new. Able to win out in the early rotation. There's some very, very useful rotation kills there for Boston to set up on the P2 and hopefully get back into this game. Only down by, well, I say only 50 points, by the way, with all that time they give up on P1. It was a decently smart move, but they've got to get a money hill here on P2.
They definitely do. When you think about some of their last matchups against, you know, Paris v. Boston here, one of their hard points was incredibly close, and you can't let that happen if you're Boston Breach. Looking
Afro!
for a clawback.
Good morning!
Get in here, Afro. We need you.
Barrel stuff to keep their hopes alive on P2. A nice trade. Desperately needed if you're a Boston fan.
Hold the line.
Going to continue to hold the defense here. Intel out. He's going to trade one. Nice play over the top of Afro. No! Could have just held him. And Spart's here to make big plays. Spart picks up 3. We said they needed a money hill, and they're getting most of that hill, if not all of it. They are right back into this down 50, and now going to be down 5. Boston did exactly what they needed on P2. Let's see what they can do for P3.
Well, the last time we saw that hill, it was the Breach that held the majority of it. They're bringing it close, and when Nasty's catching angles like that, it'll definitely help. But it's the mates that get the early points here on to this next set of hill. But Breach, they fly at it, they break it, and they deny the Gentlemates. So this push is going to be massive for them, and it looks like you've got Neptune going kind of cutting through mid, looking for rotates, but we gotta get there because that time it's dwindling down.
We lose 2. Afro peeks out and trades out 1. Unfortunately, Gentlemates still have player advantage on the point. You're gonna soak up a few, but Boston do take the lead for the first time nearly this entire map. It's immediately even back up by the Gentlemates. On P3, moving into P4 is going to be a huge difference maker to see who could potentially breach. For the very first time in 200s here. Again, this is still a must-win for Gentlemates to push us to Game 5 and get us back into S&D. Boston could end it all here. This could not be closer. This is not the Gentlemates of Major 1, but this is certainly not the Boston of this entire year. Boston finding a whole new form, especially with the help of Nasty, making big plays early, but he does get traded out by Sib. Moving into the new point.
Sometimes you just gotta find your inner Kaiju and let
Spart is
it
going
out.
crazy.
Hey, the time is now. You want to take this initial win. You know this is the last win that you need here to put the nail in the coffin for the Paris Gentlemates. But Ghosty does not want to let you get any ground on him.
Yeah, taking down Spartman. Gentlemates can sneak onto the point, get a bunch of time before Boston can even reset up a new fight. and every single push from Purge on the backside has been cut down. Purge, unfortunately, 13-21, not getting a ton of value either on point or otherwise. Again, he's trying to make plays on the outside for his team, and is just getting sniffed out by the Gentlemates time and time again. And Envoy lines one up, can't get two though. That's a nice trade from Boston as they take control potentially of this point. They gotta win this gunfight, and Ghosty will not go down. Civ finds two, Ghosty with one, and the Gentlemates are gonna breach 200.
Flawless.
A huge hill for them.
Flawless. That's a money hill if I've ever seen one.
Back
And
to
back
P1.
to mid we go. This one gets really scrappy, but what does that rotation look like for Gentlemates? They've extended out through mid, trying to carve back onto Boston Breach, but you've got to follow Afro. You've got to follow Nasty. If Afro gets this pick, he's going to hit the rotation, trying to catch him from behind. Can we do it?
Nice
Yes,
find.
that's clean.
Afro maybe go for a wallbang. No, just gonna chow it. That's two, maybe even three for Afro. No, gets him extremely weak. Here's one from behind. Afro is in final form on this point. This is a huge cake for Boston. They needed to at least stop the bleeding on P1, and they've done more than that. Afro goes massive. Boston's gonna get a ton of time here as long as he doesn't get jumped over on, and there's two right above him, and he knows it. And unfortunately, one drops down early and finds him. Smart to trade though on the long side. Unfortunately, it's too hot to handle. Purge gonna have to go huge and can't get even one. Gentlemates immediately retake P1. Things are not looking doom and gloom yet, but it's not looking great for Boston fans. We may be going to map 5.
We're within striking distance, 30 points away. It's not going to win on this hill, so you see now Spark has already hit the rotation. Boston Breach needs to be flawless, and think of how much time they usually get on this hill. The large majority of it, you soak up the scrap time, you hold mid, but what is that going to look like when Ghosty and Civ are running it down by Statue?
Yeah, honestly, Purge did a really good job there to make sure Gentlemates were thinking twice about their rotation over to New, and because of that, Boston not only got the scrap, but also got the rotation. So they've set up on New. P2 is theirs for now. They have some very crucial gunfights they have to win, and so far we are winning them. And Afro yet again with a nice route to trade one out. Unfortunately gets cut down, and now Purge. He started out really slow in this point, and he has battled his way back to 20 and 25. Purge has got to go big here. He's got to win these points.
But Civ spawns in the back behind Afro, dude. Nasty with a good little, he hits at the teammate, but he grabs two. This has to be flawless, and with 18 seconds, they still can't win here, but it's still vital for Boston Breach to make the comeback.
Nasty is going insane on this point.
Nasty, go.
Holding it down, getting all of the time he possibly can, folks, where it's going to be even moving to New. And who's there first? It's going to be Spart holding the line by himself. Teammates coming in for the backup right behind. It's got to win it by a pistol. Yes, gets Ghosty and stays alive.
I mean,
Spart is going huge.
Goodbye. The fall, the teamwork, they hold. They take the lead onto Paris Gentlemates, but can they win it here? 20 to go.
Gentlemates, you don't even have time to take a breath. Here's the moment. This is the point.
This is the break.
Here's the push. Afro's winning it, 30 and 23. Neptune trades, but Spart's still holding the angles. Boston Breach needs 7 seconds. Gentlemates on the point. Nasty finds it with the pistol. They're holding the line with the pistol. Nasty's still alive. Boston Breach are about to do it. Boston Breach beat the Gentlemates.
I hear the stadium go crazy when that happens, and you said Boston Breach, this is not the Boston Breach that we typically see. This is a better form from them.
Unbelievable job. Spark, the man of the hour when they needed him most. Boston Breach beat the Gentlemates round 1, Group C.
What is this? What is this like?
Holy cow, 27 and 19 Spark, 31-24 Afro. 20 untraded kills. That was unbelievable job from Boston Breach. The stocks are, I know Nameless is out there. I know his family's about to have a kid. Nameless, you can now officially say the stocks are finally up for Boston Breach, taking down our Major 1 champions. Holy moly, Spider Tiff, what a series.
Yo, and it was close, right? 250 to 225. Sure, it's not going to look like that Scar hardpoint over there in map number 1, 250 to 146, but my God, or should I say mon Dieu, if we're going to be talking about Paris Gentlemates over here. Oh.
I was not expecting that. I did expect a lot better of a matchup. Again, this went to map 5 last time these two teams faced off. Boston went up 2-0. This was almost exactly what happened last time, except this time they figured out Den Hardpoint, Tiff. They were 0-3 this split.
Yeah.
Boston was 0-3 this split on Denton Hardpoint. They figured it out in the second half, and frankly, it was because of hero plays from Spart and from Afro in particular. Both of those guys getting a ton of value.
It's so crazy, too, because when you think about Paris Gentlemates having their back against the wall on some of those final rotations, they were looking really good. They got about 40 on one hill. They hit the break, and then next thing you know, Boston Breach just says, no. We're not
Unreal.
letting you grab any more time. They get to about 220. They start clawing it back. They take the lead, and then they go flawless on that hold, leaving Nasty a couple of pistols, and Boston Breach just gets scrappy.
Yeah, and I will give also a credit to Purge. Really
100%.
found his value in the latter half of that map, and frankly, that's when they desperately needed him. Again, it was that rotation from P1 over to P2, where he hangs out at P1, catches a couple of the Gentlemates as they're rotating to new, and allows Boston to soak up a gigantic money hill over at P2 to put them into the fight so that they can play for this final hill. It was really well done from Boston to claw their way back into this one. Can you call it a throw from Gentlemates? Sure, but this Boston is a different Boston than we've seen all season.
And this is the different Paris Gentlemates that we saw in Major 1.
That's
so
true.
Things are tough. We'll see next time. But for now, congratulations to Boston Breach there for that 3-1. What does this do for our bracket? Of course, because we have so many matches on a modicum of streams here. I'm looking at a FaZe Vegas, Riyadh Falcons over there down in the bottom right-hand corners. But where do Boston Breach go? They got LA Thieves on the other side.
Yeah, LA Thieves do take down Notorious 3-1. Similar matchup there, but Breach going to have to fight the Thieves in our qualifier round. Again, you got to be a top 8 team if you want to make it in to the bracket for the rest of this tournament. A couple matchups still happening across the board, though. We can look at our elimination rounds. We see Huntsman, Royal Ravens over there, as it does look like the Huntsman got 3-0'd. Koi, I believe that was on C-Stream.
Yep.
Cloud9 and Rock will be playing for their life in this tournament. And Gentlemates are going to battle against Notorious.
That'll be interesting,
Oh,
actually.
gosh.
I'm kind of excited about that one.
That's going to be a lot of fun to watch. And then it's going to be Omit versus Surge, which I believe will be happening right after this, actually, on the Delta stream. So if you want to watch that Omit team battle against Vancouver Surge for their life in the tournament after Surge lost to G2, you're going to want to stay here. I believe Taylor's going to be joining me. We'll be casting over that here in a little while as the players get set up. But Tiff, I had a blast casting with you.
It was a pleasure. That was a good game.
Any final thoughts on that matchup and that crazy series?
Nah, but if you love Call of Duty, you're in the right place because we are just getting started, especially after that banger of a matchup that we just witnessed.
Well, folks, you can go check out some other streams, but don't go anywhere because DreamHack Atlanta is going absolutely buck wild with Call of Duty. You're not going to want to miss some of these crazy elimination rounds as well that are coming up in just a moment. So we'll be back with Omit versus Search here on this stream, but there's a lot more happening all over the venue, so check it out.
exhausted, I needed the energy, needed to pick me up. I'm in your movie, but this is my cinema. I got the power, I'm built to devour. Anyone coming against me, I tower. I don't care in the pressure. Some of y'all leaving here in a stretcher. Took my time to go and get better. I was reading in the red letters. Ay, hit me with your best shot. I got time today. Feeling like a matador with that Red Bull. Oh, no, you can't stop me. I'm running my own play. For the game win, I came to pin anything that gets in my way. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. Energy, energy, energy. I need that. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. Been here, we done that. We done that. You all know what we came for. You all know what we came for. We been here, we done that. We done that. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. I'm in the game like EA. Been in my prime since pre-K. Shooting my shot from long range, going over heads like a toupee. Treat every day like payday. Y'all been living so mundane. My work week is Sunday to oh wait, that's every day. Putting in overtime, punching the clock, I'ma get what's mine. While everyone's sleeping, I'm living my dreams. I got a coin that's so divine. Lord, take the wheel like 10 and 2. I'm losing energy, I'm overdue. I've been on the top ropes, hitting my pose. Watch me hit the power moves. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. Energy, energy, energy. I need that. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Energy, energy,
shake it off. Taylor Swift, forget the trip. Back to mission, no surrender, just commitment. I see visions, eyes closed, shut, heart monitor going crazy. Medics panicking. Woke up from the stretcher in the res, removing the bandages. Hopes up, I'ma catch whoever made me suffer these damages. Power level breaking screens, they like, way, look at them scampering. Rejuvenated, reborn, I'm basically the man again. Made the world stand still, they amazed, frozen like mannequins. Kick the door off the hinges, make way, someone needs banishing. They ain't think I was able, but I'm Kane when it come to savageness. I'ma finish it, I'ma finish it, I'ma finish it, I'ma finish it, I'ma finish it,
Bom, galera, temos aqui continuação aqui.
Iniciar
Antes,
janela.
esse jogão aqui, mas antes de falar do jogo,
Exibir-se OBS Studio, 64 vídeo, 2 executando o in OBS Live, 3 horas 27 minutos e 20, projetor em tela cheia.
3 horas e 27.
talking feces cause they full of that. Ain't really G's, they GNATs, they really just next. Scratch them off, power balls, look at them spinning, they really spin off.
Nós temos 3 horas e 27, galera. Vamos ver o que dá aqui nessa bagaça.
It's really too many to mention, but no, I'm tired of y'all. Suck to infinity, you could never be my enemy. You make me look good, I should be hiring y'all. I'm
Vancouver Surge. Vai entrar agora em sequência.
amazed, frozen like mannequins. Kick the door off the hinges, make way, someone needs banishing.
Connect Country da outra liga, hein? É. Dimnet. Demet. Alguma coisa assim. É. Vamos ver o que veio, né? Que dá isso aqui, né? Lembrando a todos vocês, são 9 horas de live e meia. Então, se preparem. Estamos apenas chegando no primeiro terço da live. E às 9 vamos ter, galera, 6 horas de live. Às 9 da manhã, na hora que estou gravando isso aqui. Então quer dizer, para chegar às 9 da noite, falta muito pouco tempo também. Deve estar faltando. Porque eu servi de vocês às 2 da tarde, galera. Então, faz as contas, então vocês aí, ó. Quatro da tarde, 4:30 da tarde já. 4:30. 4:30, 5 da tarde já, galera. Então chão para Dedéu.
Oh, we're back. Yo, what's going on, ladies and gentlemen? We're over here getting notes ready. Call of Duty League, folks. Welcome back to DreamHack Atlanta. We got the lights bright because I'm going to be honest, this matchup is a huge one for both of these teams. We've got Omit versus Surge here at DreamHack Atlanta, and this is an elimination round, folks. Excited about it, Taylor.
Yeah, it is. So for Omit, if they don't win this, they play in Challengers tomorrow. They'll be top 16. Vancouver Surge, if they lose this, they're done and dusted.
Yeah.
After a regular season that wasn't necessarily the best. So this is do or die for both rosters, but it is an exciting one because if you look at the other side, Omid Noir, there was a lot of talk about them and how good they were going to be. However, they had to go against what might be the champions of this entire major, and that was Optic off the rip. Now, good points though. Their hard point, map 1, they only lost by about 40. So I'm expecting that to be instrumental here. We'll get deeper into the stats as we go along. However, for Omit, I think this series might actually be a pretty good one, and we might see an upset.
Yeah, I mean, we could see an upset. And frankly, when you think about Surge in general, they've been bottom mid of the league. So is it really an upset? Yes, because they're a pro team. And frankly, Surge has had some really good moments. They've done a little bit of roster changes recently, and they've had moments of greatness. Unfortunately, against G2 earlier, if you didn't see that on the C stream on Charlie, not a lot of good things going for them except for their S&D. They kind of run away with S&D. I believe it was 6-2 in round count in map 2 and crush G2, but G2 just run away with everything else. So I think the big question if you're a Surge fan is what can we do in the hard points, for instance? What can we do in Overload to kind of turn things around against a team that on paper we should beat?
Yeah, I think Overload is going to be okay for a team like Vancouver Surge. It's probably, I would say, their strongest game mode. However, hardpoint, it's rocky. It really is. S&D also up in the air. Again, that's why I think Omit's going to be okay. The biggest thing that I do want to point out is Omit was a roster that was created just literally a month ago. One of the other players on the roster, of course, we're talking Ethan, was quite literally competing in a different title a month ago, and he was a professional in that one. So he comes over to comp. What they've already achieved is honestly pretty incredible, right? However, if they want a little bit more, they're going to have to dig deep. A young roster. The question is, can they recover? Because you go from Optic, now you go here. Does that create self-doubt, or do you just say, hey, it was bound to happen anyways, Optic main stage, valuable experience, let's take that to the side station?
Yeah, to be honest, I think it's actually, exactly, it's side station. Like, obviously, Delta Stream doesn't necessarily mean you're in, like, a different station or otherwise, but they were on main stage against Optic to start things off.
With Green Wall screaming, and they are loud.
By the way, they could definitely hear main stage from here, like, in our mics. That's how loud it is here at DreamHack. DreamHack's been a blast to see it already. But, no, to your point, I think Omid has a pretty good chance here to kind of settle back in. They took a little bit of a break, settle back in. Unfortunately, we are running out of runway. They both lost their first rounds. Both teams at a point to be eliminated potentially. Now, of course, for our challenger-based team that have moved their way all the way up here into the Pro-Am, they've still got more games to play if they do fall into the challenger side of things. But Taylor, talk to me about bracket overall.
Yeah, bracket overall, I mean, Optic, smooth sailing, 3-0 against Omid, who we're about to watch now play against Vancouver Surge. G2 will be going against Optic relatively soon. LA Thieves managed to get the win over Notorious. Breach also pushed through. That was an exciting series.
Dude, I had a blast with that.
Oh, and Dandro is never going to let Enigma here to end the vid.
No way.
I already heard it in the green room. We take a look over on Group D where we started. Falcons, great 3-0, but Cloud9 actually looked really good. So, and they're also up against FaZe Vegas. There's a lot of questions of what FaZe Vegas would bring into this major. Biggest story, though, I want to say is when it comes to our challenger teams, you know, being the Pro-Am, we haven't had a Pro-Am in so long, right? It's only been CDL teams. They haven't made the biggest impact when it comes to our group stages. However, it is still exciting to see the challenger teams coming through, and you've got a lot of great matches. Not only the one we're about to watch, Omit versus Surge, but you have Rock Esports, Cloud9. That could very well go the distance, and Rock could upset Cloud9 in that case. Notorious Genomates, who knows where Genomates is currently sitting? That's going to be an interesting one. And then, of course, Huntsman, Royal Ravens. You've got the challenger teams now dropping down into the elimination rounds. However, I don't think it's going to be the end of them. I'm still holding on to the fact that we might see one challenger team go through into the main bracket.
I mean, yeah, do you think it's Omit, though? The matchup at hand here is a big one because you're right. Taking a look at that qualifier round, though, the problem is whether you're Surge or you're Omit, who are you going to I mean, we assume Optic wins that. Now, anything can happen. It's Call of Duty.
Right.
But if Optic wins that, G2's dropping back down into the qualifier round to make it into the bracket. So you win here, you beat Surge, you still got to face G2. Now, of all teams, G2, traditionally speaking, has been very up and down. They're either extremely hot or they're extremely cold. Today, they've been hot, and that's why Surge is down here. So we'll see this matchup, and then, of course, we'll take a look at what happens in that qualifier round to make it into the bracket. But I'm really excited to see our maps and modes here, Taylor, because this could dictate a lot. So take me through our picks and bans.
Yeah, so first and foremost, we'll see Scar. We'll see it twice, which is going to be a lot of fun. Fringe, Gridlock, and Raid. So big things to take a look at. If I'm Omit, I'm thinking, okay, the hard points, that's where I want to capitalize, because honestly, Vancouver Surge isn't historically great when it comes to Scar. In fact, they only played it once during Major 3 regular season, and they're 0-1. When it comes to Gridlock, they are 1-5. They do not find success on Scar or Gridlock. Now, granted, that's against CDL teams. It could be very different here against the Challenger. S&D, we go to Fringe first. Currently, Vancouver Surge 0-2 in the regular season. And if we get to Raid, things look a little bit better. Currently 1-0. But Raid has been the bread and butter for a lot of teams for a long time. You even go back to Black Ops 2. So it's a familiar map for everyone. Now, Overload, I'm heavily expecting that Scar to go the way of Vancouver Surge. They're currently 2-2, but in my opinion, I feel Overload is just going to be their game mode. So if I'm Omit, it is imperative to win either Scar or Fringe off the rip.
Yeah, I think it's a pretty good point. I mean, again, comparing them to the rest of the league, they're number 8 overall in S&D currently. They are number 9 overall in Overload. They're number 11 overall in Hardpoint. So to emphasize your point, I think this Hardpoint is really going to set the tone. And speaking of that Omit team, traditionally speaking, they've actually done quite well in Hardpoint, especially when our boy Ethan pops off like he did at the very beginning of that Optic matchup. For those that did watch the Optic matchup, Ethan started nearly double positive. Now, he ended even, 28 and 28, but he started out hot, and things were very even against one of the top, or the top team in the league statistically. So, again, I totally agree. This first map, not only a litmus test, but it will set the tone for this entire series.
100%, and also a litmus test just to see where Surge and Omit are mentally, you know, as players. I mean, they're coming off a loss, you know, Surge to G2, Omit to Optic. I think for Omit, the biggest thing, again, is just a younger roster. Keep your head in the game and feel invincible when you get up there on that stage. I mean, they don't have anything to lose. You know, for Vancouver Surge, they lose this, they are done for the bracket. They do not get a chance to play. For Omit, well, it's kind of the beginning, right? Yes, they missed out on the group stage. They missed out on bracket play. They won't be competing anymore in the Pro, but they still have top 16 in Challengers, and they can still make an impact in that run. So a little bit of money there, some prestige. So for Omit, still going to be okay, but I know they want to win this and win this in good fashion. I'm thinking hard points, that's where it's going to come down to. Omit, they're going to come out the gate swinging. And Scar is great for a younger roster who's like, you know, pedal to the metal. A lot of CQC fights that's going to end up taking place over on Scar. So I think that is a perfect map. When we get to Overload, though, or excuse me, when we get to Gridlock, a bit of a bigger map, Vancouver Surge with their experience might be able to pace it a bit better.
Well, folks, I can hear the sounds of gameplay in the back. I believe we're about to jump straight into game. Scar Hardpoint, just like the last series here on the Delta stream. We'll be starting with Scar, and our flip map, our map number 3 in Overload will also be Scar. So going to see that twice. Woo! Let's start it off, though, with a bang here at Mr. Taylor Reflections Noble. Let's see what can happen. Omit versus Surge for the life in the tournament, for a chance to even play for a spot in the bracket. Let's get into it.
Let's get it. So obviously we're going to be starting off with the mid hardpoint in P1. The biggest thing here is to set up for P2. This is a scrappy one, hard to get a lot of points. P2 is going to be your main focal point. For Omit, though, credit to them. They started off with the first blood. They're starting off hot and heavy, but again, Vancouver Surge with the experience should have the ability to turn around a tough game.
Yeah, a nice hold here for Gwyn to actually pick up a 2-piece and maybe even more. A lot of damage down on the backside of Omit, and we'll pick up 3 in a row here for Gwyn. This is a great hold for them, not only because they get a little bit of time on P1, Mr. Taylor, but they're also holding for P2.
That's exactly right. If they can hold on to P2, that's going to be great for Omit. Their shots seem pretty solid. Ethan doing Ethan things. Killing also had a tough series against Optic. I was curious what his mentality was going to look like, but already pretty good. 3-2 on a 2 streak. Curious who's going to get streaks first.
We were hyping up Surge for a moment of a hold for P2, but nice retake here from the boys in white. Both white, and they're, sorry, both blue, but Omit all white, and they are all white down on the bottom left-hand corner of the map on P2, holding it and soaking up a lot of that time. Unfortunately, Killy can't get both. On the opposite side, Dinza will pick up 1. Just try to hold on to this point, but it's not going to be enough.
Good job from TJ. He was on the flank. He managed to disrupt Omit's setup on the current hill. And then he had a good read on Omit spawning up behind them. So that's great. But now Omit gets favorable spawns, and they are coming in hard. 28 seconds left. A chance for Omit to break 50.
Yeah, this is a nice retake onto the point. You're able to soak up a little bit of time. Unfortunately, Surge gets 2 and then forces the other 2 back off. Here come the spawn in. Now it's going to be a full 4 on the backside. McGuinn's not waiting for anybody to make a move up these stairs. He's going to push the equation, take the high ground, finally gets traded out on the backside, but TJ Halley holding the midpoint, gonna soak up the rest of the scrap, and we're gonna see Omit over on the other side with about even.
Yeah, it was nice from Killy. He was taking over the Wizard Tower, ended up looking over to the last hill. He gets taken down, but luckily for him, because he was there, it was Ethan who was able to spawn up for next. But man, I was about to hype up Omit. They get the plane spawn, they get P3, but like you said, shut down by Lunars.
Yeah, just slow comms too. Lunars picked up 1, backed off, then reach out under plane, and gets the second one without him even looking. Brutal as TJ finds 2 off screen as well. Surge going to start taking the lead here in a dramatic fashion. And the question is, do they know Lunars is still here?
No,
still don't know! Lunars, that's 4 untraded. Finally gets traded out on the 4th. Gwyn over the top side almost picks up 1 with the pistol. Surge still in it, still on the point.
It's kind of nasty from Gwyn's perspective. Luckily, TJ is there to get the cleanup alongside that Nero for the first time. Vancouver Surge will have the lead. Just 10 seconds remaining as we look to rotate. Now look, the minimap Gwyn is already doing so, so he's going to be locking in the cutoff point for Omits. And Omits going to continue to spawn in the back lines.
Yeah, it's a really nice setup here from Surge to not only soak up the rest of the scrap, but also set up for New. They're holding Omit to the backside of the spawns. And now they're on New. But here come the route man. They're about to get paid. Let's see if they get there fast enough, especially with 1 traded out on the top side. Omit come flying in. Surge, they're able to trade out at least 1, but Dinza going huge for 2. It's going to try to open things up and make sure Surge don't get a free point.
Gosh, Dinza played that so well. He gets an opening pick on the player inside the hill. He immediately evacuates, get the kill on the outside, and then comes back for the rechow, and that allows Omit to have the current hill, but only for a moment of time. Vancouver Surge so quick to penetrate and get control back.
No big pop-off moments for Young Guns yet, but a solid map in the making for Omit. They're still going to keep channeling this point, though. There's a lot of trading of blows. 20 seconds remaining on this one. We got to start thinking about New, but right now both teams still battling and headbutting each other on the point until finally Surge is able to get the advantage and soak up the rest of the time.
Omit should have the advantage on the New hill. However, you do have Lunars. He's been slippery, hasn't he? Inside those corners. He's actually in the same corner he got a 2-piece just a little bit earlier, and they don't know. Opening pin. He gets the first hill time, but can he maintain it? Because Omit is getting the good spawns, but a nice kill coming out from Lunars. He's on fire.
Lunars is more than slippery. He is a ghost in the wind. Good grief. Finally goes down, but TJ's there for the trade. Ethan trying to do everything in between to get at least some time on this hill. Finally, they win it, and now they're on it, but we're already 25 seconds into it almost. Lunars this time cannot sneak his way onto the point, so finally Omit is going to find a little bit of value on this hill.
Yeah, Omit's playing great. One thing, though, I can say is Vancouver Surge are doing a wonderful, excellent job of breaking the hills, even if they don't get spawn priority, and that's going to be something that could bite the butt of Omits moving forward. But it's still close, and I'm holding out that Omit is going to do okay.
Here comes a big push from the Surge. Body stacking on point. Omit's going to get cut down. Only 10 seconds. It's going to be the rest of the scrap time as P1 mid-map. It's going to be potential bang out, but let's see where the spawns are. Taylor, it looks like Omit way up on the top side and just getting held.
Yeah, so we're going back to mid to that tank fight again. You want to set up for P2 if you can. Nero starting to heat up, only for a moment in time. Currently even. TJ goes to the hill. In this moment, Omit looks to get as much time as possible on a scrappy hill, and to their credit, they've got about 20 or so seconds already.
TJ's finding a lot of 1v1s that he's winning. This one he does not, though, as Killy cuts him down to stop the bleeding from the backside to allow Omit to play for the mid. Lunars, Gwyn trading out 2. It's going back the other way for Ethan. He's trying to frag out one side and chow the other, and he gets cut down. TJ yet again finding a 2-piece, holding these long angles. TJ and Lunars are getting paid.
Killy, he's going to go ahead and rotate over towards Hotel to try get priority over onto P2. Great spot for him to be at. Omit has done a stellar job of being the first team to rotate over and get spot priority. Final mid-fight is going to end up taking place 5 seconds before we start to rotate over towards New, and I highlighted Killy. He's still going to be over in that area, but Vancouver Surge isn't far behind Omit. They've got to solidify this hill.
Well, Omit get there first, and it's actually does look like DK was kind of doing God's work around mid-map to hold Surge from being able to push up the play for New. Now that they're able to, here comes a big fight. Dinza not having insane game, and unfortunately won't win that one either. Ethan still about even, now will go even, on point, picking up 2. A big take for him, not only soaking Hill, but also finding a lot of kills. Ethan doing a lot for his team right now as Dinza's trying to clean up the back line to at least think Surge, make Surge rather think twice.
Yeah, once Killy ended up falling, he didn't have that off angle. It made it a lot easier to get down and take down Killy and Ethan, excuse me. Gwyn now up top, and this is solidified at least 20 seconds for the side of Vancouver Surge. We now focus our attention over towards P3. You can already see on the minimap, Lunars is already starting to move over there.
Yeah.
Got to give him credit, man. Lunars is that guy that has truly helped Vancouver Surge have the lead that they currently have.
Gwyn has kind of sneakily had a very good map, by the way, 26 and 18, but here we go. TJ gets cut down with a nice chow there from Dinza, picking up 2. You see Gwyn on the rotation over, gets cut down by Killy, a nice read, but Lunars gets the trade out. Ethan still holding point. Ethan not only soaking up a crazy amount of time yet again, but he's also getting the kills. There's 3 Omit down low. It's going to take out the 1 Surge. Surge going to have to think twice about how to reassess this fight on plane.
It's been a long time since Omit had a lead, and here they are once again with the lead. But this time it's scary for Surge because Omit is getting closer to the 200-point mark, which means they're going to be close to closing this game out. With Surge spawning out, they look to be giving up this hill entirely. A risky move that puts Omit dangerously close to 200.
What a fantastic hill for Omit. Killy was on the low side, holding all of these flanks, gets the intel that everybody's going this way, and in the meantime, Ethan is over a minute 20 on hill. Finally, he loses his life in scrap, so Surge will pick up like 3 seconds or so as we play for new, and Omit have complete control, Taylor.
And you know the thing is, Vancouver Surge, you saw them rotating through Hotel. They wanted to lock in the next hill, and in fact, they do get it, but they committed so much. Omit is doing an incredible job. You know, I was very critical about them breaking the hills. I thought Surge had that in the bag, but no, Omit is on fire. And they are now about to break 200. Omit might be taking map 1.
Here they come. TJ Halley picking up a 2-piece means that Surge can sneak onto this point with 35 seconds and counting. It's now going to be a break potential here from Omit. But with Killy down, there's an opportunity for Surge to hold, and it looked like they will as TJ yet again finds 2. TJ gets traded out, but Surge still have man advantage on the point for a moment. But here comes Omit. We've got 193 to 173, folks. We got a game on our hands.
And TJ is already rotated over. He's going to be locking in spawns on the back end. Player 3, Lunars is going to be getting the cutoffs. Meanwhile, Nero is going to be looking at mid. They're okay with Omit having that time because now they should have all the angles covered when they rotate. I say that, but as Nero falls, now the door is wide open for Omit to push up, and they are doing so.
Here comes DK. Little donkey stomp on the backside. Watch out. TJ alone on point and immediately cut down with a nice pinch.
Great break.
Very well done from Omit, and this is going to be a gigantic hill. There's technically enough time for them to win it, but they got to win every single gunfight and more, and Gwyn's going huge. That's 1. Where's the second? Nice and weak, gets them, doesn't get the 3rd.
Yeah, Lunars. Gwyn, he was already a nuisance, then Lunars rolled up, and then made it even more difficult. Great job from Surge to recover what looked to be a very difficult recovery. Still a very, very close game. Omit on the backlines now have to find a way. They look to be rotating around, and it seems to be paying off depending. Lunars loses the fight. Killy takes them down. 15 seconds remaining. Omit continues to inch closer to 250.
They got the intel. They know Gwyn's here. He's playing high side. Gonna try to sneak over the top and pick up a couple freebies to be able to at least play for P1. Gets 1 on Killy. Gwyn's having himself a game right now, 36 and 27, and still a route man gets sniffed out this time. Ethan.
Oh my gosh.
Sniffs out the rat and Omit in a position to potentially win it here on P1, but it's going to get real mixy real quick.
This is a hill that they've been dominating. It's one that should be scrappy, but Omit has got so much time off of P1, and they could win it here if they just hold it down. You mentioned Dinza, he gets the kill needed. Vancouver Surge, they're a mile away. They've got to roll up. They've got 1 more chance, Coach.
Dinza did such a good job to pitch past 18, get the kill, force the spawn in the backside.
Challenge the hill, get on it, boys!
Unbelievable.
Come on, get on the
an
hill!
Opportunity to win right now, and they're going to do it right there with Ethan picking up a couple, Killy picking up the others, and a couple more to add injury to whatever the heck that was. Good grief. Omit win over Surge, and our first hard point here on Scar. What a way to wrap up the first game of this series. Omit crushed on P1.
A roster that was made just a month ago. Ethan, a pro in a different title, now coming in today against the CDL roster of Vancouver Surge and taking the win. Are you not entertained? Beautifully done. Omid up 1-0.
Gosh, and Gwyn had himself a map as well, too. It couldn't string into a ton of time on some of those, I don't know, P3, really? Honestly, the
P1 hurt him a lot, too.
Yeah, there was a ton of time on P1 for Omid.
A ton
of time that was given up, too. You know, I question, I believe it was P2 on the top side of the map.
Sure.
We had Surge was trying to make a play, couldn't get onto the point. They just gave up an entire point, an entire hill to go set up for new, and they barely get half of the time on P3. So I don't know. I think it was maybe an okay play if it worked out for him, but because it didn't, they went way down in overall score.
Omid looked like a very mature team in that moment. Despite being a younger roster, they were playing for spawns so incredibly well, to the point Vancouver Surge was constantly in regain. And I will say their regain potential was incredible. I was highlighting them at multiple points. They were penetrating hills even if Omid was already there. But they just couldn't hold on. The slaying power from Omid was incredible. Lunars did everything he could, and I will highlight him as one of the better players, at least for that Vancouver Surge side. But big moment. And the big thing, too, Omid comes off a heavy loss on main stage to Optic. A younger team, can they come back in mentally into the series? Well, undeniably, yes, they can. Well done.
Yeah, well done. And again, we talked about it right before we started this series. It's not a very lengthy type of show, but the thing we said was, hey, if they win this first map, which we think they probably will, this really sets the tone for the rest of this matchup. Now Surge, are they shaking in their boots? Are they saying it's all good? We regain, we move to Fringe, we move to S&D. Now, I will say this about Surge. Reminder, they did beat G2 and S&D. If anything, they're a decent S&D team compared to some of their other statistics. I mean, they're 8th in the league overall, but today they were feeling pretty good. The problem with them is that, if I'm not mistaken, they are 0-2 on Fringe S&D this split.
They are against CDL teams now. Let's keep that into account, right? So we don't know what Omid's going to bring to the table, but that is absolutely factual. They're 0-2. So Fringe isn't necessarily the strongest. Now, if we're looking at what we currently are, Omid did exactly what they needed to do to at least guarantee a map 4. And if they can get to that hard point with the way they played on Scar, I'm thinking we go to map 5. However, Fringe, S&D, if they can also lock that in, it's going to put Vancouver Surge in a very difficult spot. But it's a bigger map. It's one that allows a lot of flexibility. I think Omid is very comfortable with playing that CQC aggressive fight. A lot of challenger teams are. They like to just go in and just, you know, butt heads. Vancouver Surge is going to be okay with a slower play style that Fringe allows. So this could be a good map for Surge despite the record of 0-2.
Yeah, it's a pretty good point. And again, if there's a map they need to win, it's this one for sure, because who knows what the heck's going to happen in Overload. But here we go, folks.
Yes.
We're going to get into our search and destroy here on Fringe.
Yeah. So a couple ways you could look at this. Obviously, A side's going to be on the opposite side of the offensive side. B is normally going to be the one played for the most. That's going to be where Lunars is
exactly what's happening.
And Lunars going to call that at. Bomb should go down pretty quickly. You normally get it down, especially if they're not controlling Train too well. So good job from Omid. And they get first blood on Nero. That is big. A great start.
Yeah, player advantage, potential information advantage, frankly. Now, at this point, if we're Surge, especially losing another, we know that they are all on B right now. So we got to figure out, how do we get in? How do we isolate some ones? You know, there's probably somebody out playing mid, which is what Gwyn's looking at. Let's see. No, Ethan sniffs him out. Another rat sniffed out in mid, which means it's going to be a true 4v1. And unfortunately, the heroes will not be found. Omid go up early.
A team ace. Surge didn't even play round 1. It was almost a given. Omid took control. They weren't challenged in any respects. I thought they were going to get challenged on Train. There was a couple of shots sent out, I believe, by Nero, but it didn't end up end up working out. Then they just stay on B. They're not challenged in mid-street. Such a rough start. That is ridiculous, man. Surge, wake up.
I mean, truthfully, they got first blood, and once you had player advantage and complete control of the bomb site.
But even the fights were just messy from Surge's perspective.
No, I agree. I agree. All right, let's swap things up, switch it up, and see what we can do. Surge now on the attack. Let's take a look at a couple frags over the top to try to get some intel on B at the very least. Okay. Gwyn on the snipes, as per the usual for this Surge roster.
Yeah, he should see one mid. Should see one mid eventually. We look at Gwyn. TJ, Ethan goes for the challenge. You don't want to peek that window up top. Typically, you're going to get picked off. You know, in mid, snipers are going to be looking your way. So good job backing up.
Good morning.
Job from TJ, first blood Surge.
TJ, a nice take. He's actually feeling hot. He's going to go for the second one. Whoa, double takes it there, but Gwynn's there for the trade. Luckily, still in it, 2v2. Rather skillfully on the backside, though. DK finds an angle for Lunars. 2v1 now. Gwyn going to have to be the hero. This one a little bit easier. Sniper in hand could even the tally. Now, if you are Omit, especially with the bomb not down, take your time. Do not let yourselves get isolated into 2 1v1s.
Yeah, well said.
Gwyn now with the bomb.
You want DK and Ethan to stick together. Like you said, don't get traded. Play your numbers here.
Yeah, and that's what they're
doing.
doing.
Overzealous. Oh, Gwyn with the sniper up close, too. We can see a high. Oh, he could have got a collapse, but instead misses both. That would have been wild. Omit up 2-0, though.
Listen, I'm liking this Omit roster. I don't know what to tell you. I think Surge is feeling like they're on their heels right now. They're being pushed back. They don't have control of the map.
Right.
They're losing first bloods. They can't get a handle on this Omit roster. Because of that, they're down 2-0.
Lost offense, lost defense. Now you got Omit going back to the side that they dominated. They pushed straight through Train. No reason why they should change anything up, honestly.
Yeah, I think they just full send over to B. Let's see.
Yeah.
Here we go. Gonna change things up a little bit. Gonna go a 2-2 split this time. Gonna actually go to mid altogether for the most part. One on the far side, one through mid. Ethan gonna barrel stuff his opponent and win that gunfight. Peekaboo! 4-0, by the way, for Mr. Ethan. Feeling hot.
Yep.
There's another for Killy.
Yo, Omit is the truth right now. Yo, Looters and Gwyn. Where you at? What you got?
Dead,
Nothing. Ethan takes down one. Gwyn falls shortly after. And Omit up 3-0.
What is happening?
Look, defense, offense, doesn't matter. Surge. Man, they're still trying to wake up from that last loss against G2 a little bit earlier. This is not the team I was expecting to see.
I'm trying to wake up. What is happening in this S&D, dude?
This is why. But look, exciting for Omit. Like, Omit fans out there, look at Optic. They lose heavy on main stage. Now they come over and they're staying alive. Is Omit the only challenger team to potentially carry the torch into the bracket?
You got to start here, and you got to do it again in the next round, likely against G2, but we'll get there when we get there. Still plenty of COD to be played. Quick push over. It looks like Surge are going to take a peek at B. Nice and slow this time around. Kind of 2-2, but then they're going to send one over into mid. Our bomb carrier getting sniffed out onto the point and taking a bit of damage.
Got Killy trying to go for the flank for Omids, but he's being kept in check by Nero. Killy will go ahead and back off that. You don't want to overextend. No reason to push
Lunars
up.
again, first blood. Holy cow. Surge have a chance.
They do, but they've got to play this carefully because you've got to lock in bar. Nero does catch Killy, who gets a bit overzealous.
No
Great angle from Ethan, though.
Can't stem here.
No. Bomb looks to be going down, too, so time is going to be running. No, it's not, excuse me. They're going over towards A.
3v2, and it looks like our Omit friends are completely split. Oh, could have gotten. Oh, it hits it over the top of the pistol. Uh-oh, 2v2, bomb going down on A. Opportunity knocks here, Mr. Ethan. Let's see what we can do.
Stay together, play your numbers. It's a hard hill to break, or it should be a hard bomb site to break, especially going 30 seconds. Dents is going to take the long way around alongside his teammate of Ethan. This could work. Gwyn is a little bit isolated by himself inside the building, so technically if they can double push, Nero goes for the turn. They can get it, that's one, but he can't secure it. Denza.
Oh, in the corner, doesn't check his corners. Oh, it's gonna be a hard one anyways. With time, desperately needed that surge where it looked like a free one after they get the first blood. Almost turns into a full breakdown, but a nice play here. Nice composure from Surge after losing 3 in a row to restabilize, set up well, not do anything too crazy, win the fight. Well done.
They needed that. Surge fans rejoice. Maybe some life coming out from Vancouver Surge. Not a lot as the moment. They're kind of running on fumes, but start off with Ethan, who's had a stellar game, 7-2. He's been absolutely on fire. If I'm Omit, I go back to the bread and butter of what's been working. I go down Train, and I just try to at least put pressure onto B, but instead, they're going hot into A.
I think Ethan's going to catch at least one lacking. We're actually going to get a couple trades off screen. Gwyn goes down. Ethan takes another out. All of a sudden, you blink and you missed it, and Vancouver Surge has one alive.
It's going to be Lunars. He's made some massive plays before. Maybe not in Surge, though. He's 1-4, but you go back to the last map on Scar, he was incredible, but this is a tall task. A 1v3, bomb already down. time running against you,
got info.
and you're getting baited. He got info, but not much. He'll get double chowed. He's forced to back away. Omid at this point is okay with the kill, but they're also okay with wasting time. And,
Ethan!
Well, they'll go ahead and get it. Yeah, you know, Ethan has been great, man. He's been on fire. And one thing that happened that round that Surge just was not ready for. Surge was ready to overextend through A and go on the flank and go through spawn. They haven't tried that yet, but unfortunately, Omid was ready to push directly into A, and they did it at the perfect time because as soon as they got there, they were on the backside of Surge going straight through A. So ended up working out perfect timing.
No, I totally agree. The timing worked out very well for Omid because of the way they pushed in through mid rather than trying to chow that doorway. They're able to catch a couple members of Surge unaware and then win the gunfight. But here we go. This is a big one. 4-1 Omid. Surge on the attack. Looks like they are going to kind of follow in suit. Actually go 2-2 split again. Try to maybe give a few bits of intel over at B to pull potentially the last remaining member of Omid over. Gwyn maybe looking for a foot shot, but it's not enough. He's quite weak now. Omid know it, and they've got to stun in on him as well to keep the intel that he is still here. And a nice push-up actually from him so he didn't get caught in the shoulder on the right-hand side. TJ picks up the first blood on DK, and TJ picks up another pistol in hand. Finally, Surge have some momentum, but Ethan's still trading out kills on the other side. Finally, now a 3v1. Omid in deep trouble on this one.
Yeah, very much so. 1v3. Killy knows, okay, maybe they come A, because typically when Surge gets the man advantage, they like to then rotate over to A, get those CQC players up into the corners. Lock it in. It's just very secure, right, as opposed to B, which is a bit more open. It allows Killy a bit more wiggle room to kind of work with. But I digress. They might actually fully commit to B, which is going to leave Killy potentially with good timing to get a pick on one of the three, but he's moving a bit slow.
Yeah, actually, he's going to be able to, not quite pick up TJ. He's a little slippery, and then Lunars gets the trade out. I mean, little to no chance he wins that, but either way you look at it, still not even picking up TJ is nice for your Surge fans. And it also is nice, by the way, that Ethan's streak was cut down. So not looking for any Hellstorms this time around. Ethan is on a banger right now, triple positive. And one of the main reasons that this team is doing so well here in Surge, but this kid is twisted.
Dude, again, he was a pro in a different title a month ago. Like,
dude, he played his first cup a month ago. What are we doing?
Like, yo, hey, just built different, 10-3. Flex on him, baby, because you know you're feeling good. Here's Omid, offensive side, potentially on match point if they can take this round. Big moves from them. And it looks like they're going to play this a little bit slower. In fact, still in spawn, they're going to make a wrap over towards A, something they haven't tried yet.
Nice stun over the top to hit DK. Know that they're here. You know Omid's at least looking at A. We've got a couple bodies over here, and because of that, Omid, having given up a bit of intel, may try to swing back towards B. We'll see. He's definitely slower, like you said, Taylor.
Yeah, a little bit weird, honestly. I mean, curious what Omid wants to do. You push through this choke point. I guess you got a Wolfpack, and they're going to do exactly that.
Nice
Surprisingly, they pick up Nero, and they open up an opportunity for themselves on A.
They just got, I think Surge just got nervous. We stunned them freaking 45 seconds ago, and they just waited. Bided their time. Now with player advantage, here comes Omid. Nero off the table means Omid, with the power play, can move in on A and gonna have to throw it down. Ethan trades him out. Nice pickup on TJ. Gonna be a 3v2. Gwyn feeling lucky with that sniper close range. But go for something sneaky here. They don't know where Killy's at. Killy's made a huge wrap, and Gwyn is able to get one on Dinza, but Gwyn is last alive in a 1v2, and Bomb is down. Oh, good morning. Gwyn. Can we also send him to bed? Let's see.
Oh, here it is. Pros don't fake, so Gwyn is expecting a challenge here. He doesn't get it, though, unfortunately. You would think.
He saw him, right?
Risky and push out. 1v1, DK versus Gwyn. DK holds it down, and Omid on match point.
Holy. I thought he saw him earlier. I don't think he did. He pushes out. We saw him obviously through smoke, and I thought he got a glimpse of his head. But DK actually gets the first shots in because Gwyn just barely didn't see him. Gwyn almost was a hero.
But Gwyn making that move, throwing the smoke down, obviously, now you're thinking if you're DK, he's going to be on bomb. He's going through defuse. Pros don't fake. However, DK reads the situation well, holds back, and manages to secure the 1v1. If he pushes into smoke, surely he's dead. That was a heads-up play, an experience play from DK.
Yeah, really good call out. Nice patience. Here we go. Surge on the attack. Gonna take a look at A yet again. Gwyn gets a hit marker. That's brutal. TJ, though, actually is able to trade one out, and that's Ethan down, top Slayer Alp. We lose TJ, we lose Nero yet again. Omid in a power position. player advantage in better position. Gwyn gets cut down. Or Omit about to go up 2-0. Holy cow.
Looks like they're about to. Only one more player left. It's Lunars. He's been put in this spot many times. Hops over, manages to get one. Now it's Killian Dent to turn around, knifes the air, and Omit takes map number 2 to lead 2-0 over our CDL roster of Vancouver Surge.
Ooh, buddy. This Omit team, they got, I don't know what they did in the interim between the Optic match and this one.
Yes.
But they are looking like they are in final form. Very clean game 1 and game 2. Sneaky in many ways, but take a look at Ethan, man. Almost goes over double positive. I mean, he goes 11 and 5, 7 untraded kills, crazy damage in S&D.
Yeah.
And really led the team to the early success of the map, but it was DK closing things out in the last couple rounds to keep their teams alive. Really well done.
Really well done indeed. Vancouver Surge, where are you at? Can you reverse sweep? You're going to have to. Currently 0-2 Omit fans are absolutely excited. A chance for a challenger team to finally get a W.
Yeah, finally get a W. They're up 2-0 going into the elimination round. Man, I'm so excited. And we're going to be headed back to Scar, this time on Overload. So Taylor, right back to you, man. Overload, you were saying it's Surge all day, and now it has to be Surge. You still standing by that?
I don't know. Surge has not awoken since Scar Hard Point. They weren't pushing the hills. I mean, it wasn't that bad on our point, but that Search and Destroy was absolutely devastating. And the thing is, the slaying power is in the side of Omit. I'm thinking Scar. I think this could be a 3-0 Omit. I'm going to say it. I think it could be. They got the momentum, and there's nothing slowing them down.
Look, I've been a big fan of Surge throughout the last several splits for a chance for them to kind of wake up, move up the ranks. It's been touch and go for a little bit, had moments of greatness, but can't put it all together.
That's right.
Now is the moment. They are, folks, they are out of this tournament if they lose Scar Overload. Holy moly. I'm so pumped to get into this one, Taylor. But before we do that, we are going to head to a very short break so the players can regroup and prepare for some Overload. Folks, you are not going to want to miss this. DreamHack Atlanta, it has been a banger thus far. It's still day 1 of the Call of Duty League. A lot of matches happening around the scene. Pop over to those, and you're going to want to pop right back here because one of these challengers rosters is about to take down a CDL roster if they're not careful. We'll be right back in just a moment. Welcome back to the Call of Duty League, folks. DreamHack Atlanta. As a reminder, maybe you're just popping between streams. Omid is up 2-0 in the series on series point here in Overload, back on Scar. Omid win this. Holy moly, Surge are out of here.
Well, this should be arguably the best game mode for Surge, at least in this series, but I'm looking at a lot of whites on the kill feed, and it's Omid, of course, lighting it up as Killy already takes the ball and starts progressing over towards A. And in fact, I think he might be able to get it in, but shut down at the 1 yard line by TJ.
Yeah, there's just too many people there able to hold it. Almost snuck in one very, very quickly, but you're right. We're going to take the ball up towards Plane. And we'll see what we're able to do with it. Unfortunately, we're just going to push the ball back a little bit, and then it's going to be immediately back in Omid hand, and they're going to go swinging at A aggressively. At this point, you've got to be yelling in your comms to your team, where are you? You are not sorry about that one if you're Omid fans, though, because my goodness, that was a freebie on A.
And that was all started by Dinza.
Oh, see you later.
Yo, Dinza's on fire. Dinza was the reason why that ball was captured.
What are we doing?
That, he's still in spawn. The man's on a 3 streak. He's 7-2.
Just
First
run
we
it
were
back.
talking Killy, then we're talking Ethan and DK, and now we're talking Dinza. This roster's insane.
Just running back straight into A. Bash your head into the A goal, Omid. That's 2 in a row. Surge with a complete breakdown. Had no idea where Dinza was at. Wipes 3, and they send it right into the goal again. 2 up in a matter of a minute and a half. Holy moly, this Omid roster is about to take it to Surge, folks. Surge is out of the tournament if they lose this map.
Surge is already saying, let's look forward to Major 4, bro. Like, at this point, Omid handing over the torch is Vancouver. Surge saying, challenge your team. You guys got it. Hey,
here we go.
Let's see what you can do. TJ, he can't get anything going, and Omid continues to control the map. But can we see Nero finally get the score? Nope.
Dins is 11-3. This guy is having his game right now. All of the members of this team have had moments of greatness in this series, but Dinza is quadruple positive as they are up 2-0 to start things off. Lunars tries to challenge Ethan, punishes him for it. Don't peek this time around. You're not moving anywhere towards B, and now Omid have the ball and are making a quick push towards B for a moment, but it's looking like, I want to say, they're giving the call to go back to A, and there's a nice sneaky play. Again, bash your head into the A goal over and over again. A bait and a switch right into the A goal.
Bro, they can't even get out of their spawn. DK holding it down. If it's not DK, it's Dinza. This man is 12-4.
Good
finally
grief.
shut down the ball just right there next to the scoreline. But finally Surge manages to get it. Doesn't mean they're going to be able to score it, of course. You got Omid already ready to go, flying through mid.
Yeah, really good job this time from Surge, though, to get it out of here. Don't stay next to the goal with the ball. We're going to get it all the way down to the south side of the map as Lunars finally wins a gunfight on the other side. He is even, trying to do everything he can to keep his team in this tournament, but Ethan picks up a 2-piece, sees the third, and should get the trade out with him. It doesn't even lose his life. We're about to see another goal. We're about to go to halftime. 4 up, 4 down in less than 3 minutes, or right at it. Holy moly, Taylor Reflections Noble. Omid is about to do the unspeakable.
3-0 Vancouver Surge? You want to talk about win in yourselves, brother. I mean, that's it. If Omid doesn't make it to the bracket, I'm going to be so disappointed because there's no way they lose this series. They're up 4-0. Surge is yet to wake up. I continue to harp on it. Where you at, Nathan? Well, now he's starting to continue to tear it up like he's been doing all series long.
Got nothing to lose. Swapping sides here, folks. Scar, Overload. There was a moment where he thought this was going to be the map that Surge would turn everything around, hit 3 in a row, and potentially still win this. But Omid is proving that Hardpoint and S&D were not flukes. They have complete control over this series and are up 4-0. Second half better be a huge changing of tides. I don't know what happened in the 30 seconds of halftime, but I'm hoping for a prayer if I'm Surge.
Needed a pep talk for sure. Ethan challenges mid. You're not even looking. You shoot shots at everybody on Surge, and nobody even looks at Ethan, who just continues to push up. Nero's not going to know he's there. I mean, that's not his fault. Omid is
he stuck all the way through it. Oh, almost wins the gun on Gwyn. Here comes the ball carrier, though, going to push up. This time Surge have respawned in the right spot, so they're able to hold here on B, keep the defense alive. Here's the problem. When you're down 4-0, you can't just play good defense. You have to be pedal to the metal. If I'm Surge, you have to fly at your opponent. You need goals every which way you can find them, and Hellstorm over the top will take down Nero to try to clear the pathway. Parkway, at the very least, make this push that comes in towards the B goal very weak.
Yeah, the Hellstorm is at least going to slow them down. It's a cherry on top getting the additional kill. Player 6, which is Achilles, should be able to grab the ball, or at least 7, whoever, to continue to push
be blocker,
through. The point is, you just want to continue to move it down the goal line, right? So Vancouver Surge has a more difficult time getting over. Dinza, nice shots, beautifully done. I mean, yeah, G's is definitely it. I'm constantly in awe at how well Omid continues to play.
Yeah, they're just reading all these plays, and this time TJ does win the gunfight against Dinza, but TJ was trying out on a nice flank, trying to find some room on the backside to make this push look weak. But look at this, another score potentially for Omid. That's a sneak in, a little BM, and a swing back, almost gets the kill as well. Omid go up 5-0 on Vancouver Surge.
Yes.
No one can stop Dinza. Ethan 17 and 11, Killy's even. Unbelievable job from Omid to stomp Surge and win nearly every gunfight.
Yo, Killy, that snap was disgusting. Look, this is the thing. Vancouver Surge is constantly in the regate blender, trying to break out of their spawn. I mean, let alone the ball. They can maybe touch it, but as soon as they do, Omid is there to shut them down. Dinz is 21 and 12. Here comes another attempt, and it might be good. It might be shut down. Now still 0 and 5, and Omid continues to dominate.
Omid's just playing team ball. They're playing the trades perfectly.
Disgusting.
It's 5-0, and it's not even close. We're winning the gunfight with the pistol.
Just end it. I mean, this is ridiculous. Surge, what is going on? Omid has dominated this series.
There's no need to force the equation here, but if you're a Omid fan, you want to see a few more goals. Why the heck not? Killy finds one, looks for the second, can't quite connect on the TJ, and will get cut down. But Surge have 3 on the top side, and their 4th is spawning here as well. So with the bomb down, this could be an opportunity for Surge to make a play. DK yet again playing spoiler. Any bit of momentum that Surge find, they can't use. Killy gets cut down, but who's behind him? Ethan, he also loses life. Finally, a glimpse, a moment of maybe we can push forward. Maybe we can block and actually shove this one into A.
This should be it. I mean, for goodness sake, Surge, this should be a score. I say that, but Dinza is there. He's been the Reaper. He's been the Reaper, and he continues to be so. He can't be stopped. Surge can't get a score. Just a minute 40 left.
Dinza goes absolutely massive for the triple to hold the line on A, and now Omid not only have the ball, but Ethan's finding a 2-piece in mid to clear the way, maybe over to B. Let's see what they decide to do with it. No, they're gonna run it over to the north side. They know this team, Surge, is spawning out into A, and they're just wiping the entire team. How about a 6th?
A minute left, basically. I don't know, mathematically impossible at this point unless they could just do the running man route. I mean, Surge, at this point, even if they didn't have Omid on the map, could Surge even score 6 goals in the span of a minute? I don't know. Dinton's on the flank. He's mowing them down. Pistol out. Gwyn gets the trade, but it's not enough. And now it's 7-0. Omid, you have managed to do it. This is a challenger team that finally gets a victory.
They're trapped in the back line, folks. They're about to 3-0 Surge. Omid is just having fun on the map right now. Ethan is about to be double positive, 30 and 16, 31, 32. Ethan is inevitable, and Omid win the series. Are you kidding me?
Win the series is an understatement. 250 to 197, 6-2 on S&D Fringe, and here they end up dominating. Vancouver Surge can't get even out of their spawn. Omid takes a heavy loss to Optic. And I mean a heavy loss to Optic. Granted, that S&D was okay losing by just 40 points. On main stage, a young roster formed a month ago comes in and dominates this roster of Vancouver Surge, who's in the CDL.
Good grief.
Ethan, 32 and 16, but Dinza, Killy, DK, all had incredible moments.
Golly. Where's that blender sponsorship? Somebody pick up Omid because they put Surge in the biggest blender you can find, industrial size, man. Obviously, Ethan, the story there, going double positive, just raking in the kills. I mean, stat padding at the end. But Dinza was the hero of that map. There's no question about it. Not only holding the line on defense, but clearing the way on the offensive side as well. Unreal job from Omid to frankly stomp their opponents. Again, that hard point was decently close, back and forth all the way till the end, and then Omid did a really good job of closing it out, which is why they're up by 53. But S&D wasn't close.
No.
They got nearly every first blood. Scar, of course, overload. I mean, we're not just not close. They go 8-0. They put 8 goals in.
Dude, it was ridiculous. I think Vancouver Surge maybe had like 3 chances to score in totality of that entirety of Scar Overload. Yeah, dude, I had a narrative coming into this. I really thought Scar was going to go to the way of Vancouver Surge, but I mean, you know, looking at the stats, you knew Surge wasn't a spectacular team. They definitely had their struggles. They haven't been able to excel in any of the game modes, and in this case, Omit take advantage of that. And I mean, just so proud of a young team like this, and especially, again, Ethan, to come from a different title a month ago where he was professional and come into this and do as well as he did. I mean, Ethan, you know, ever since Mercules was brought up, right, you know, everybody's been looking for that next challenger player. I'm not saying Ethan is necessarily it, but it just, this year has been so exciting from a challenger's perspective.
Yeah.
You know, just seeing these teams, and I think it's reinvigorated so many of the challengers players because now they see an actual path to the CDO, an actual path to obviously making their dreams come true. And in this case for Omid, this is just one of those steps.
Also, huge shout out EU talent here, right? I think there's a lot of conversations, NA versus EU. What are they doing in their challenger circuits? This roster was a big question mark. Omit Noir, now Omit here on main stage. And frankly, not only do they prove that they can compete, Young Guns can absolutely compete. DK and Ethan have a bright, bright future potentially in this league, hopefully in this league eventually. But also shout out to my boy Bance, man.
Sure.
This guy's been around the scene for a while, and obviously whatever he did between the Optic series and this one, obviously Surge versus Optic, not necessarily close in terms of current stats of what they've been able to do this season, but even still, whatever the pep talk was, or frankly, the pre-program planning against this team, they could predict this matchup to some degree, and he had a plan because every single time Surge tried to do something, they were sniffed out.
Yeah, I don't know what Bance told him specifically, but if I had to guess, it's just, again, a younger roster telling him, look, it's okay, chalk it up short-term memory, come into this next series knowing that you are the best team.
Yeah, ego, chow everything, I guess, was the call.
And that's exactly what they did. You know, Bance, shout out to you, man, because, again, a younger roster, it's easy to get derailed. He clearly kept them on track.
Yeah, and big shout out to the veterans as well. Aspect. Denza went crazy that last match. So, again, it's a whole team effort. They got a bright future. They're not done yet as well, and they're not in the bracket yet as well. So this is a big win for them. Let's take a look at it. They're waiting on that Optic G2 matchup that's going on right now, and it's 1-1, by the way.
Right.
So G2 is feeling hot right now, and reminder, G2 did just beat Surge a moment ago 3-1.
Yep.
So Amit, still a tall task ahead of you, likely seeing G2, but you never know what could happen to make it into the bracket, and they would be the first challengers team to do so if they were able to get there. But Taylor, talk to me about the rest of the bracket that we're seeing.
Well, Toronto Koi, Miami Heretics is going to be incredible. Very excited for that, especially with them 3-0ing their respective teams that they played against in the winners round. It's going to be fun to watch them. Of course, for Huntsman Royal Ravens, we'll see how that one's going to end up unfolding. Falcons, though, surprisingly a big win, right? 3-0 over FaZe Vegas. Big win. A lot of questions about this FaZe roster. How good were they going to be coming into this major? Well, now questions continue to remain. Now, we take a look at the Rock Cloud9. It was an exciting matchup that I was personally looking forward to. I expected Rock, who was heavily favored as one of the challenger teams, to maybe make an impact, but Cloud9 has their number, clearly not losing any faith after that Falcons loss. And let's face it, they still looked good despite them getting 3-0'd. What do we see on the left?
Yeah, I mean, Notorious and Gentlemates is our other challengers roster here in the Pro-Am that's made it to this stage. Obviously, they lose out early against a really strong and, frankly, a lot of momentum behind them right now after winning the minor. LA Thieves in a position to play Breach in just a moment. So Notorious, I would say they have a tall task ahead of them to play Gentlemates, but based on the series that I casted with Gentlemates are not final form. They're obviously not the major win champion team that we're used to seeing. They're up and down, and the question is, can they rally after a 3-1 loss to Breach? So, a lot going on, but the first team to make bracket is Falcons. So congratulations to Falcons, and a big congratulations to Omit for winning against Surge. Folks, we are not even close to done yet. We've still got plenty more series to go on all of our streams out there. So thanks for tuning into the Delta Stream Coach Reflections. We had a friggin' blast, but we are not done yet. We're going to take a very short break, and you'll see another matchup here shortly.
Said I needed the energy, needed to pick me up. I'm in your movie, but this is my cinema. I got the power, I'm built to devour. Anyone coming against me, I tower. I don't cave under pressure. Some of y'all leaving here in a stretcher. Took my time to go and get better. I was reading in the red letters. Ay, hit me with your best shot. I got time today. Feeling like a matador with that Red Bull. Oh, no, you can't stop me. I'm running my own play. For the game win, I can't pin anything that gets in my way. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. Energy, energy, energy. I need that. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Been here,
swift, forget the trip. Back to mission, no surrender, just commitment. I see visions, eyes closed, shut, heart monitor going crazy. Med is panicking. Woke up from the stretcher in the reds, removing the bandages. Hopes up, I'ma catch whoever made me suffer these damages. Power level breaking screens, they like, way, look at them scampering. Rejuvenated, reborn, I'm basically the man again. Made the world stand still, they amazed, frozen like mannequins. Kick the door off the hinges, make way, someone needs banishing. They ain't think I was able, but I'm came when it come to savageness. I'ma finish it, 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 I'ma finish it. Still got a little fight, 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 I'ma finish it. Little this, little that, everyone pulling triggers full of max. Talking feces cause they full of that. Ain't really G's, they GNATs, they really just next. Scratch them off, power balls. Look at them spinning, they really spin offs. Getting me dizzy, give me a headache, maybe when I turn my head off, I could really use the Tylenol. Candy rappers talking good and plenty, it's really too many to mention, but no, I'm tired of y'all. Suck to infinity, you could never be my enemy. You make me look good, I should be hiring y'all. I'm reborn, I'm basically the man again. Made the world stand still, they amazed, frozen like mannequins. Kick the door off the hinges, make way, someone needs banishing. They ain't think I was able, but I'm came when it come to savageness. I'ma finish it, 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 I'ma finish it. Still got a little fight, 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 I'ma finish it.
Welcome back, everyone, to Major 3. Hey, we're here, DreamHack Atlanta. It's been absolutely stellar. We just witnessed Omit take down the Surge in sensational fashion. 3-0, wasn't even a competition. Can we get a repeat? Huntsman now come and take the stage against Carolina Royal Ravens. I'm Taylor Reflections Double, joined by Spider Tiff. We're going to be calling to action for this series, and it is, hopefully, going to be a good one.
I'm ready for a good one. Look, if you're going to tell me that Omit Noir is going to get that crazy, I hope that the Huntsmen can do it here against the Ravens. You know I'm all about these challengers teams looking to make names for themselves. They're looking for that land buff, getting comfortable, and maybe a bit of vengeance that they so desperately need, especially after the Huntsmen did get 3-0'd earlier today.
Yeah, both of them got 3-0'd. So you got two teams coming in with similar stories, right? Similar paths. However, different potential results. Obviously, for Carolina Royal Ravens, they lose, they are done. Their chances of bracket play is no longer there. They will no longer be playing in Major 3. They'll have to chalk it up to Major 4. Huntsmen, however, would be going to Challengers. So their journey isn't done, but at least it would be finished for the CDL portion of Pro-Am of things. So Huntsman, an exciting roster. Going to be great to see Renegade throw his hat in the ring. Obviously coming from a different title. You know the title. Renegade, an absolute legend when it comes to esports. Now looking to do some Call of Duty. And you know what? Halo, different title pros, excuse me.
This guy.
Have done a really good job transitioning into Call of Duty. You know, honestly, they just hit their shot. So
Shooter's going to shoot, okay? That's
shoot.
all you need to know. If you're good shooting your weapon and you got the gunny, let it apply to COD and let it fly.
That's right. What are we looking at here? I mean, obviously, we've got some great, or at least a great bracket. We witnessed Falcons make it all the way through. They're going to be the first. Well, excuse me. Now we got Optic up at the top as they officially get the win against G2. Very, very well done from them. So Falcons, Optic have made it through, which means we've got two qualifier rounds solidified. FaZe Vegas versus Cloud9. Got G2 and Omits that's going to be playing as well. It's going to be a lot of fun to see who's going to end up moving forward, who's going to end up losing. Omit, again, going against G2. Keep your eyes out for that one. I don't care what stream it's on. You need to be watching it on a side monitor. Omit has a crazy story.
Yeah, they definitely do. And of course, on the bottom left-hand side of things, LA Thieves taking on Boston Breach. That Boston Breach win against the Parish Gentlemates did occur on the D stream earlier. If you haven't seen it, go check it out. It was really impactful. Right now, LA Thieves did take a map onto Boston Breach, so very interesting. Of course, on the top right-hand side of things, you can see kind of where our journey with the Huntsmen and Royal Ravens did begin. Carolina Royal Ravens, you're right, 3-0'd by the Heretics. And they were looking really solid. Same with Koi that was able to take down Huntsman. Now, hopefully, the Huntsmen can take the axe to the Ravens and live to see another round for the Carolina Royal Ravens. Like you said, Reflections, backs up against the wall.
That's right.
Do or die, baby.
That's right, and everything to lose, honestly. Huntsman, everything to gain, right, from this series. It's going to be a great one for sure. Taking a look at our maps and modes, of course, Colossus, Den, Scar, and then Raid to finish off. It's going to be nice to see those Dens, and honestly, whoever wins that search on Den is going to have a big advantage going into the Den right after on Overload. Yeah,
good shout on the Den, S&D. I mean, Huntsman did just play this map up against Koi. However, it did end in a 6-2 fashion. But the fact that they were able to net themselves 2 rounds, so you just have to know, hey, maybe Renegade, as long as he goes massive in that S&D mode, Johnny clutching up, kind of putting some more kills, could be a complete turn in the tide. But obviously, since we haven't seen these two teams in a head-to-head matchup, it's hard to say historically wise. It's the Challengers circuit, or the Challengers teams, with everything to prove and everything to gain.
That's right. You know, for Huntsman anyways, it's going to be exciting to see how they're going to adapt on Search and Destroy after taking that 2-6 loss. You know, when you think about certain players transitioning from different titles coming over, Search is a very difficult game mode to kind of understand and lock in and adapt
he
to.
He still did good. He went positive, or he tried, almost.
Well, and you know what? That's good, but obviously it's a team effort, and you can go positive. Your stats can look good.
That's the hard part, right?
But if you're not playing with your team and you're not executing properly, a well-formed team is going to take you down. In this case, Royal Ravens might have the advantage. But it's going to be exciting to watch them on Hardpoint, especially on Overload, to see how that's going to end up unfolding. Look, I'm ready for another upset.
You know, especially if you're fresh off that matchup that you just cast, I can see you just witnessed the Omit Noir victory. You're riding the high. Now, you just send that energy right on over to the Huntsman. Let them know Colossus Hardpoint to kick things off. Now, neither of these teams did play Colossus in their prior matches where they went 0-3. You had Den Hardpoint on the side of Carolina Ravens, and you also had that Den Hardpoint for the Huntsman.
Okay.
You're not actually going to see it anywhere. It doesn't get banned, but no one's too keen on picking it.
Sure. I mean, yeah.
A little trauma there. It's fine.
You know, hey, look, it's it hits deep sometimes. It definitely does. Now, being on the side station might actually be a benefit for both of these rosters. Could definitely elevate them in terms of the pressure not being there as much as it would be like if they were on a main stage broadcast. But either way, going to be super fun to see how this is going to work out. Great to see Brack, obviously, back now on the Huntsman. You know, a talented player, been around Call of Duty for a long, long time, a veteran in his own right. So going to be great to see him. Swooty, Johnny as well. Two wonderful players. Renegade, again, for me personally, knowing him as a player across multiple titles in the past, like, it's going to be great for me to watch him at least and cast over him for a little bit. Royal Ravens, though, I mean, they've got some talented players, you know, Exceed, Craze, Lurks, Fire.
I'm excited for Fire.
For sure, and Fire's got a lot of hype recently.
Yeah, he definitely has. I mean, obviously he did break into the scene and may have not had the hottest start when it came to the CDL. Got sent back down to Challengers and kind of threw down on that Bush roster, right? Was really consistent, earned his way back up into the mix, and now you look for him to make those plays that he so desperately does to stay kind of in the league, right? But for Huntsman, what do they want to do? They want to get some of their players into the league.
That's it. And
this is their showing, you know?
And for all challenger teams, right?
Exactly.
It's like, this is quite literally your audition, right? I mean, yes, you want
That's
to make
a good way to put it.
It is. You know, you want to make it to the bracket. You want to win some money. You want to make an impact. Who knows? You maybe want to win the entire thing. Then that would really make things interesting, right? But it is your audition. The better you play, the better your chances of potentially making it to this year's CDL or maybe next year's CDL. And for Huntsman, that's what they're going for.
I'm ready for it. Look, I'm ready for it. If you're going to come out swinging, especially on Colossus Hardpoint, it's a map that a lot of people obviously have that familiarity with.
Sure.
Do they get super aggro on that P1? Does it get scrappy? I mean, we've seen some people just full on run for P1 and be like, I want 40 right here. They put their stake in and it's like, okay, cool. And they end up losing anyways. Like, look, it happens, right?
It
like,
does, yeah.
You don't want to start off too high.
Yeah, definitely. So, super exciting series, obviously, for a challenger team looking to go all the way. We'll see if they can. Keep the conversation going in chat. We're going to take a quick break as we figure some things out. When we come back, the series will be on.
exhausted, I needed the energy, needed to pick me up. I'm in your movie, but this is my cinema. I got the power, I'm built to devour. Anyone coming against me, I tower. I don't cave under pressure. Some of y'all leaving here in a stretcher. Took my time to go and get better. I was reading in the red letters. Ay, hit me with your best shot. I got time today. Feeling like a matador with that Red Bull. Oh no, you can't stop me. I'm running my own play. For the game win, I came to pin anything that gets in my way. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. Energy, energy, energy. I need that. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. Been here, we done that. We done that. You all know what we came for. You all know what we came for. We been here, we done that. We done that. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. I'm in the game like EA. Been in my prime since pre-K. Shooting my shot from long range, going over heads like a toupee. Treat every day like payday. Y'all been living so mundane. My work week is Sunday to oh wait, that's every day. Putting in overtime, punching the clock, I'ma get what's mine. While everyone's sleeping, I'm living my dreams. I got a coin that's so divine. Lord, take the wheel like 10 and 2. I'm losing energy, I'm overdue. I've been on the top ropes, hitting my pros. Watch me hit the power moves. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. Energy, energy, energy. I need that. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Been here, done that. You all know
Taylor Swift, forget the trip. Back to mission, no surrender, just commitment. I see visions, eyes closed, shut, heart monitor going crazy. Medics panicking. Woke up from the stretcher in the reds, removing the bandages. Hopes up, I'ma catch whoever made me suffer these damages. Power level breaking screens, they like, way, look at them scampering. Rejuvenated, reborn, I'm basically the man again. Made the world stand still, they amazed, frozen like mannequins. Kick the door off the hinges, make way, someone needs banishing. They ain't think I was able, but I'm came when it come to savageness. I'ma finish it, 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 I'ma finish it. Still got a little fight, 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 I'ma finish it. Little this, little that, everyone pulling triggers full of max. Talking feces cause they full of that. Ain't really G's, they GNATs, they really just next. Scratch them off, power balls. Look at them spinning, they really spin offs. Getting me dizzy, give me a headache, maybe wanna tear my head off. I could really use the Tylenol. Candy
Ó, Carolina Ravens vai enfrentar a galera. Hudson. Não sei de onde é esse time, não sei.
Iniciar já captura de todo. Desligar OBS Studio 64-bit. Já OBS 20 Live 5 horas 14 minutos e 19. Projetor em tela cheia.
Nós faltam 4 horas, hein? De live ainda pra vocês, galera. Riva pai na bunda aí.
exhausted, I needed the energy, needed to pick me up. I'm in your movie, but this is my cinema. I got the power, I'm built to devour. Anyone coming against me, a tower. I don't cave under pressure. Some of y'all leaving here in a stretcher. Took my time to go and get better. I was reading in the red letters. Ay, hit me with your best shot. I got time today. Feeling like a matador with that Red Bull. Oh, no, you can't stop me. I'm running my own play. For the game win, I can't pin anything that gets in my way. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. Energy, energy, energy. I need that. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. Been here, we done that. We done that. You all know what we came for. You all know what we came for. We been here, we done that. We done that. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. I'm in the game like EA. Been in my prime since pre-K. Shooting my shot from long range. Going over here's a good toupee. Treat every day like payday. Y'all been living so mundane. My work week is Sunday to oh wait, that's every day. Putting in overtime. Punching the clock, I'ma get what's mine. While everyone's sleeping, I'm living my dreams. I got a coin that's so divine. Lord, take the wheel like 10 and 2. I'm losing energy, I'm overdue. I've been on the top ropes, hitting my pose. Watch me hit the power move. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. Energy, energy, energy. I need that. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. Been here, we done that. We done that. You all know what we came for. You all know what we came for. We been here, we done that. We done that.
Taylor Swift, forget the trip. Back to mission, no surrender, just commitment. I see visions, eyes closed, shut, heart monitor going crazy. Medics panicking. Woke up from the stretcher in the reds, removing the bandages. Hopes up, I'ma catch whoever made me suffer these damages. Power level breaking screens, they like, way, look at them scampering. Rejuvenated, reborn, I'm basically the man again. Made the world stand still, they amazed, frozen like mannequins. Kick the door off the hinges, make way, someone needs banishing. They ain't think I was able, but I'm came when it come to savageness. I'ma finish it, 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 I'ma finish it. Still got a little fight, 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 I'ma finish it. Little this, little that, everyone pulling triggers full of max. Talking feces cause they full of that. Ain't really G's, they GNATs, they really just next. Scratch them off, power balls. Look at them spinning, they really spin offs. Getting me dizzy, give me a headache, maybe wanna tear my head off. I could really use a Tylenol. Candy rappers talking good and plenty, it's really too many to mention, but no, I'm tired of y'all. Suck to infinity, you could never be my enemy. You make me look good, I should be hiring y'all. I'm reborn, I'm basically the man again. Made the world stand still, they amazed, frozen like mannequins. Kick the door off the hinges, make way, someone needs banishing. They ain't think I was able, but I'm came when it come to savageness. I'ma finish it, 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 I'ma finish it. Still got a little fight, I'ma finish it. Still got a little fight, I'ma finish it. Still got a little fight, I'ma finish it. Still got a little fight.
Galera, quando fala para ficar de olho nisso aqui, porque senão vai pausar o vídeo e não quero que pausamos, não quero só um minutinho.
Iniciar já OBS Studio. OBS Studio It. Uma janela em execução. Já OBS 28.1 Live. 5 horas 31 minutos e 5. Projetor em tela
Meia hora,
cheia.
ok.
Prévia. Janela.
Meia hora a mais, fica de olho nisso aqui. Vou botar isso aqui pra cá, senão vou acabar voando. Vamos ver aqui, galera, só um minutinho. Tá passando café. Vou preparar uma café com leite de vaca solteira. Porque essa live ainda vai para longo. Se não me engano, são quase 6 da tarde ou 7 já. Deixa eu ver. Quase 6 da tarde. Passando do café. Quase 6 da tarde. Ou 7 já. 6 da tarde já. Imagina. Hora do meu café. Vamos preparar já café com leite de vaca solteira. Com cake. E lembrando, eu falei que eu estou acertando em breve um telefone para o canal do YouTube. Já temos o grupo aqui do canal. Eu sinto nos números. E lembrando a todos vocês, temos rumo às 4.000 horas e que saiu música ontem, Chupa, que chupa. No primeiro horário, no segundo horário, tivemos Taxi Life Simulator. E no terceiro, tivemos Mortal Kombat. Ou talvez tivemos só que chupa e um dia do Call of Duty também. Não sei. Foi loucura que eu tive que fazer para fazer esse vídeo. Bota Carolina Ravens jogar e ganhar, hein? Esse time não começou o jogo desde que eu fui lá. Meu relógio, meia hora até esse tempo. Tem um cronômetro, né, para marcar aqui, mas não tem. Faltam 20 minutos. Tá de olho aqui no relógio. E vai pausar aqui o vídeo no PlayStation. No OBS, através do menu, que o Google já tem essa opção, nesse bug. Vou descobrir isso a semana também. Já vou pegar o meu café. Ele deve estar quase pronto. Esse comercial deles é um pouco longo demais. Eles levam em simultâneo, né? As 4, né? Então, essa aqui é a penúltima do dia 1, hein? É a penúltima. Se eu não estou enganado.
I'm too exhausted, I needed the energy, needed to pick me up. I'm in your movie, but this is my cinema. I got the power, I'm built to devour. Anyone coming against me, I tower. I don't cave under pressure. Some of y'all leaving here in a stretcher. Took my time to go and get better. I was reading in the red letters. Ay, hit me with your best shot. I got time today. Feeling like a matador with that Red Bull. Oh, no, you can't stop me. I'm running my own play. For the game win, I came to pin anything that gets in my way. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. Energy, energy, energy. I need that. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. Been here, we done that. We done that. You all know what we came for. You all know what we came for. We been here, we done that. We done that. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. I'm in the game like EA. Been in my prime since pre-K. Shooting my shot from long range, going over heads like a toupee. Treat every day like payday. Y'all been living so mundane. My work week is Sunday to oh wait, that's every day. Putting in overtime, punching the clock, I'ma get what's mine. While everyone's sleeping, I'm living my dreams. I got a calling that's so divine. Lord, take the wheel like 10 and 2. I'm losing energy, I'm overdue. I've been on the top ropes, hitting my pose. Watch me hit the power moves. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. Energy, energy, energy. I need that. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. Been here, we done that. We done that. You all know what we came for. You all know what we came for. We been here, we done that. We done that. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. Done that. You all know what we came for. Energy, 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 energy. I need that energy, energy.
Ó, o tempo que eu fui lá, galera, preparei meu café, voltei e ainda o próximo segmento não começa. E ainda restam um pouco mais de 3 horas. Ó, deixa eu ver aqui com vocês. Vamos ver com vocês aqui. Tudo
Iniciar
correndo.
janela.
São 9 horas e 23, vamos ver.
Twitch, OBS Twitch, uma janela, OBS Live, 5 horas 50 minutos e 22, projetor.
Galera, faltam 10 minutos para fazer às 6 horas. Então, 10 minutos para 6 horas, e tem mais comercial que o tempo. Tá bizarro, hein? Vamos ver do Mortal Kombat.
Play, but yes, button.
Ó, justamente a tempo. Vamos lá.
Thanks for confirming.
Já pelo menos não tem que preocupar por um bom tempo. Só um minutinho que eu vou ver se consigo abrir o pacote do bolo.
Pick up where I left off, it ain't over. Whole squad on the gravel. All I know, I'm a soldier. Stand up, add attention, shake it off. Taylor Swift, forget the trip. Back to mission, no surrender, just commitment. I see visions, eyes closed, shut, heart monitor going crazy. Mad is panicking. Woke up from the stretcher in the res, removing the bandages. Hopes up, I'ma catch whoever made me suffer these damages. Power level breaking screens, they like, way, look at them scampering. Rejuvenated, reborn, I'm basically the man again. Made the world stand still, they amazed, frozen like mannequins. Kick the door off the hinges, make way, someone needs banishing. They ain't think I was able, but I'm came when it come to savageness. I'ma finish it, 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 I'ma finish it. Still got a little fight, 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 I'ma finish it. Little this, little that, everyone pulling triggers full of max. Talking feces cause they full of that. Ain't really G's, they GNATs, they really just next. Scratch them off, power balls. Look at them spinning, they really spin offs. Getting me dizzy, give me a headache, maybe wanna tear my head off. I could really use the Tylenol. Candy rappers talking good and plenty, it's really too many to mention, but no, I'm tired of y'all. Suck to infinity, you could never be my enemy. You make me look good, I should be hiring y'all. I'm reborn, I'm basically the man again. Made the world stand still, they amazed, frozen like mannequins. Kick the door off the hinges, make way, someone needs banishing. They ain't think I was able, but I'm came when it come to savageness. I'ma finish it, 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 I'ma finish it. Still got a little fight, 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 I'ma finish it.
Já voltei. Deixa eu ver uma coisa que se o gato vai comer ou não vai comer, tá estranho. Vocês não tem ouvido, galera, porque isso aí foi um barulhão forte. Ai, ai, nossa senhora. Dei comida pro gato, comi os 3 pedaços de bolo e no bloco não volta. Meu Deus. Foram almoçar ou o que foram fazer? E pior que tem 9 horas e 23 minutos de live, hein? Vai ficar assim umas 9 horas e 23, quase 24. Mas devia ter feito melhor isso aqui nas divisões, né? De tempo. Por exemplo, aqui devemos botar 20 minutos, 10 minutos por cada bloco. Um contador na tela. Mas nem isso estão tendo. São músicas do próprio jogo. Lembrando, são quase 7h30 da noite. Ou quase 8, minha gente. E nada ainda de ter o Batida Carolina versus time daí da Europa. E fiz café. Preparei meu bolo. Deu café da manhã pro gato. Acho que daria até banho para tomar um banho. Tempo de tomar banho e voltar. Até isso daria tempo. A divisão deles é tão mal. Não é como a Major Week. Um e 2. Que é feito pela aquela equipe lá da Rosalie e os caras que acompanham ela. Eles dividem bem os tempos. Lembrando, estou gravando no dia do meu aniversário com a Nath. Devia estar sendo no dia 29. E cai numa sexta-feira, dia 29, hein? Tô gravando um poucos dias antes. Para evitar aquele problema lá de tempo. Então vamos falar de algumas coisas que vai ter no canal aqui, ó. Amanhã, dia 30, temos Mortal Kombat. Isso às 7 da noite. Às 4 da tarde, teremos talvez um evento do Indie Games Awards, do canal Indie Games, alguma coisa. Teremos ao meio-dia Taxi Live Simulator. Então na ordem Taxi Live, o evento de jogo Indies e Mortal Kombat. 31. Taxi Life Simulator. Nós temos um unboxing ou algum outro evento indie por aí da nossa querida Latin America Game Showcase e também o Mortal Kombat. Ah, não. Não, 31 não pode ser. 31, não, peraí. 31 temos que ter. 31, que é domingo. Taxi Life Simulator, às 4 da tarde. Ao meio-dia. O primeiro álbum do Meu Amor inteiro. O primeiro vídeo do dia 31. Meu Amor, Marta Gavilotti. Começa e seguido por Taxi Life Simulator e Mortal Kombat. Aí sim, fecha mano. Chave de ouro. Dia 1º. Minha luz anterior. O meu amor, Marta Gavilotti também. Marta Gavilotti tem tudo aqui no canal. Dia 2. Taxi Life Simulator, meio-dia. Às 2 da tarde. Call of Duty. Seria dia 2, dia 3. Ao meio-dia, Taxi Live. Mortal Kombat. E a PlayStation verá quem vai. Não. PlayStation deverá entrar às 7 da noite ou às 4 da tarde, dependendo do tempo. Está bem? Por 90 minutos, ela entra às 7. E o Mortal Kombat fica pro dia 4. Depois algum evento menor. Dia 3. Às 4 da tarde, um evento de 1 hora. Dia 4, então, teríamos Taxi Life e Call of Duty. Já seria, acho que dia 2, hein? O bom é que estamos adiantando muito Call of Duty e Mortal Kombat. Ainda faltam 3 horas de live. Tá vendo? Confirmar com vocês aqui, ó.
No relógio número OBS Studio, já OBS 21 live, 6 horas 16 minutos e 14 segundos. Projetor
Faltam
tela cheia.
3 horas e mais ou menos uns 12 minutinhos mais ou menos. Pode então 3 horas e 12 minutos mais ou menos de live. E anda a partida. Ai. Esse que fui lá na cozinha de comer pro gato, pra mim, voltei. Comi. E nada. Eu vou deixar na íntegra. Tal como eles deixaram. Terminei café, só levar a xícara na cozinha. Às vezes eu vou tomar meu café da manhã com vontade. Então, de manhã mesmo, então de café da manhã, mas é café da tarde pra vocês. Então, olha, levei até a bandeja, botei um pouco de água na xícara e na bandeja e eu tô aqui. Agora em definitivo. É, meu Deus. Sou do COD. Esqueceram como fazer live, né? Problema se não tiver a partida. Porque eu sei que boa parte do que temos aqui são comerciais. Nem que fosse televisão isso aqui. E eu vou ver se eu faço, galera, depois uma amostra aqui na live. Com Grok. Você é tão inteligente mesmo. Ah, ele lançou a gente 007, hein? Talvez eu traga no seu canal. Ah, e Boss Bound. Talvez eu traga da Boss Bound aqui no canal. Em um horário nobre. No horário nobre. Depois da platina do Crimson Desert. Então, ligado aqui no canal para mais informações de como a platina dele para vocês é osso. E ademais, galera, lembrando vocês também, que nessas 4.000 horas, daqui até outubro, que é a minha meta, eu vou ativar o botão de membros e vou ver o que eu faço. Mas eu tenho uma meta em mente. Vou fazer um sorteio uma vez por ano no canal. Por exemplo, no Natal, dezembro, por exemplo. Em dezembro, a data que eu e a Nath vamos fazer a live sempre. Só que esse ano vai depender muito de vocês, esse ano aqui. O Instagram tem que bater os 2.000 seguidores no Instagram. Eu vou até botar o link no topo do Instagram. Ok? O outro Instagram eu ainda vou recuperá-lo. Depois eu vou fazer uma investigação também se eu consigo o telefone do Google nos Estados Unidos, que eu preciso também. Porque agora com o suporte pelo próprio YouTube não é a mesma coisa. Falar com texto que falar por chamada. Para mim é mais fácil falar com chamada porque escrever para mim dá muito erro de ortografia. Os tradutores, que tradutor nem nada. Falar para amanhã me escrever para mim e colar, pegar e colar, não. Não sei nada de fazer pegar. Eu tentei fazer isso uma vez com as músicas da Nath. Eu poder guardar aqui no bloco de notas. Pegar do Zap e botar no coisa aqui, ó. Pra subir na rádio. Não consegui, galera. Então, eu não tenho nada, pegar e colar não é comigo não, freelance. Você sabe, eu tenho a minha rádio online, né? Também tá o link dela aqui também na descrição. Mas lembrando vocês também que eu vou ficar com vocês até às 9, 9h30 da noite ou 10 por aí que temos esse vídeo aqui. E vai falta essa partida, hein? Para terminar, se não estou enganado, essa aqui vai ser a última partida da live. Por jeito que vai isso aqui. Eles nem fecharam a live se foi isso mesmo.
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. After that very short break, We are back with the D
Short
Stream,
break.
Carolina Royal Ravens versus the Huntsmen. Let's get right into
Yeah,
it. It's
short
our
não, isso é
final
longo.
alliance. Excited for this one. A chance to watch another challenger team potentially move forward, much like
Foi o
Momentum
mais
did
longo de
earlier.
todos.
Yeah, they definitely did, but hey, this is where I want to see the Huntsmen claw their way back. We talked about it just before that break about what the showing means towards the challenger, so I love that we're just kind of diving right into the action now. On board with Exceed, unfortunately does get found out by Brock. They're laying low on a 4 streak.
4 streak was good, and maybe a little bit more. Earning streaks this early would be massive for Brett. Playing your life here is going to be critical. Huntsman, they've got some very experienced players on their team, but also others too, specifically Swooty and Renegade, that come from different teams. Johnny, nice shots. That's going to put him up 3. Huntsman off to an explosive start.
Look, hey, that break there just definitely did them well. They came in, they're like, I'm ready to get active, and so are we. And with 36 points there on that initial, let's look at the setup for the rotation, right? Swooty already down there, looking to take that influx from the Royal Ravens. The break comes in, and there you have it.
Yeah, Brack did die. He's not going to earn those streaks. However, he's still on fire trying to lock in the spawns. He will fall.
Uma
but it's
mulher
okay.
narrando
You've got
esse tipo
14
de
minutes,
partida,
the
hein?
Huntsmen looking to retake it. A massive battle.
Bem
Spawn
maroto,
control
gostei
is
disso.
underway, and it's still not ultimately won. Johnny thinks he's got it, but Royal Ravens end up spawning up, taking priority over the hill.
Well, here come the Huntsmen looking to claim what they can, put it on. Especially with 30 seconds left, this could be vital and just what the Huntsmen needed to do. Brack grabs a nice multi and Renegade on your screen. Ton of people talking up Renegade, saying he's just got the skills, and I love to see 5-3 here, but Brack is showing out.
Yeah, Brack is definitely showing out, and we'll see if he can keep that energy up. It looks like Royal Ravens are starting to get a little bit of a foothold this game. It's still very early goings as we transition into P3. That very open hill, having tunnel control is going to be critical, and Huntsman, they've got it.
Yeah, they're definitely watching Connect. They find that a nice kill on the Grace, but Exceed. He said, all right, Huntsman, we see what you're doing, but we're going to have to shut it down. This P3 is going to be ours, and if they can hold it at least for the next 10 seconds here or so, they will hit the tie, take the lead, which is exactly what they need to do. Of course, P1, P2, they can get scrappy, you know.
Yeah, that's right. It's definitely scrappy. P1, P2, P3 is a lot of fun for sure. Huntsman maintained the lead. Royal Ravens have not managed to get it just yet, but again, still very early. We're just hitting the 50-point mark. As we do notice, Swooty is going to be trying to lock in this tunnel area. Lurk's going to be just on the outside, trying to push in, and it's going to be successful for a time being. Johnny has something else to say about it.
Hey, Johnny says, we're going to take this break. We want the last 20 seconds, and we don't want you to catch up to us. Now, mind you, we have a life on the line, and the Huntsmen want to keep sending it home. They want to send the Carolina Royal Ravens down, right?
Absolutely. I mean, they've got a lot to prove here. It would be a pretty spectacular story to watch Renegade, Swooty, Brack, and Johnny push forward into the main bracket, but it's still early and you never know what's going to end up happening. Royal Ravens is a team, they've got great composure. Both teams suffered a 3-0 loss in their respective group match just a little bit earlier. Now they face off against each other, forced to win to progress forward in their group. We'll see who's going to end up taking it. New Hill up into play, and it's Huntsman who currently have it.
Yeah, nice little two-piece there from Renegade. You got Brack who's double positive. Now Brack's been roller coastery. He's been kind of up and down, started the season off really nicely, but I think this is a good showing for him off the back. So Renegade, see what we can do as we look towards that next hill. Big kill there onto them, and they can wrap down. I think going back through Connect and joining up with the squad is a brilliant way to do it as we're looking to breach that triple-digit mark.
Craze did a beautiful job flipping the spawns. He did so with 20 seconds left. Even still, Huntsman with Johnny was able to hold on to hill control for probably about 10 or 15 seconds. So a good effort coming out from Craze, but it wasn't enough. The rest of the roster wasn't able to do anything with that spawn flip. Now, with the next hill coming up into play, it's once again going to be a headbutt battle up top.
Didn't think Brack was actually going to get that, but instead he does. And not only that, he goes on to find Lurk's fire on your screen. I want to see this kid put on a fire. I've been hearing a lot about him.
Right.
I've been hearing a lot of good things. I want to see it.
Well, Craze takes down Johnny. Swooty, maybe a triple. Can't get it. That's okay, though. He did enough at least.
Brack's feeling himself.
He is definitely feeling himself. Here's that fire you were talking about. Brack down from the good nade, pushes up, finished off. Huntsman have yet to relinquish control of the lead. They are playing very well.
Nah, they don't want to relinquish it. I like this little cheeky angle here. A couple nade checks, all good. Back to Renegade. Now we're getting cut down by fire. Johnny here, stun check and just tries to hold on. A couple trades go that way.
Swooty down. Now's the time to go ahead and rotate, start the focus on New. Lurks is going to be back there for spawn control. The rest of his team will join in. They're going to have control at the moment. They need to focus on their north, as player 8, Brack, is going to be moving in to try and flip these spawns. Unsuccessful. Player 5 also down. Renegade, the last hope to flip the spawns, and I think he did it. Well done to Renegade, hitting those great shots.
Now they just got to get there, right? And you got a big battle here with Renegade, and he gets picked apart. Now Johnny has done enough. These spawns are helping them carry on that momentum, but the hold that the Carolina Royal Ravens are managing here is so wondrous for them.
It is, but I mean, let's face it, they've got to continue to push forward. They've got the longest way to the current hill. Huntsmen have them surrounded, and they are continually taking them down in terms of the slaying category. Brack, Renegade are absolutely on fire. Throw Johnny into the mix there too. Royal Ravens have to deal with the slaying potential from Huntsman because that is what's doing him in the end.
Hey, there it is. And it looks like the Carolina Royal Ravens seeking that scrap time. And if I'm the Huntsman here, I'm still leading by about 25 points, and I'm going to move on up and make sure that I'm playing for top. So if you're going to send up Renegade there, he's going to be a big fragger in that Sperry to hold it down.
Still waiting for shifting points. Royal Ravens desperately trying to take over the lead, but Huntsmen are doing such a great job on getting on the new hills. That could have been massive for the floor. It's not going to be the case. Brack looks to take over. Beautiful wall bang to push him back through tunnel, and Huntsmen will continue towards the 150 mark.
Look, that's exactly what they need to do, and they are just holding these angles. This is impressive. Going to turn this one into a money hill if they maintain form like this, especially with Carolina Royal Ravens having some gnarly far away spawns. Bro, they look like they're side questing out through Narnia.
Definitely so, man.
On moving. Brack still holding this down. 25 seconds left, guys, and this is a pretty powerful lead.
Very powerful indeed.
Okay, Swooty. Okay, Swooty. Look, the information's there, and let me just tell you, you got 4 Ravens hunting you down. You do have the backup there from Renegade and Co. But now, seeking the rotation, Carolina Royal Ravens have already sent 3 players down to check out for that, with basically Fire rocking mid. He does get a big pickup there against Renegade, and instead the Huntsmen extend on out, looking for a nice flank. If they can maintain that, they can get spawns, but they don't get it.
Well, got to get it again. Let's find out. As Royal Ravens, this is a hill, a much-needed hill that they need every single point possible. Love exceeds Angle, but slowly and surely, Johnny Swooty continue to push up. He will now fall. You also have an off ankle coming out from Renegade, who has a chance to dismantle player 1, who's going to be Craze inside the hill. I say that, but Craze holds his own. Renegade actually does get the 2-piece. He comes from mid. Johnny follows up onto Fire, and Exceed also gone, and a flawless retake for the Huntsman.
Look, I know Renegade is out here smashing it. Started the year solid, fizzled out a little bit, but this is the Renegade that I'm wanting to see. 31-16 on a 4 streak, and they are soaking up all this time, looking for 200, and we get it.
That's it. Huntsman on fire.
Ela é ótima na narração essa mulher, hein?
To get serious. They are 47
Melhor
points
que os
away
dois
from
mané lá.
losing this round, starting off in a deficit, and very well could be another CDL team with an earlier exit than they wanted.
Look, we were talking about this early. The fact that you have Optic Texas
Ela é a melhor narradora até agora do COD.
on land since 2015, and you're going to show out in your game known like this? Of course, it's not
De que eu
over
vi,
yet.
né?
42
Esses
points
dois
more
patetas
lead.
lá.
The Ravens still scrappy, still fighting. They want this. They've got the composure. They play against the best in the world consistently. But Huntsman have done such a great job at penetrating the hills and breaking free. However, this time around, it looks different. Royal Ravens are desperately holding on to the current hill, refusing to relinquish control. Renegade's done pulled off some miracles. He's looking to pull off another one, but unfortunately falls short.
Well, Exceed starting to wake up on a 5 streak of his own, and I love the way that they're playing that now with 15 seconds or so left in this hill. Carolina Royal Ravens are looking to maximize that time, but Renegade doesn't want to let him get it, bro, and that one was tough, allowing Fire the time to catch that kill.
Well, as Renegade falls, you notice Fire's going to go ahead and overextend alongside that of Lurks. They want this hill control. They want the spawns, but player 5, that's going to be Johnny. He's got something else in mind. Fire from a distance, though, will take him down. He's got to hold on to what he's got. He eventually ends up falling. Spawns are going to be flipped. Huntsmen now have priority. It doesn't mean that we're going to have total control, and the reason why is because Craze hits the shots needed to take over the hill. Royal Ravens still in this.
Oh, we're spawning off into the distance for Huntsman. Now we have to seek our approach. You've got Swooty up in the north. This is going to be a big fight here against Exceed. Don't let him catch you slacking. He caught you.
Exceed. He caught him, and he needed to, for sure. Big points for Royal Ravens, and in fact, they very well could take the lead for the first time in game number 1. Exceed falls. Brack looking to wake up. Good job. shuts the Royal Ravens down, gets the scrap time, and the Huntsmen still in the lead.
Yo, Brad, keep it going.
Whoa.
Give them 5. This is what you need. Sure, you can't win here, but at least extending on your lead, it's going to make that rotation towards the next hill where it's inevitable much better to do for y'all.
In the past 2 rotation, Huntsmen have dominated this very hill. This time around, Royal Ravens take it just in the nick of time. And they do have enough time to win it off of this, depending on what Renegade ends up doing. Swooty also pushes in. They want that tunnel. They're looking to get it. And it's going to be the Royal Ravens falling behind. 3 down. Fire last alive. Huntsmen could very well be getting their victory shortly.
Could be the last chance for a break, so bring in the Hellfire. Will you find value off this? Can you get the Huntsmen scattering?
I don't know. 8 seconds. You still got to push in, and they do exactly that. You got to avoid the Hellstorm. They successfully do so. It's desperation time. Swooty knows if he can hold the line, this is going to be there. Now 2 seconds left, the last ditch attempt. Renegade holding on tight, and it will be the Huntsmen taking map 1.
Oh, Captain, my Captain. Huntsman hit him with the axe and said, smash, smash, smash. That is a great showing here on the Delta Stream.
Very much the case. Brack was on fire, 37 and 26. This was towards the tail end, picking up some critical kills and pushing up, and he wasn't done just yet. Gets a couple more. Talk about a 4 or 5 piece. Beautifully done. Huntsmen desperately needed that. We know their search can be a little bit shaky, right? So winning this gives them a little bit of added insurance, potentially extending the series.
So crazy that you say their search is a little bit shaky. I mean, they're coached by Major Maniac, yo.
That is true.
Come on. Like, their S&D, they got to work on it, but they got the guidance there from Major Maniac. Regardless, we go up 1-0 against the Carolina Royal Ravens. And if you're just tuning in, you're like, hey, what's our map pool? What are we looking at? We go to Den S&D next.
Going to be a lot of fun on Den. Actually, I haven't casted Den today, so it's going to be great.
Get comfortable being uncomfortable.
Yeah, absolutely. I love Den. I really do, and naturally they do as well. It's going to be Search. It's going to be Overload. This Search is going to be a lot of fun, specifically for me to watch Huntsmen. I expect Royal Ravens to be pretty locked in on Search. They've got their strats. They've been running them right. Huntsmen, relatively newer roster, but obviously still very experienced in their own regard. So we'll see how well they're going to do. And I love that you mentioned Major Maniac, the veteran himself, right? So he's got Huntsmen locked in. Yeah, massive fan.
Huge fan.
Been around a long time, obviously. So he knows what needs to be done in order to find success. But if you're a Huntsmen fan, you got to be pumped up.
Oh, yeah, definitely, especially after that performance, taking that victory by 46. Now, of course, Den S&D, let's talk about it, right? Because the Huntsmen did just get 3-0'd by Koi.
Yep.
They did play Den S&D. It went in a 6-2 fashion, and that's okay. But I will say that Renegade was the player on the Huntsmen that did show out the best in S&D.
Okay.
So I'm kind of challenging Johnny and Swooty to also find some of that form that we saw Renegade. But if you're coming off that momentum team and you're very momentum-based, this is a perfect situation for the Huntsmen.
All right, looks like we're about to head into that search already. I know there was a bit of a delay.
Get me in, Coach.
Hey, we appreciate you all for being patient out there. We saw the Reddit thread. It is what it is, all right?
He's been checking Reddit, bro.
And you guys are wild with some of the theories out there. I just want to point that out. But we got Den Search and Destroy coming up right now. A big opportunity for Huntsmen to take it to a lead, but also on the other side for Royal Ravens to potentially tie things up 1-1, and I know for the Ravens fan, they want that. Huntsmen will be starting on the offensive side, and it looks like we might be heading over towards A. So they're going to be bet by players Craze and Lurks. Let's see how it ends up unfolding.
Well, I just love that you got Johnny and Swooty. You got 3 members of the Huntsmen looking down mid, right? Maybe looking for an early pick. You do see that you have 2 members of the Carolina Royal Ravens set up for that A hit, but what happens? Renegade finds that first blood, immediately gets traded out by Craze.
Traded out 3v3. Craze setting the trap, and it ends up paying off. Shots fired, missed.
Hey, bomb recovered.
Oh, wait. Okay, that could have been a nice nade. Craze will split the difference between 2 Huntsmen rosters. Johnny now will go ahead
3v1.
And rotate out. I like the movement, but I don't like the shots Royal Ravens take. Round number 1.
Yeah, I mean, look, you got Exceed sniping back there. He finds a big pickup to bring it to that 3v1 situation. Johnny's on his lonesome. It can make things difficult, right? But it is just the first round. You've got that under your belt, and you kind of just, I say momentum, but that did stifle it a bit.
Sure.
Let's stifle it.
A little stifle. No worries at all. No worries at all. All right, Huntsman now on the defense. Let's see if it pays off any better. Nobody picking up a kill besides that of Renegade.
Told you.
Royal Ravens.
Little Renegade S&D
Looks like
action.
we're going to be making a B push here. That's where their eyes are currently set. Stuns, pre-nades. They're going to be met by 3 members of the Huntsmen straight up ahead.
Yeah, they got Brack up there on A, just making sure they double check. I'm sure the call will come in soon. Renegade there, first blood. And Lurks immediately
nice.
traded out, picks up 2. Things are starting to fall apart, especially in a 3v2 situation.
Lurk still lurking around. Johnny will go ahead and back away. That 2-piece was huge, and it allows...
Could be big.
Wait, they don't get bombed down, though, because player 3 Exceed is way off in the back. He was watching the flank. Now he finally gets up there to not plant. They're going to go ahead and overextend all the way through A, despite having control. The only difference was Swooty from mid with the sniper.
He's looking the different way, though. Wait, he turns around. He's catching wind, pistol in hand. He's looking for an angle. Bomb's gonna start going down on A, and the recovery from Swooty and Brack are going to be different. And Brack slides on A and gets dumpstered. Swooty now pistol in hand, is gonna have to make a Hail Mary play and cannot convert. That was a tough one. I feel you.
In hindsight, I mean, avoiding Swooty's snipe, I mean, that would have been an easy pickup for him, especially you go down to lay the bomb down, making the rotate through spawn. It's a bit risky, but it ends up paying off, and it's obviously paying off in dividends. It's gonna be Royal Ravens up 2-0. You can tell by their breakouts, they just simply have a better game plan off the rip.
It's
like
looking
I was
a little
expecting.
lost.
Yeah.
It's looking a little lost from the Huntsman side of things, and that's okay. It's round number 3. Turn it around. Don't let them go up 3-0 on you.
Yeah.
And that's all right. I do need to be cringe here for just a hot second.
Okay, I'm
just
ready.
2 seconds. Let me say this once.
All right, right on.
Swiggity Swooty.
Oh my gosh.
I just had to get it out. I just had to do it.
Swiggity Swooty. I
don't
haven't
know.
heard that in a while.
I don't know where that came from. It doesn't matter. It just really was calling to me.
You're wild, man. I love it.
And
All
a
right.
snipe is calling to me, but a nice smoke there.
That's right.
Cut off those angles.
Yeah, he's watching flank, and rightly so. There might be a player attempting fate.
Bomb down on B.
Attempt. Yep, bombs down. So that's going to be good for the side
Come on, Swooty.
of the Huntsman.
Do it. Don't
He's
let him
trying.
out-snipe you. Don't
Well,
let him out-snipe you.
but
Sniper be snipe.
You have to respect it. You've got to respect the sniper. You've got to use your utility, and that's why Johnny is going to push up. He knows, hey, at this point in time, Royal Ravens might be going up for it. Defuse. Renegade holds his ground. There's going to be one more. Can't get it. Fire last alive. Shots are in. And it looks like it's going to be successful. Huntsman, my goodness.
Did I just summon a Huntsman round with a little swiggity Swooty?
We're not coining. Is that an official?
No, it's not official.
I don't know, Chad. Is it official?
No,
Swiggity Swooty?
It's not. I don't think
It
it is.
worked.
Don't ask me where I got it.
It worked.
If you see me with a bunch of candles in the corner of this booth, it just...
Es muy engraçado.
If you do that, I'm walking away.
You
I'm
would.
done.
It's totally
Because
fine.
I'm like, hold up, that's wild. Here it is, Huntsman. Goodness sakes, they managed to make it happen.
Little 2-1. I'll take it.
Little 2-1, staying competitive. Good stuff coming out from them, naturally. We'll pay attention to Exceed & Co. Looks like it's going to be the same push this time around. I don't think they're going to overextend. They're going to have B pretty much free at this point. Nobody even goes over towards
Full
mid.
B
So,
hit.
yeah, yeah,
With the
absolutely.
quickness.
Get the bomb down. Brack's probably going to go ahead and sneak around, maybe go towards mid, or even maybe, Swooty, but he's going to have that snipe. Either way, we flip sides completely, but this is huge for Royal Ravens. Huntsmen are going to have to fight tooth and nail to take over the site.
Yeah, plenty of time on the board, especially for this Huntsman retake, but how do they want to approach it? You're leaving Swooty mid-map, which makes sense. He's got that sniper in hand, and of course you want to see everyone else get mixy, right? Those NPCs, they're nasty, and Brack with that initial kill, I think that's going to be really vital here. They push Carolina Royal Ravens back. Of course, they're not going to immediately hop onto the defuse, and instead, Fire baits them in. Now Swooty, last alive, and the Royal Ravens convert on that round.
Yeah, great job. You know, Huntsman, they just took a risk. They went over towards A. They wanted to try and challenge that. Unfortunately, nobody was home. They go for the full rotation. They left Swooty in mid, and you know, with the bomb going down as quickly as it did, exactly what Royal Ravens should be doing. They just had too much of an advantage and clearly take the round for themselves. Well done from Royal Ravens' side. Looking like the search might be wrapped up and easy for them, but still plenty of time remaining after all. Huntsmen have a chance.
Yeah, I mean, like the last time they played this map on S&D, they lost to Koi 6-2. So, sure. But things are a little different. I just need Johnny to throw some kills on him. He's 0-4 right now. He's got a little donut over there.
Yeah.
It's fine. I do love donuts. There's some good donuts here in Atlanta.
Absolutely the case. Swooty, I don't think we've seen him hit a shot yet with the sniper, at least from our perspective, but maybe we could see one very shortly. Yeah, I mean, hey, we're very patient. Renegade's done a great job with this outer edge. This time around, not going to be the case. Peeks through, gets double teams. Renegade gone now, so is Johnny. Looking like potentially another wrap-up for the Royal Ravens, but Swooty has something to say about it.
Swooty!
Hits the shots with the pistols, followed up with the snipe.
I take it.
The last hope for the Huntsmen 1v2.
Help me, Obi-Wan, you're my only hope. No, it's just Brack this time. Little 2-3 on the board. We gotta find Exceed, we gotta find Fire. And these guys both have been looking real good in S&D.
He's got to check the instant left as soon as he goes through that doorway, though. He's got to peek it.
Oh,
His
okay.
back is turned.
Yo, sometimes those dead bodies can really be spooky, but
I know it. I know it. Shots fired. They know where Brack is at. He's going to go ahead and go for the chow. Nobody's going to peek. Time
it's taken.
not on his side. Actually, this might work out because they think he's already rotated over towards B. Yeah, so he's going to be free and clear for A. He's got to. He has no choice.
Put it down.
This works perfectly now. He's just got to defend it. It's still 1v2, and if you're exceeding fire, you're going to play your numbers here, and Brack is going to have a difficult time. He's going to have to pick up both at the same time.
Do not let Brack get 2 1v1s, right?
He's on their backside. Oh, my. He might actually be able to do this. He's going to be behind.
That
Good
trigger discipline, bro.
Yes, trigger discipline. Still behind that of fire. Eventually, he's going to have to fire a shot. Checks bomb. That's going to be one.
Okay.
Fire disengages.
Immediately
now,
back away the
reach
repull.
out. And Fire holds his ground to take it 4-1, but what an effort from Brack.
When you play with fire, sometimes you just get burnt.
That's
okay, it happens. We know this. I've touched some coals before, and I burnt my fingers. We don't mess with it.
The lore of Spider Tiff continues.
I'll tell you about my life. What do you want to know?
Well, might be a dangerous conversation, especially
I was there when the Huntsman took a map on Carolina Royal Ravens.
That's right. That's right. Fire, well done. He's 5-1. He's had a stellar game so far. Playing your numbers very, very well. And quite honestly, great that he exited the room when he did, because that would have been a two-piece, and it would have been a wrap for Brack.
Still a good try.
Still a great try. Huntsman in trouble. This is do or die now, and they need to start winning some rounds, or else this is going to be a wrap with GG.
Well, I'll see what happens. I mean, Carolina Royal Ravens immediately just kind of get some nades out, looking for the check. Sending Craze up there towards A. You got Fire down mid. Swooty looking on B, looking for info. Can we get a pick? Can we get something good here? I would love this for him.
He's going to hold that angle as long as he possibly can.
My
but
guy.
Nobody's taking the bait. That's a common angle that you don't want to push aggressively. Typically doesn't end up well. But the good news is this the first time we've seen Royal Ravens kind of stalemate, right? Huntsmen have kept them back, respecting Swooty in the moment. Even still, they continue to push up towards B and might be going for the plants relatively soon.
I'm not gonna lie, this COD timing, it's kind of hurting me, right? Like, it's a little aggressive here for Swooty. Okay,
nice
get lurks. Give me another one. Big fan of sniping. Renegade finds another as well. Johnny does put up his first kill of S&D, and the Huntsmen take a round. Coordinated, I don't know. You theory crafters, you let me know. Sound off in chat.
I'm not a big fan of how Royal Ravens played that. You know, they got onto B site, they got there with the quickness, they kind of stalemated and stalled out.
Yeah.
They didn't know what they wanted to do. Are you going to pull back there, go for the flank, maybe try it on A? Are you going to fully commit to B? They didn't have a game plan. I think their game plan
was a little slower paced. It
was very
definitely was.
slow. I think they had a plan to get a pick on the Swooty and then make an attempt to get the bomb down. And
never make Swooty your plan.
And I understand why you want to do that, but also you wasted so much time. You allowed Huntsmen to play around you, and I just didn't like the way they did that. But hey, it is what it is. They still got the lead. Sometimes you got to throw some rounds away.
Okay. Got some information there. Doesn't necessarily connect, and that's the tough part. Craze there with the first blood. A couple trades going the way, and now Royal Ravens down to 2. Just Exceed and Fire. 2v2 against Renegade and Brack. The players that you don't really want to go up against, right? They're the ones that have been looking pretty dang good for the Huntsmen. I mean, same with Swooty over there, 6-5, but we'll talk about him next round. Come on, Renegade. Kind of sounding it out.
Ooh.
They are like passing 2 ships in the night.
Oh, he can get behind them too if you. Oh, and the snipe.
Whoa.
Yep. And yeah, that's really disappointing too, because Renegade, I think at that point wanted to play his life effectively. I mean, he was on a 4 streak. He was getting closer to streaks. Like, very important he stays up here, but unfortunately, he doesn't make any action. He stays in the corner.
Nasty.
Yeah.
I'm glad we got to see this, and it's tough, right? Because he initially gets that pistol kill onto Brack, but we can't get the comms in time. He immediately pulls out the sniper, takes out the teammate, because he knows exactly where he is at that point. So good play there out of them. But now, speaking of life on the line for S&D, Huntsmen have to be perfect. We need 4 consecutive rounds back to back to back to back.
Yeah. Johnny also 1-6, man. If he can start heating up a little bit, who knows? They'll be able to turn their luck around. Another B push. Smokes are out. This time I think they're going to commit and get the bomb down early.
Okay, Brack, I'll take a 2-piece all day. Lurks finally does get him out there, but it's just going to be a nice 3v2 situation. This is a good situation for Huntsmen, especially when it's just Lurks last alive. Let's go, Huntsman.
Okay, you said they
sound
got to
off.
be flawless, and that's pretty
No,
much
job's not
flawless.
done. Job's not done.
That job's
We need
not
3
done by
more.
me. No, absolutely. Renegade is on fire, 9 and 6.
Yay.
Doing a
Pretty good.
great job. Open it up with a nice 2-piece again.
Ele é fanático desse
you've got
time
the Royal
aí.
Ravens pushing B, having total control. Smokes are down, and then they just pause and they stop there, and they allow Huntsman to push up and find them in corners. I
Huntsman.
don't think that's the right play. However, Royal Ravens have been great on defense. Now
Yep.
that they're on defense, this might be the round they close it out.
It could be, right? But still, I'm going to give it to the Huntsman. We grabbed 1 more map on Den than we did against Koi. So this is still a stellar showing.
Swooty once again, sniper out.
Do it.
It's been hit or miss, but he's
Do
hit some
it.
nice shots. This time he'll have to pump the brakes as nobody's going to be in his line of sight. He'll check mid. Johnny pushes up. Great
Johnny
job.
got
Swooty
2.
does hit Exceed as well. Exceed then will actually they'll trade. They'll trade snipes.
Perfect.
Wish we caught that, but it is what it is. 3v2 now. Huntsman a chance
Oh,
to
Johnny.
keep this alive.
Oh,
And
Johnny. Come on, Johnny.
Johnny's putting in the work. He's already got 2 this round, going for 3. Craze though.
The trade
Craze has
happens.
something in mind.
And there it is, 43 HP after dealing with Johnny there, and I love it to the teammate. If he would have showed up maybe 2 seconds later, it's a completely different story.
Yep.
But now, you know what? Johnny's on 4, Huntsman on 4.
That's right. Good job, Johnny. Stepping it up.
It's
when
very
he needed
indicative
to
of how
most.
many kills Johnny's getting.
Yes.
I'm gonna
yes.
need 6 out of you, Johnny.
Well, we need 2 more right in the next round. If this goes to round 11, that is going to be pretty incredible.
That's actually nasty if that happens.
Oh, dude, I'm here for it for sure. But Royal Ravens, again, look like they're posturing for another B push. I just don't want them to pump the brakes when they get there. Be cognizant about where you're at. In fact, they're going to go mid. This is something they haven't tried yet. If they full send it mid, break over to the left to A, this could be great. Johnny's locked into his scope to the left-hand side. Brack might be the first one to peek mid, and if that's going to be the case, Lurks is free and clear to take him out for first blood. But for now, Huntsman, they're like, where do they go?
I think they wait, right?
Yeah.
They're defending. They have all the time in the world. And the best thing is, this is the slowest we've seen Carolina Royal Ravens take a round. You still have Swooty up there on A. We're not convinced that they're not hitting A because they're slow on to B, and especially with bomb down in mid there. You've got Craze looking to make something happen. They filter all in. It's a shame that, he gets it.
Ooh.
Nice first blood there, especially getting the bomb down.
Yeah, Royal Ravens wanted Huntsman to make a mistake. They are banking on the fact somebody goes rogue, they push
gotta
up, and
recover
they
it.
get first blood. So Huntsman not taking the bait,
Little wall
taking
bait.
down Craze. And another great spot on the flank, though, could be devastating, but he misses the shots.
The
He
nade.
missed the shot.
21.
He could lose.
Oh,
That is
big nade.
devastating. Wow, and Fire last alive. A huge choke coming out from the Royal Ravens, and Huntsman have, against all odds, sent it to a round 11 for a potential 2-0 lead in the series. Royal Ravens started off hot. They were pushing B. They were making the right moves, and then all of a sudden,
Johnny got a kill, though.
Johnny did get a kill, but it's like Royal Ravens, they just get stuck and they don't know how to get out of it.
So here's the deal. As soon as that bomb fell, things got really difficult. You could see that they were wall banging because they knew that Huntsman was lying in wait watching bomb. There's only so much you can do without throwing away your life. And now that you have to be flawless because everything comes down to this, what are they going to do?
All right, don't throw it away now. This is the first time we've seen them truly make an A push. This is going to be sniffed out. The rotation has to be put in. Brack gets the shots.
Okay,
It's going to be a trade. Now 3v3. Bomb still in the hand of Royal Ravens. This
Swooty.
time you put, no, they're going to overextend through spawn again. Huntsman is going to be ready for this.
Swooty, oh no, Lurks and Fire, take down Renegade and Johnny, and now Swooty with a sniper in hand. All they have to do is close the distance. They've already got the smoke down. Come on, we need to land those. We need to hit those.
Royal Ravens get the job done. They tie up the series 1-1, but you can't say it was easy. The Huntsmen put up a tremendous fight that could have very well gone their way to lead 2-0. And for a team that I don't expect to be too incredibly strong in Surge, turned that around to now, if they can force a Game 5 S&D raid, who knows who's taking the series?
Yo, give me that. That is something you can inject that straight, and I will take that all day. But you immediately look at some of those score lines. It's pretty solid. Still, series up 1-1.
Yeah.
We're this much closer to a Game 5.
What a just blunder, in my opinion, from Royal Ravens, but thank goodness they held on to what they got. Been a close series so far. Den Overload coming up next. That's going to be a lot of fun. Incredibly excited to see how that one's going to end up unfolding. And I'm going to say it again, and I hope I am right.
What are you saying?
We're going to take a quick break.
Stop.
When we come back, map 3 coming your way.
Então, se o tempo aqui, vamos tomar aqui, vamos marcar o tempo aqui, vamos marcar o tempo
Iniciar
aqui.
janela.
É o mapa.
Empty Avast Secure Browser. Uma janela inédito e OBS Studio. OBS Live. 6 horas 57 minutos e 35 segundos.
É. Aqui, ó.
Live. 6 horas 57 minutos e 46 segundos.
Ó.
Projetor em
Vai ser
tela
7
cheia.
horas de live praticamente. 7 horas de live praticamente. Vamos ver aqui, vamos ver aqui. Vamos falar rapidinho do cronograma rapidinho aqui. De amanhã. Amanhã temos Taxi Live Simulator. E temos Mortal Kombat. Talvez tenhamos um unboxing às 4 da tarde. Ou um evento indie. Uma de duas. 31. A minha amor vai Natália Gavilotti abrindo o dia. Seguindo. Pelo grande especial de um evento indie. E aí, Mortal Kombat fecha o dia. Vamos ver como vai ser, se eu falei correto ou andei boiando na maionese. Falta um pouco mais de 1h30. Faltam 90 minutos para terminar a nossa live. 90 minutos. Praticamente. Essa será a última partida. Ou terá mais alguma? Vamos começar aqui, é muito longo, né? Já perceberam isso? Aí lembrando, estamos na reta final do torneio também. E a música que chupa também ficou muito marota, hein? Então, o próximo parte do torneio vai ser aí no dia 2. Então, se preparem, pois estamos no dia 29. Amanhã passada temos Mortal Kombat. Então se preparem.
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. DreamHack Atlanta Major 3 for the CDL. It's Huntsmen versus Royal Ravens. That search and destroy was just wild, to say the least. But luckily, Royal Ravens got the win, which means our series is tied up 1-1. This is a tiebreaker to see who is going to be on series point. And I'm ready for it. It's Overload on Din. I'm Taylor Reflections Double, joined by Spider Tiff. Tiff, let's see what ends up happening.
Yeah, I mean, I'm here. I'm ready. I'm seeing Exceed pick up a couple before getting traded out by Brack here. Now, who's going to be the first one to grab that EMP device and maybe look for a goal? We know how scrappy the first half of Overload can be, but who wants to be the first one?
Well, it's interesting. You know, you're coming off a round 11 S&D, and it's like, who has the momentum? Well, clearly Craze does. My goodness. Two-piece, almost a third. There's a lot of bodies hitting the ground, but the thing we're focused on is Royal Ravens desperately trying to get over towards B, and some critical kills might open up the door and an opportunity to continue to push up. But good job for the Huntsmen holding their ground defensively and not allowing that to happen. And I think they have effectively pushed them back, and Royal Ravens now go for plan B potentially over towards A.
Yeah, I mean, Fire literally just met the firing range of the Huntsmen, so that was a little nasty for sure. But I do love that they're sticking together. They go ahead and pick up that EMP, and they look to be full sending down towards A. The influx of the Carolina Royal Ravens. Crave is going to have to do something about it. Do we do it? We get two.
Gets to indeed. Backs up. Doesn't want the ball just yet. Stun check out for the three people in front of him. This would be a wild challenge, so he'll go ahead and cook a nade instead. Even still, he's got Renegade pushing up close to him, and Renegade holds his ground. It's going to be a couple trades either way. We're still at 0-0, and stalemated so long the ball now goes back over towards mid, and Royal Ravens are on the hunt.
Hey, let it be. Let it be. I'm okay with this, right? With how close everything's been. You think about that hard point earlier, it was incredibly down to 40. You bring it to around 11 on S&D. I expect to go the distance here in Overload.
Royal Ravens might be opening up a door, but there's a sneaky beaver by the name of Brack who's holding that off angle on mid, and he'll shut them down. And well, it might open up a door for Huntsman now to push forward. And Renegade, he's going to take this opportunity to push up. His boys are going to be just behind them in Johnny and Brack as they look to make their way over towards A. And this could be huge. A lot of kills going to the way of Huntsman. 4 dead, and that's going to be a cap. Huntsman lead 1-0.
1 on the board. Brack getting that nice win down towards the backside of things. Now Carolina Royal Ravens just going to clear out the rest of the Huntsman before the reset does occur here.
Royal Ravens, they want the revenge. They're pushing up strong. Johnny with the off angle, that was looking good, but it's not enough just yet. Brack now is going to be the next tip of the spear as Royal Ravens continue to push up. But man, Huntsmen are looking great. They're getting the slays, and you got Renegade who's going rogue on the flank. He's been sniffed out though, and unfortunately will die, but he could have been making some big plays if he wasn't figured out.
I mean, we're really butting heads down there where the EMP is, and Brack, we can't lose stuff like that. But Lurks does need some kills as you're double negative, so things can be difficult. Johnny about to face the influx of the slaughter fest of the Carolina Royal Ravens. The entire kill feed goes blue, especially when Lurks takes that break.
Ooh, at the 1 yard line, shut down. Great work from the Huntsmen. Royal Ravens was just right there, and I appreciate the push from Royal Ravens. That was kind of their last-ditch effort, their play that they had to make, in my opinion. And Johnny Johnny wants this. Nate's cooking. It might be good, and it's going to at least get a hit marker and push Royal Ravens back. Huntsmen continue to push up. They want this, and they might get it, and they will. They're going to lead 2-0.
Okay, Huntsmen, I like what I'm seeing there. Things are looking pretty good for Craze now. You've got a couple Huntsmen on the other side, and there's only so much you can do. Lurks from the backside of things. They're going to do work onto them.
Things slow down just a little bit.
I'm okay with it. I'm okay with it.
Royal Ravens will now have control of the ball once again. They'll bring it back. And Wolfpack together over towards B potentially. Huntsmen look to make the rotate for themselves, and they've done such a great job setting up defensively on B that it's very difficult for Royal Ravens to penetrate that defensive setup. And in this case, it's going to be Johnny and Brack who are going to face the brute force of the Royal Ravens up ahead.
I just saw two members of the Huntsmen lose a fight mid-map, which allows the Carolina Royal Ravens to move that much closer towards B. The last stand is inevitable for them, but the spawns are allowing the Huntsmen to keep reinforcing, but this is where it's going to happen as we dive down towards B. Carolina Royal Ravens on the board.
All right, good stuff. Now they're trying to keep Huntsmen off the spawn, but continually pushing up is going to be the Huntsmen trying to break free, but this is the most aggressive we have seen the Royal Ravens as of yet. They're trying now to piggyback a couple of caps, and it could be successful. In fact, they're making great headway. They're going to go ahead and get it, and just like that, they're going to tie it up. No, they're not.
Swooty.
No, they're not. Swooty shuts them down, and we should end this half 1-2.
That Swooty kill right there to pick it up and run the EMP the other way is so
They don't get
nice.
this, do they? Surely not. This would be a crazy run to end it 3-1.
Crazy break.
Ooh.
Shots like that.
Oh.
Shots like that. Okay, Johnny. Okay, couple more bullets to slide on out, but you got the reinforcements and the two-piece from
Wow.
Brack. And halftime.
That's incredible. The fact that they got it, last-ditch effort, 3-1. Well done to the Huntsmen, man. Their respawn is no joke.
Look, I put out a tweet and I said, Huntsmen or Ravens, who you got? They said Huntsmen.
They said
and by they, I mean it was just one person, but that's one person versus the world, baby. They know. They
You
know.
didn't have to expose yourself. It's all good.
It's all right.
20
It'd be
people
like that
said
sometimes.
Huntsman. 20 people said Huntsman. No, this is great. I mean, again, you know, Huntsmen do a wonderful job coordinating as a team. Like, you got to think defensively. Like, those pushes from Royal Ravens sometimes are really difficult to shut down. Huntsmen doing it in style, despite, quite literally, Brack is the only person positive at this point, by the way. So it just comes to show you, man, it's a team effort.
Well, it's Swooty on the comeback, right? He's on a nice little 2-streak there. Brack on a 3 as well. And I think they're doing enough. And sometimes you can just, like, boost your stats with kills. It doesn't even matter. But if you're making those kills be valuable towards the objective, that's really all that matters.
Already starting to push up. That's going to be Swooty with the ball. Renegade doing what he does. He loves to be this floater player, and he does it incredibly well, kind of akin to what Kismet was doing earlier here on Group D, or at least, excuse me, on the D broadcast.
Oh,
Johnny, good job. Answered back by Royal Ravens, forcing Swooty to once again go down mid and might be making an audible over towards A, and this could pay off. The only person that's going to stop him could be Lurks. Swooty's like, where do I go?
Bro,
Where's it? Where's
I got a pistol and a dream, and I'm trying to score ball, okay? But you do get the reinforcements from the rest of the Huntsmen after that, and this is where it's going to be able to escort you down to the bottom of the map, and now we can filter on through, but the rest of the Carolina Royal Ravens are already here.
Royal Ravens now have control of the ball. It took a while to get to this point, yet here they are. For Exceed, you can tell he wanted to push A, but he couldn't just. He's got to wait for reinforcements. They need a couple of cleanups onto the Huntsman side of things before they can officially push up. But with this adjustment over towards B, Brack looks to shut it down, and he will do exactly that. Again, Huntsmen are doing such a great job at reading Royal Ravens and shutting them down.
Yeah, and like they're playing patient. They're just holding their angles, which is exactly what they need to do. And if they push out, they're just going to clean it up. Now you can see that we've got Renegade filtering down towards B, looking for the score, gets cut down. Nice pick up there from Craze.
All right, we flip sides once again. Royal Ravens with the ball.
Oh, they need to just full send.
For sure, and I hope they do. This is their best opportunity. Lurks holding down.
He cleared it out. It's a big 1v1.
Oh, but this is big for Renegade. Renegade can make a move, and Renegade is looking to do exactly that. Johnny's going to be taking down an opportunity for Huntsman to answer back, and they do exactly that. Well done.
All right, it's Swooty and Johnny versus the world on the bottom of the map, and you've got 3 members of the Ravens down there extending onto B. We fold a bit. still 3. And this is where you need the reinforcements to come through. I'm looking for Brack. I'm looking for Renegade. Those are my heavy hitters that I want alongside me when I'm looking to make a goal.
Yeah, at this point for Huntsman, like even if they hold on to the ball right, I mean, that's a positive for them. They've already lead by 2. Only 2.5 minutes remaining. It's Royal Ravens
Brack.
who have to get desperate, and Brack is making moves, and this cap would be the cherry on top, bringing Huntsman up 4-1, and it's going to do exactly that. Royal Ravens back is now officially against the wall.
That S&D goes to around 11. It's incredibly close. I thought the same thing was going to happen on Overload, and they are giving us everything we wanted out of a Challengers team here. Except that. That one hurt a little, sweetie. I'm not going to lie.
All right. Ball's down. Royal Ravens know time is running thin. You go back to the first half, and Royal Ravens put this great potential dual cap setup into place. If they can replicate that, maybe they can make it realistic to
stop. It's a B hit.
versus and take
Come on,
it.
Swooty.
Yep, Swooty tried his best. Once again, ball's going to be down at the 1-yard line by B. Huntsman shutting down the Royal Ravens. The last hope is going to be player 4, and he's not going to be there very long. Huntsman, hold on once again. Surely, this is their game.
They are so damn good in the pocket, right? Anytime you want to get closer to them, the Huntsman, they're going to ice up, they're going to shut you down. Swooty gets a nice opening, and the teammates are there to just hit the reinforcement.
This
but
is it.
you have to. If you're crazy, you got to get crazy. We need this score.
Nice. Okay.
Okay, you do a little bit.
I mean, look. We're razor thin right now when it comes to time for the Royal Ravens, but it's still relatively possible, but they've got to start chaining together some caps, and they might be able to do so. But Renegade's on the flank. Renegade loves these off angles, loves these flanks. Royal Ravens isn't even looking at him. That's going to be 2 coming up for his size. He's on a 7 streak.
That's exactly what you need. Okay, now looking towards where the EMP is. Carolina Royal Ravens finding a lot of kills here. We know how quick they can be once they recover the device. But the Huntsmen, instead they're going to flutter down mid. But I do think it's necessary for Swooty to go up towards the top mid map. He gets the information, gets EMP down.
They're going to have to get a cap, and they get their hands on the ball and not die. That's the only line of attack for the Royal Ravens. And Huntsman, they're going to go. They're going to go ahead and forego the ball. They're just going to push forward. They just want to slay out. They understand they have the potential to win this game. Royal Ravens are done for. 25 seconds. This might be a wrap unless a miracle happens, and that miracle might be forming. Royal Ravens are desperately pushing up towards B. There's just enough time to maybe make a miracle play, but shut down as Brack mows them down. Huntsman will in fact take this game and win this, or at least lead the series 2-1.
This is nasty work out of the Huntsmen. This is what I wanted to see. We talk about them kind of keeping the longevity in the bracket, taking the win here, and taking another map from the Carolina Royal Ravens.
This is it.
They can get closer. They can do it.
Well,
I love it.
I mean, they're already doing it. Swooty, well done. They'll get the final. But, I mean, overall from Huntsman, that defense was no joke. Royal Ravens could not break it. Countless time, at least 4 to 5 times, they're at the 1-yard line, shut down each time from the Huntsman side of things. And Renegade was a large reason for that. He goes just, average at least 27, but his at least his impact on the field was tremendous.
Yeah, and you think back to when we just saw Huntsman play against Koi, right? They went 6-0, Scar Overload.
Yeah.
6-0.
Yeah.
So you come in and you immediately say, nah, none of that, right? We got the Carolina Royal Ravens. We got this. We're looking towards Scar Hardpoint now. And you think back to when we saw the Huntsman at that Colossus Hardpoint. It was incredibly close, right? But they were so impactful breaking those hills.
That's right. That's right. They can now apply that over to Scar.
Exactly.
They can win the series 3-1. Royal Ravens, we'll see you later if that's the case. If we go to rate S&D, what are you going to do?
What are you going to do?
I'm going to favor Royal Ravens there. I still think their search is better. I really think they beat themselves versus the Huntsmen, almost beating them on Den, right? That's just how I feel personally. I'm just saying,
you're allowed
saying
to have
how
opinions.
it is.
They can be wrong, too. No, I'm just kidding.
But if I'm Huntsman, it is what it is. If I'm Huntsman, I want to win this Scar. Like, this is my game mode to take. We've already won one before. Let's close it out 3-1. And they've got to do it. I honestly think this is their win condition. If we go map 5, it's 2 up in the air.
Yeah, I mean, look, the big story of the day with a Pro-Am here is what are those Challengers teams going to do against these Pro CDL teams? And if you've got players on your roster like Johnny that have played in the CDL, that have bounced around Challengers and are looking to kind of reinvigorate themselves here, what is the best way to make that happen? It's sending the Carolina Royal Ravens packing.
100%.
It's what you do.
100%. But you got to think it is going to be grueling for the Huntsmen or the Royal Ravens, whoever win this series, straight into another series. And that's just how it goes. But maybe they'll be nice and warm heading into their next series, which will be do or die for both. Here it is. Game about to get started. We're moving into Scar Hardpoint. A chance for Huntsmen to take down the Royal Ravens, to stay alive in group play, and also keep their dreams alive to make it into the brackets.
Oh, this is so good. Like, you got to think, the Delta Stream's been crazy, right? We had that Breach win earlier against the General Maze. That was fun to be a part of. Now we got the Huntsmen with the potential. I'm not even going to lay that out there, right? Because sometimes if I start making predictions, they can turn into curses, and I don't want to do that to people right now. We're all positivity happy here.
I will say you were a blessing to one of the teams a little bit earlier, okay? You were a blessing. So don't count yourself out just yet, okay? Here it is, a chance for Huntsmen to close it out. If you're a Huntsman fan, get loud in the chat. If you want Royal Ravens to sit at map 5, well, equally get just as loud. This is their time to shine. Peep one up, and we're going for it.
Oh, this is going to get crazy over here. Brack does touch, and that's okay. Some early points on the board. Johnny looking for the retribution here on the side, and I imagine this Scar hardpoint to be incredibly messy.
Oh, for sure. It could be. But Huntsmen, one of the good things that they do is locking in spawns early. Yep. Locking in those spawns. With 30 seconds remaining, we're going to start seeing that develop as the Huntsmen will most likely start rotating down. And in fact, we already noticed Renegade is going to be doing exactly that. And so is Swoody, as he's going to be rotating through. So Swoody's got to hold on to what he's got. Unfortunately, he cannot. But Huntsmen are still in the power position.
They are. They put down 32 right off of P1, and Carolina Royal Ravens looking for some scrap time. So I'm all right with that. If I'm the Huntsman, I'm immediately trying to set myself up for a successful P2.
Yeah, and well, Royal Ravens now have that successful P2 at the moment. Huntsmen have relatively close spawns, but Royal Ravens doing a great job at the moment getting the slays, but we'll see what Huntsman can do. They've done a great job penetrating these hills. Lurks, though, is heating up. He's already 4-2, and I don't think he's going to be slowing down.
There's a couple trades going to the mid-map. I love that they're leading Exceed back to hold those angles, and they have to be able to hit this break-in. I was touting about what that looks like, especially on that Colossus hardpoint from earlier on today. We haven't seen the same breaks out of the Huntsman here on Scar just yet.
Not just yet. For the first time, Royal Ravens will take the lead, and they don't look like they're going to relinquish it. They've done a great job. Exceed, last one standing for Royal Ravens. He's got some Huntsmen around him, but even still, they continue to take away time.
And that time just keeps on multiplying, and no matter what the Huntsmen do, they keep trying to hit the break, but it's the Carolina Royal Ravens who took that overload personally and are coming back with a vengeance.
And this time they are going to take priority over P3. They're going to rotate early enough. I say that, I keep saying that, but then it's like Royal Ravens get the picks needed. This time it's fire. Huntsmen will have to take priority, but Royal Ravens aren't going to give it up too easy. They now push up. Swoody's going to get caught off guard potentially.
Fire?
Yeah.
You got to cut him down. Swoody there to make it happen. It's a shame that they couldn't have done it sooner, but regardless, no one able to touch the hill just yet. But it could go the way of Carolina Royal Ravens, especially with that nice big pickup on Johnny through mid.
Grace tries to set the trap. Unfortunately, when he springs it, he's figured out. Royal Ravens doing a phenomenal job from P2 to P3. They've been relatively flawless. Stun to the back, no worries. Johnny takes an opportunity to push up. Big knife from Renegade. Huntsmen finally waking up from their slumber.
Look, they needed this. This was not going to be too little too late, right? They weren't going to let them double their score. So get your trophies down, get comfy here, because we're locked in for a dang good time, and Brack's going to have to hold up, but not when you got two people jumping on your face from the top ropes.
P4's coming up into play in just about 5 or so seconds. Huntsman tried to take priority, but the only one who's going to be there is Renegade, and he's going to be feeling lonely very soon as Royal Ravens push up aggressively. He holds on to what he's got. I don't think you need to overextend. Push it into Renegade. He picks up 3 and he punishes him. Says, why do you want to do that? I'm not that guy that you push into. He's on a 4 streak.
Yeah, he is. Looking for double positive. Don't chow Renegade in the back, okay? He'll smack you with a steel chair.
That's right. Steel chairs all around.
It's looking like Hulkamania down here, and I'm talking about the good one.
Man, beautiful job. Renegade finally falls, but the damage was done. Huntsman did a wonderful job holding on to the hill. And they should get this next remaining time. I can't foresee Royal Ravens trying to push up for the scrap time. So good job from Huntsman. They're going to tie up things. Royal Ravens now will start to focus on next as they start to back away to hold off the, of course, lanes. Renegade very cognizant, pushing Royal Ravens back. In fact, getting an early pick. It is going to be Royal Ravens who are going to have the initial time, but Huntsmen are desperately trying to claw their way over.
Hey, they did take the lead by 2, but with the Carolina Royal Ravens getting that early time onto next, how do we break them down? They have the early spawns, but I love that Swooty has already pushed all the way through back. The ultimate flank occurring, so keep your tabs on him. He fights Craze. Brack gets Exceed. Is this the break that we needed? Yes.
Yes, it was. The Royal Ravens are not far behind. And they're coming up with a vengeance. They're going to attack the front side. Renegade doing what Renegade normally does, trying to get onto the flank. This time, Cat's out of the bag. He's going to be figured out. Royal Ravens finally break 100, but it's still dangerously close.
It truly is, especially with the Huntsmen spawning so close, but they're holding down. Fire with a nice nade pickup, making it a double. It's making things difficult for the Huntsmen to get scrappy here if they can, and if anyone can do it, it's Renegade.
Well, they still have favorable spawn, but let's face it, there's only 10 seconds remaining before we start to head back to P1, where we started everything over by Tank. And already Craze, he was rotating through, but he gets punished. The Huntsmen now looking to already take priority spawns. Hotel's going to be next for P2. So for Huntsmen, they want to retake the lead.
10 away from making it happen. Swooty with a nice pickup here. You've got Brack just anchoring down there. Look at Craze, though. Craze does get picked off, and that's going to be really vital to the Huntsman's hold here.
You know, going back to one of our earlier series, it was amazing how much time a certain team was able to hold down P1. And in fact, in my opinion, it's what ended up undoing that certain roster. So in this case for Huntsman, getting this valuable time on P1 is going to be critical for them not only taking the lead as they have, but beating the Royal Ravens. Royal Ravens finally starting to snap back, and they are going to be successful. 20 seconds, we'll be moving to P2. This time around, though, Huntsmen have the good spawns. Lurks is looking to change that.
Oh, Renegade trying. At least you're getting the information of where players are sitting. Carolina Royal Ravens looking for the last 10 seconds, and setting up for new is Renegade. A nice big pickup onto Lurks there. Will they be able to find out Fire?
Ooh. Well, even though Lurks ended up falling, Royal Ravens still get the favorable spawns, but they've got a couple of Huntsman members they got to take out, including Johnny, who's just up ahead.
Yo!
Standing his ground, 10 toes down, picking up 2.
I said, this is my hill.
That's it.
This is mine. I will say Brack with almost a minute and a half in the hill time. Look, he was looking good, especially up onto Koi, some of the most. Him and Johnny and Brack had the most. So keep that moving through. Keep the playing. However, it's still a 10-point game.
It is. It's very, very close, isn't it? After all, again, what's at stake here for Royal Ravens?
Everything.
Royal Ravens, they are down in the series. Huntsman on series point. If they win this map, they knock Royal Ravens out. Huntsmen stay alive, but if Royal Ravens can win and force a game 5, the hopes and their chances of moving forward is still alive.
Oh, but Craze from the backside, not before he gets traded out. Still 10 seconds left. They're chalking it. Huntsman, we're going for new. We want to set up on mid. You find some big pickups, and you immediately set yourself up. Keep your eyes on Swooty and Renegade, 2 complete opposite sides of the map, looking for any rotations.
Yeah, this time Huntsmen are going to take priority over where Royal Ravens are going. A save that, but then they get taken down.
Lurks.
Streak out. Lurks looking to make an impact. This is a perfect hill to use a Hellstorm, to open up an opportunity, to push up. 3 down, 4 down, and 1 out of the spot. It is quite literally picture perfect. Royal Ravens in dominant control.
That's a clean sweep that you need, especially if you're looking to open a lead here up on the north side of the map. Carolina Royal Ravens find big value out of that Hellstorm. Now, how do you break that down? You get a couple trades. Johnny finds 2, and we've just got to inch ourselves closer. You've got Foodie, you've got Renegade. They go big, and we get a break. Jump on it. We got 20 seconds to capture here, but the reinforcements for the Ravens are already lined up.
Yes, they are, and they are making an example of why they are in the CDL. They are starting to not only come back, but thrive in this moment. Craze is heating up. Huntsmen are starting to fall behind. Can they turn their luck around? I don't know. This hill has almost been perfect, but Huntsmen finally find an opportunity to break, but it's too little too late. Royal Ravens are already on the fresh hill, and Huntsmen are trying to go for the break.
And they're looking for 200, and this is difficult, right? We know how much the Huntsmen got out of this specific spot in the last round of rotations, and things get nasty, right? They get mixy, and a big win for Brack in the back line.
Huntsmen have to play this appropriately. They're not in danger of losing off of this hill, but they are in danger of falling too far behind to where
Johnny
they have to get desperate. They have to play perfect on each and every hill. Good news is, Huntsmen, they break it. Johnny, multi, he's on 3. So this is huge for Huntsmen. They're not giving up despite their back against the wall.
I'm telling you, you get all 20 of this, you bring it back within 15 points. This is exactly what you need for the Huntsmen. It's going to be that rotation that costs you, so Renegade is already looking to get mixy across way.
Yeah, he's starting to heat up. This
Lay
is good.
that path.
No, this is good for
Don't
him.
get caught here.
He loves those off angles. He loves the flanks, but this time around, shut down still. Huntsman have managed to bring it to within 18 points of where Royal Ravens currently stand. Now, you go back in time, Royal Ravens did a phenomenal job on the very hill that they're currently in control of. And this time, there is enough time for them to win.
But the Royal Ravens have the spawns. They have the time. This break has to be flawless, and Renegade from the back needs the two-piece. We fall here, and this could be the end of the Huntsman. You may get time for one more break, but you have to be flawless.
That's right. This could be the end. Huntsman not looking to give up
Great.
just yet, but they are still fighting for mid-control. The only one who's going to be spawning up, who's anywhere close, is going to be Johnny. He's going to be the tip of the spear, but it's a disconjointed push. One by one they go, giving Royal Ravens an opportunity to stack up. Fire, he'll push out. Another one's going to end up falling. And Tiff, I hate to say it for the Huntsman fans, but they're not going to win this one. We're going to a map 5.
We're within 7 seconds. That counter is going up. Renegade from behind finds a two-piece and stops the Ravens in their track.
I digress. They actually stay alive.
We
Tiff, I
have
was
the
not expecting
rotation.
that. We do, but only 5 points away is the Royal Ravens. The Huntsmen have to be flawless. Another Hellstorm's going to be coming in. This time, it's going to be fire instead of lurks. The last one wiped the Huntsman 2 times over. Will
They
this one
scurry.
do the same? Renegade can't necessarily move. It doesn't find anybody. Huntsman, stay on the current hill. Royal Ravens still got to penetrate.
Hey, they find one. Here comes the Ravens, looking for that break, looking for the action, looking for some wipes. And Brack is holding on for dear life. 19 HP and
He's
a
not
dream.
moving. He doesn't want to move. Player 3 is going to be just behind him.
have
Brack
to.
goes for the reposition. Royal Ravens now just 4 points away, but it doesn't mean that they're going to take the win. Finally, Royal Ravens get control, and this should be it. And yes, it will be 250, 206. We're going to a map 5.
That scoreline looks awfully familiar when you think about map number 1 on Colossus. It was 250, 204, but with Ravens at 204, so to answer back in similar fashion is exactly what they needed to do to give us a Raid S&D for Game 5.
Oh, Raid S&D. The OG map from Black Ops 2. Now the decider of who loses and who wins, who moves forward. Who stays alive. Lurks did a great job, 38 and 26. Fire as
25
well.
non-traded kills out of Lurks, you right.
You know, you wanted to see Fire do well, and I think he did exactly that. It was a bit sketchy at moments, but Royal Ravens did a phenomenal job holding on to what they got. Well done, man. That got scary. Got scary for a little bit.
Were you nervous?
I'm always nervous.
You said you wanted an upset.
I did, and I thought we were going to get it. Here it is. It's been a close series, guys. It really has been, but it comes down to raid, search, and destroy. Royal Ravens versus the Huntsmen. CDL versus the Challengers. We're going to get the conclusion of the series after the break.
Caramba, galera, 2-2. Deixa eu ver o tempo que nós temos aqui.
Iniciar disco.
Eu vou dizer
OBS
que-
Studio.
Caramba, tô-
Security. Uma janela OBS Studio. Já OB Live. 7 horas 30 minutos e 7 segundos.
É.
Projetor em tela
Falta
cheia.
1h23, hein? Como cada mapa dura 1 hora, então esse aqui deve ser o último mapa para fechar a série, então, segundo o que ele falou aqui. Lembrando vocês de comentar, like, compartilhar o vídeo. Ajuda bastante, falta 1 hora para terminar aqui no canal, então deixe o seu like, comentário e compartilhar o vídeo. Amanhã, dia 30, temos Mortal Kombat, 31 também. Lembrando, dia 2, Call of Duty volta. Ainda no último evento do dia 1, se não estou enganado, dia 2. Dia 3, PlayStation. O outro evento será, não sei. Dia 4. No último dia o último evento do dia 2. Ou penúltimo, um dos dois. 5 último evento do dia 2 e fechando dia 6 a temporada. Sete, 8, 9, 10. Mortal Kombat. E ainda seguindo com Summer Game Fest. Tá, vou estar intercalando. Então, só falta uma partida, então, para gente fechar a nossa live, provavelmente. É que eles deram a entender aqui, né, os dois. Então, vamos descobrir isso já já, hein. Se terminar antes do especial, eu vou ter que ver daqui a pouco, melhor ainda, hein. É, galera. Lembre-se de comentar. Lembre-se de comentar o que querem ver. Magic provavelmente volta no futuro canal, provavelmente volte. Talvez não como torneio, mas como missões diárias. E devo estar começando a preparar o meu próprio jogo também, né? Vamos ver o que dá aqui, né? É 1h. Olha só o tempo que nós temos aqui. Vamos olhar aqui o tempo.
Iniciar janela. K4 exibir Twitch. OBS Studio. 64 bits. OBS Live. 7 horas 35 minutos e 55 segundos. Projetor em tela cheia.
Falta 1h.
Janela.
1h30 mais ou menos. Uma hora e meia mais ou menos falta. Porque os 30 não conta, são os 23 para frente. Então falta 1h e pouco. Então eu tenho que ir lá para meio-dia e 20 mais ou menos, devo terminar. Meio-dia e 20 horas eu tô terminando de fechar o vídeo, né? São 10h30. Falta 2 horinhas, exato. Pra ser 2 horas. Já com alguns quebrados a menos. Né? Menos 15 minutos, mais ou menos. Eu já voltei, galera. Já voltei. Vou tomar chamada.
It's been a long build-up, but the time has finally come. The finale between the Carolina Royal Ravens and the Huntsmen. A chance to move forward for the other. Unfortunately, the end of their run in group play. It's map 5, Raid S&D, and we're already hitting snipes.
I mean, we're connecting, we're getting hit markers, and still getting hit markers here for Swooty, but what he's also doing is getting the information. And first blood, it goes to Johnny.
Goes to Johnny. Huntsman already off to a great start. Craze with the bomb in hands. Backs away from, actually, we're going once again for an overextension. This is something that they were doing earlier that I was fully against when they were on S&D on Den, but it might work out in this case. Lurks is going to manage to answer back. It's going to be a 3v3.
All right, Renegade. Let's see what you can do on the back line. You got the bomb going the other way, and you pop on out. You find 2 Royal Ravens, and that's, well, too many for you.
That's right. Who's hanging out? That's Swooty in the corner. He's going to be sniffed out. Still realistic for Huntsman to win this, but it's Johnny 1v2, which means he'd have to pick up 3. The nade throw might give away his position, and they're going to trade spots down basketball, and it's just COD timing at its finest as they flip spots. Bomb's going to go down, making Johnny's life even harder.
Yeah, this is going to be tough considering you've got Lurks already looking for him, and Johnny on 27 HP. We peek out through a window. We find Craze. Okay, things are different here with Johnny on half HP, back up to 100. He's got plenty of time to make this happen.
Oh, they're going to meet. They're going to meet. John, no, he didn't see him. Are you kidding me?
Brother.
Johnny backs away.
Come on, Johnny.
Once again, they trade spots.
Come on,
they're
Johnny.
Gonna connect. And Johnny can't get the job done. Lurks will hit the shots needed. And Royal Ravens will take a very close and tight round number 1.
All right, chat. Let's step back for a second. Sure, Carolina Royal Ravens, they're going to take that round here. But we are in Game 5. It is Major 3. It's a Pro-Am. And Huntsman, our challenger representation that's still here, still fighting for a chance to make it to that bracket play this weekend. If you've ever been a fan of challengers, you stand up, you lock in, and you send your vibe straight towards the Huntsman.
That's it. The Huntsman, they need it. They need it, Royal Ravens. A close round 1, but they'll take it anyways. We're going to be splitting the difference on both ends. An opportunity for Huntsman to get the bomb down onto B. Free and clear to set up defensively for the Royal Ravens. They're going to do exactly that. Renegade's going to plant, but their middle is going to have some attention. Craze and Lurks are going to be pushing through stairs.
Oh, Johnny from the deep like a megalodon out there. He usurps out of there, but gets cut down. It's all right, because Renegade was looking for a couple. Now in a 2v2 situation, it's Swooty, it's Sniper versus the world.
And Swooty, he hasn't been hitting too many shots, but he'll hit the one needed. You hear the head crunch. Huntsman tie it up 1-1.
So it's gonna be like that. Do we get a game 5, round 11?
Ooh, I want it. At this point, we've waited long enough. God, what a shot. Hey, I saw on Reddit.
Did you?
Swiggity Swooty, put that sniper away. No, Swooty, keep that sniper out if you're going to hit shots like that.
Give me another one.
That's right.
Give me another.
All right, all tied up 1-1. This time around, Huntsman on the defensive side. Royal Ravens forced to get that bomb down. It looks like we're going to collide over onto the Raid side. All teams pushing out. Swooty missing the shot.
It's because you said
Misses
something.
the second. Exactly. I know the captain's curse is real. Renegade overextends. He's unfortunately going to get taken down. Craze. Exceed will pick up 2. Huntsman in dire straits.
And he's got a pistol and he's running and he's getting tagged up from all sides. That's not the good look, but it's Brack against the world. And he falls here in that round. And Carolina Royal Ravens hit a 2-1.
2-1. Very quick 2-1. Huntsman. We'll switch over sides. Last time worked out so well because they got bombed down free and clear. This round was just straight up push, slay out, easy for the Royal Ravens. Huntsman have to answer back. See how this ends up unfolding. Swooty, sniper in hand. I almost want to watch him every single time. I mean, it's kind of hit or miss.
Just
but
a Swooty POV cam? Okay,
you know, honestly, because when he hits those shots, it's exciting, but he doesn't always hit them. But either way, I feel like if he does hit, he has the chance to swing the round into the Huntsman's favor, and a nice shot onto Exceed.
A first blood to Swooty, okay? Someone once told me if you just hit your shots and get good forehead, that's the key to success, and I'll take that all day.
Johnny, tip of the spear, through Laundry. He's got to check that corner, doesn't. Be a trade-off, 3v3. Renegade goes for the response and can't hit enough. And he'll go ahead and hit the ground.
All right, Swooty, you got to be impactful. You got to hold ring. You can't let that happen. You get the info. We go 0 for 2 on those shots.
But they pushed him away, though. The rotation is in. The
0 for 3.
Sniper, they are forced to respect it. Bomb is down. Bomb is down. 3v3. Huntsman have the advantage.
Honestly, it's keeping Carolina Royal Ravens at bay, and Swooty picks up another one. Okay, so we're on 4-2. Double positive here. Swooty, pistol in hand on the ring through the smokes. Can we find him? No. Craze slashes you down.
Back in the corner. Craze down. Huntsman. A chance to tie it up 2-2. Fire last alive. He's
1v2.
pulled off some great plays. I think he does see Brack. He knows Brack is going to be up in Laundry. But he doesn't know where Renegade is at. Finally, he does. He goes, he's not going to check the corner. He's down 2-2. Huntsman keeping it competitive.
If the Carolina Royal Ravens lose this S&D, you come back to the VOD and you see that you didn't check that corner. That one haunts you.
Yes, it does.
That's your sleep paralysis demon personified.
Ooh. I thought he saw Brack. I guess he didn't. He was too concerned where Renegade was at. And Huntsman, job well done, tying it up 2-2. Look, Swooty, man, he's
something.
You know, it's wild watching him, and sometimes it's windy, sometimes he's on point, but when he's on point, I love it.
Okay, Reflections, a little weatherman action out of you, I see.
That was my calling in my other life.
That'd have been cute. All right, back to it. 2-2, tied up, game 5. Getting crazy here with Craze on board. Filtering through mid, bomb goes towards A. We're immediately planting.
This is what you want to do, especially if you can get priority, get bomb down early on. Your chances of winning typically go up in this moment. Lurking about, smokes out, Craze hits the shot. Well done. Oh, and that's going to be a huge clap. Even though Lurks takes down Craze, it's still going to be a net positive. Swooty last up.
Swooty versus the world. Little smoke, little distance, little patience.
Not a lot he can do here, though.
Oh, he grabs an NPC. Oh, too little, too late.
Yeah.
Unfortunate there.
It was a great job from Lurks. Going into kitchen, picking up as many as he did. Well done from Royal Ravens. It is a battle for sure. Nobody has been able to dominate just yet. It's been tit for tat.
I'm okay with that. Look, I'm telling you, we got a game around 11 on the horizon. I'm telling you.
I wouldn't want to wait this long, Tiff.
Why? You got to play again if you go for the Huntsman?
Well, no, you know, you get to a game 5, and then it's a blowout. Come on, what was it all worth?
Everything.
I guess so, for one team. In this case, though, it's very close. And it is going to be another breakout. Huntsman Bomb in hand. They're only going to be met by fire, so this is a chance for them to get bombed down early on, but they do have to respect that there might be more waiting. So because of that, they're going to play a little bit of a flex roll. Renegade, though, with the read, takes down Lurks.
Look, I'm telling you, we have COD timing that's crazy, but immediately checking back onto that is so big to grab first blood against Lurks. Now for Johnny, you got the shots coming all ways.
Yep.
Craze here, yeah. Tied up, 3-3.
I think Huntsmen are going to go ahead and maybe double back, get bomb down. This is good. Fire's not going to be able to spot this based on where bomb is being planted. So Huntsmen should be able to set up defensively without losing anybody, and that's exactly what's going to end up happening. So Renegade is going to spot a player mid, but can hit the shots needed. Exceed also hits onto Swooty. Johnny onto Craze, 1v2.
Okay, bomb's down though. We can bait it out.
Oh!
You bring it to a 1v1. Johnny though, we're 70 HP in a dream in the ring around the Rosie of the vehicle. Come on, Johnny, hold it on!
He's got this. Johnny gets the job done and ties it up 3-3. Despite it being a 1v2 tiff, Johnny unwavering in his faith to hit the shots needed.
All right, Johnny, let's watch that one again. Exceed slides on in. That's clean.
That's clean indeed, isn't it?
I just want to let you know, Reflections, I'm having a good time.
I'm having a great time.
Chad, I hope you are too.
I haven't casted multiplayer in 3 years. This is where I started my career, and funny enough, I started at casting on Raid and Black Ops 2. So this is just, I mean,
Full
I just got
circle
chills.
moment for you.
Man, I'm getting old, but you know, I tell you what, this makes me feel young again for once. Chat, don't say anything to that. I don't want to hear it. My hair's growing back. That's all I got to say.
It's true. Exceed out here sniping. For the Carolina Royal Ravens. He's the one that took down Swooty in that last round. A little sniper v snipey, and Swooty gets the payback.
That's right. It's going to be big opening pick from Swooty. Huntsman holding on to what they got. Lurk should be spotted here. This is an easy cleanup. Yes, it will be. Third one's going to be onto the head. Swooty's going to push up with the pistol in hand, and Swooty is the hero we all needed for the Huntsman.
Oh my God. He's not the hero we deserve. He's the one we need, baby.
That's right. You know, I saw Swooty on one of the breaks, man. I said, hey, dude, keep crushing it. He just laughed and said, yeah, man, we'll do. I mean, he's in good spirits. He's comfortable. He's relaxed. Again, for the Huntsmen, the challenger team, you know, if they lose, they just go top 16 in challenger bracket. They just go and play there. But for here, it's like they're just having a good time. But more importantly, they're proving a point. And we talked about the stock for some of these players. Who knows? Swooty might be going up a little bit. Huntsman up 4-3. We've been going back and forth. Royal Ravens should answer back, but if Huntsman can win another round, put themselves on series point, another challenger team could be progressing forward.
I feel like it's going to be the Swooty v Exceed, sniper v sniping, but if you can find Lurks over there in HUD, it'd be quite nice, especially with Bomb going straight towards B. Slight overextension, but that's okay, because we're still looking for that first blood.
Ooh, Lurks, I don't know if they know he's going to be around Tiki. Bombs down, Craze goes for the snare push,
Craze
picks up one great trade from Renegade's perspective, but of course he can be traded out himself. Lurks in the water, looking to challenge top bedroom. He's going to be on the flank. There is no way they're going to know Lurks is here. If he does decide to go up, which he doesn't, Brack catches him, but Brack doesn't get him, and Royal Ravens will answer back 4-4.
That reaction time was a slight miss. That was a slight miss, but that's okay, because it's still 4-4, tie game. They're just giving us the round 11. Are there script writers back here? I'm not quite sure, but I would like to go see them before the next round.
Look, we're just guests for the CDL. Don't give away the secrets, okay?
I'm just here for the plot armor, right? I'm a weeb. I love anime. I
yes,
love
you do.
it all.
And man, you do anime. If you don't know, she's voiceover artist. She does it very well.
Shh, don't tell them. Don't tell them.
You're very good at what you do. That's all I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. 4-4, all tied up. Next round, so big to win. This round, indeed, actually, because, again, puts you on series point for both teams, Royal Ravens and the Huntsmen. For Royal Ravens, are they going to take the bull by the horn and push up? I think we're going to get a repeat of what was round 2. We're not. They're going to pump the brakes hard. Force Huntsman out towards Raid. And maybe Renegade has been known to push up a little bit too aggressively and get picked off for first blood. He might do it here if he's not careful.
Bro, are we looking for toes here? Hey, they count.
They do.
count. Still damage.
That's right. That's right.
Don't let the dogs out.
Big rotate for the Royal Ravens, and it is going to be matched at least for 2. Thing is, Brack hasn't seen anybody, including that player in Tiki, so he doesn't know Bomb is going down. He doesn't know this rotate is here, so he can't call it. In the meantime, everybody else is going to be there. But for player 7 for Renegade, He is going to hit the mid stairs instead of going for the full flank. This would be a big round for Huntsman to win, but Royal Ravens are set up so nicely that I don't know if it's going to happen.
Little stun check there onto Hut. They've already reclaimed for the defense. Now Renegade with the push out, finds two, dives into the water, let the HP regen, but this is going to be tough, especially, but you do have Brack for the backup.
Yeah. Still, Royal Ravens' defensive setup is so strong. Trophy is also down.
Okay.
Brack goes up the top bedroom. He
Has to
gets
be good.
one. He goes for second. Can't do it. And Royal Ravens put themselves match point, series point against the Huntsmen.
God, they really said, welcome to my crib. Slammed the door in their face.
Broke the window, got in, said, what are you doing, man? Get out.
All right, Huntsman, here's the deal. We didn't come this far to only come this far.
I think we're going round 11, Tiff.
Give it to me.
We're going round 11, Tiff. I think that's just our reality here. If not, though, it's been an epic battle, an epic series, irregardless of what it does.
Don't start
this
reading
next
the
round.
obituary yet.
Yeah,
We gotta lock it in,
you know,
okay?
hey.
We're not there just yet.
I want this round 11. Let's get loud. Huntsman, come on, send us round 11. Let's keep it fighting. Let's keep it strong. Swooty misses the opening shot.
Don't
That's
say that.
okay.
It's okay. 0-2. But the ones that he does find are very valuable.
This is a great rotate, but it looks like Royal Ravens might be reading it properly as they immediately full send it 3 strong to mid. Renegade, if he hits this cut wrong, he's going to be dead.
Stop.
Shots are going to be
Wait.
missed. Renegade might get the turn on.
We're
He stays
still
alive.
alive.
Exceed.
No.
Exceed falls, but so does Renegade. It's going to be 2-2. A 2-2 battle for the end.
It is so damn scrappy here on Raid, baby. And Brack recovers the bomb.
That's right. They've got it. They have some maneuverability here, especially because Royal Ravens have backed away. So they'll rotate over towards A, but it's going to be matched. I mean, but Brack pushes up. Brack pushes up. Brack is
Pop
going
the
to fall.
side.
And the hopes and chance of Huntsman.
No.
Lay with
4
Swooty.
HP and a
Sniper in
sniper.
hand.
And
He's going to be collapsed and
surrounded.
tiff. It is done with Royal Ravens. Win the series. They take it in sensational fashion. It was a long way to get to this point, but Royal Ravens stay alive. But you got to give credit where credit is due. The Huntsmen played so incredibly well each and every map. One of the most exciting series of the day.
What a series out of the Huntsmen. Congratulations for them, bringing it all the way to a Game 5 to fall here in a 6-4 fashion.
We didn't get around 11.
Is close.
But Tiff, we got a banger of a series.
We really did, right? You look over to that Den S&D 6-5, a 6-4 on Raid S&D. We're pretty much perfectly matched into the hard points, and then the Huntsmen take the overload.
Yes, they do. That overload was fun, by the way. The Huntsmen shutting them down as well as they did was just picture perfect. They showed a lot of prowess. Honestly, this Huntsman roster, I hope they stay together, or at least the DNA of this roster stays together, because they've got true potential.
Yeah, it's been a really fun watch here, especially over here on the Delta stream. They're coached by Major Maniac. Like, what do you
That's
expect to see, right? When you've got legendary prowess at the helm of your team to be able to put on a performance like this. Of course, obviously over in Challengers, job's not done for the Huntsmen, but you're feeling pretty damn good after this.
That's right. Huntsmen are going to look great going to Challengers.
They
are going to look phenomenal. Their regain ability is incredible. Honestly, S&D was a lot stronger than I expected it to be. They're a very well-rounded team as far as I'm concerned.
They held it together.
They definitely
did. Were there a couple of moments that were misses and some timing, but all of that can be fixed, right? That's just timing and making sure that we're getting the communicative efforts out towards the team and making those calls and reading those things. But this is why when you have pro-ams like we're seeing here at Major 3, that they are so valuable to get those Challengers teams into the play against CDL. This is how you learn. This is how you level up. Some call it Bankai training, okay?
And it levels up the Challengers as a whole as far as I'm concerned. Let's take a look at our bracket. We have had an epic day of competition, and we now will see, at least on our stream, LA Thieves have moved forward. Alongside that of Falcons, Koi, Optic, and of course G2. Great stuff coming out from them. It is sad to see Omits get 3-0'd and lose, but I will say this, that series against Surge was definitely one of the most dominant we have had today.
Yeah, it really was, and now we kind of move on because the next game here at this point is going to be Miami Heretics taking on the Carolina Royal Ravens. So, sure, You got a game or series drawn out by the Huntsmen, and now you must go back for that rematch in which you were originally 3-0'd in winners round 1.
That's right. Look, Breach and Gentlemates, a rematch, this time tied up 1-1. Winner goes forward, the loser ends early. Two massive fan bases. I know Breach fans are wanting that win desperately, but so are Gentlemates to be back in their true form. FaZe Vegas up to over Cloud9. They should be moving up. It's been a great day of competition.
It's been a great day of Call of Duty, and if you're a fan of Call of Duty, I hope you had a really good time hanging out with us over on the Delta stream, because we love you.
Love each and every one of you. Thank you so much for having us.
Jenny and all that.
You know, we weren't here for a long time, but a good time, and it was a great time casting multiplayer once again. Tiff, I don't know. I mean, we're out at least for the day. Any final words for you?
I like Call of Duty.
Simple as that.
Engraçadinha essa mocinha.
Thank you so much for having us. Still more matches to come, so make sure you check out the other streams. They'll be around. The action is still going to be flying high, and some teams are still going to be eliminated, and others are going to be moving forward. Thanks for having us.
Galera, será que teremos mais uma partida? Aqui tá marcando que sim. Por causa do relógio, que eu digo. Olha aqui, ó.
Iniciar janela. OBS Studio. OBS Twitch. OBS Studio. 60. OBS Live. 7 horas 57 minutos e 59 segundos.
Falta 1 hora e 20.
Prévia.
3. Então, tem que ter mais um jogo, pelo menos. Ok? 1 hora e 25, mais ou menos, temos aqui de transmissão. Então, temos que ter esse jogo aqui no de Miami. Miami! Eu vou para torcer para minha equipe favorita, Miami Hearts. Tá vendo, galera? Vou aqui um momento no banheiro. Já voltei, galera, já voltei. Agora sim. Nos falta 1 horinha e uns quebradinhos. Então, Vamos ver no que dá isso aqui, porque eu digo que Miami é favorito a vencer.
Iniciar janela.
Então olha aqui, ó.
OBS Studio, OBS Twitch, Live, 8 horas 1 minuto e 30, projetor.
Falta 1 hora e 20 minutos. Deu 22 minutos. 1 hora e 22 minutos. Não falta de live. É o que nós temos, hein? 1 hora e 22 minutos de live, hein? Que não resta, hein? Então 1 hora e 10, 1 hora e 15 de partida. Mais ou menos. Eu vou ajudar nessa aqui, né? Porque tá muito complicado. E eu não me sinto muito bem não, galera. Tô muito cansado, eu tô gravando muito em sequência. Mas eu tenho para o almoço. Ainda vou gravar para vocês os 2 partidos de amanhã. E passado amanhã outra. Então, eu vou gravar hoje e amanhã outro, exatamente. Daqui a pouco. Então, se aproximem, tome assento. E lembrando, Taxi Live Simulator é 31 no horário especial às 4 da tarde. Ou às 3, não sei se vai ser 4 ou 3 da tarde, por aí. Então lembrando, GTA 6 terá seu horário especial às 7 da noite. Começando 20 de janeiro. Pelo 20 de janeiro não. 20 de novembro. Às 7 da noite, todos os dias, GTA, hein? Às 7 da noite aqui no canal. E lembrando, eu vou tirar as músicas do GTA, porque as músicas são direito autoral. E pode até mutar as cutscenes no Call of Duty. No torneio não está acontecendo porque não tem cutscene, né? Então é um ponto positivo que não tem cutscene. Lembra 31, meio-dia. Especial com minha mão, Maratona Gavilotti. Logo depois, uma platininha rápida. Vou fazer ao vivo na Twitch. Não sei o que vai acontecer, mas vamos ver o que vai acontecer. Jogo maroto de platina em chocolate. Já platinei em outra conta que eu nem uso. Mas vamos ver que Miami mudou de horário, mudou de posição. O Miami Hurricanes contra a Carolina. Tava ao contrário o nome. Da mesmo do lado esquerdo e mudaram para mesmo do lado direito. Eu vou fazer uma prova com um teste com Grok. Tem que ver se existe uma maneira de fazer umas coisas especiais para mim. Como assim? Jogos? Não, não me refiro a jogos. Produtos especiais. Tem que ver com... pessoas com discapacidade visual e outras capacidades. Mas eu consigo, né? Vamos ter uma ideia, né? Como fazer, né? Produtos chegam primeiro aqui nos Estados Unidos, depois vai pro Brasil, né? E Argentina, essa coisa, né? Então vamos lembrar o que acontece aqui, galera, com esse especial do Call of Duty. Primeiro, depois eu vejo se... Preciso de uma bengala, nova, porque a minha está completamente gasta. Deixa eu perguntar aqui pro Grok uma coisa rapidinho.
Microsoft é de fixar.
Antes do jogo de Miami apareceu. Porque estou buscando um jogo na Apple Store e não está mais aparecendo na biblioteca.
Carregamento concluído. Chrome principal mar.
Oi, Grok, boa tarde, bom dia.
Edição multilinha em branco.
Oi, tudo bom? Que bom te ouvir.
Boa tarde, bom dia.
O Jesus Simulator saiu da PlayStation Store.
O que é isso? Me explica melhor.
O jogo chamado Jesus Simulator. Eu não tô achando.
Jogo de visual
O jogo da vida de Jesus. Jesus Simulator. Estava na PlayStation Store e não tô achando ele. Saiu ou não saiu? Da loja.
Ele foi tirado da PlayStation Store em abril, junto com vários outros jogos ruins da mesma publisher. Sony tá limpando esse tipo de jogo de baixa qualidade. Não volta fácil. Tá só no Steam agora, se quiser.
E qual é o nome da publisher?
VRC Forge Studios. Foi essa publisher que teve todos os jogos dela removidos da PlayStation Store.
Dá você fazer uma lista dos jogos dela foram removidos? Claro, os mais conhecidos. Ou todos, melhor dizendo. Faz toda a lista completa.
Foi a VRC Forge Studios que teve todos os jogos removidos da PlayStation Store em abril. São uns 20 títulos no total, a maioria simuladores e joguinhos de baixa qualidade. Os mais conhecidos são Jesus Simulator, Supermarket CEO Simulator, Card Shop Game Store, Skater Bunny Simulator, Bigfoot Hunting, Parkour on Rooftops e Urban Trace Parkour Simulator Pursuit. Quer que eu liste todos os 20?
Sim, por data de lançamento e dia que saíram todos, né? Obviamente.
Eles foram todos removidos no dia 2 de abril de 2026. Aqui vai a lista principal deles com as datas aproximadas de lançamento no PS. Viking Colony Builder Valhalla, novembro 2024. Stunt Scooter Simulator, novembro 2024. Bodycam Zombie Shooter, dezembro 2024. Supermarket CEO Simulator, março-abril 2025. Parkour on Rooftops, maio 2025. Bigfoot Hunting, julho 2025. Urban Trace, Parkour Simulator Pursuit, julho 2025. Skater Bunny Simulator, setembro 2025. Jesus Simulator, final de janeiro 2026. E ainda tem uns outros como Card Shop Game Store, Police Pursuit, Speedway Turbo, Mac Robot, Sam Christmas Hidden Cats, e mais uns 10 ou 11 no total. São uns 20 joguinhos no total, quase todos no mesmo estilo. Quer que eu liste os outros também?
E um detalhe, essa publisher era uma publisher séria ou era uma publisher que copiava jogos de PC?
Não é uma publisher séria. É o tipo clássico de shovelware. Pegam assets baratos, montam joguinhos rápidos e baratos e enchem as lojas com eles. Sony tá limpando exatamente esse tipo de catálogo de baixa qualidade.
Tem uma lista de qual pode ser as próximas? E que jogos elas têm? Agora em junho?
Não tem nenhuma lista pública de quais vão ser os próximos a serem removidos em junho. Sony não avisa antes, só vai limpando esses publishers de shovelware quando dá. As que foram pegas junto com a VRC Ford foram a Go Game Console Publisher e a Welding Byte, mas também não tem data marcada para mais limpezas.
Essas outras são conhecidas por sujeira também ou porque foram copiando jogos de outras publishers como eles?
São todas do mesmo tipo, shovelware. Publicam joguinhos de baixíssima qualidade, feitos rápido usando assets prontos, cheios de clones e coisas sem esforço. Sony tá caçando exatamente esse perfil de publisher. Não é que eles copiavam de outras publishers, é que eles fazem porcaria em série mesmo.
Entrar no modo de leitura, F9.
Aí já viram, galera? Já viram aí a informação dela sobre o Diesel Simulator e outros mais. Ah, o Simulator eu achei legal, galera. O único jogo que eu achei legal ali do simulador dessa empresa, né? Depois vamos ver como vamos fazer um jogo maneiro aí. No Dreams, né, que eu vou fazer, não sei como vai ser. Aí, ó. O último jogo da noite, hein? Começou. E ela e ele parece que apagaram o microfone deles, hein?
Hi there, friends. What's up? Welcome to COD After Dark. Ooh, We got one more match here, Jay.
Yeah, we do.
I got caught by surprise. I got a little jump scared by myself.
Me too.
Right
Oh,
So
really?
how close I was to the camera, bro.
Dude, you were in there. You're just
They're probably raging in production. I'll back up, guys. I'm sorry.
we're in there. Shift and study. Carolina looking to try to go straight out of a very emotional series, right back into a team that's looking for immediate bounce back. Where's your thought process here? It's a rematch from earlier today.
Yeah, we saw what happened earlier today. It was a 3-0, and a couple players from Carolina just simply didn't spawn in. I think I saw Fire with a .5 in that series versus Miami. You need to be able to bring that slaying presence because we know Carolina, especially in the last couple of stages, they can fight in the respawns. The S&D has always been their Achilles heel, but what you saw in their last series, you were able to take 2 versus the Huntsman,
Random.
and now you have an opportunity to right the wrongs here versus Miami because in their first series, Carolina were the better seed. They decided to choose Team B. This time they switch it up. They go Team A. They get that deciding pick for that map 1.
Yeah, man, and starting things off by going to a Colossus, I love this for Carolina because it just gets you into this rhythm.
Yeah.
You hope, right? Or it falls apart really quickly and you're like, son of a gun. But I think this, looking at how we get this Colossus hardpoint to start, but also the rematch of the Raid, Search and Destroy, leads us to kind of manipulate the thought process based on what happened earlier today versus how both teams have gone through the day previous to them playing earlier. So I like this layout. I think that both teams have a lot in front of them in terms of both pros and cons. For me, it's just like, it's 9 p.m. Like, let's play some flipping COD. Let's get into it. We got
¿Está viendo mi horario haciendo vídeos, Phil? 9 PM.
goes on, winner moves on. Let's get it over.
Yeah, Miami have been sitting around for a little bit. Ravens just coming off of a grueler game number 5, so you got to expect their guns to be a little bit more warmed up than the Heretic boys, but Rencor, you can never shy away from this guy.
Hola, Miami.
For his skill, already on 4 in a row, trying to find kill number 5, instantly loses that gunfight to Fire, and all that Rencor action still leads to Ravens dominating the map.
Yeah, so far at least, you got a nice little round of lurks from behind. That will completely destroy this setup for Miami trying to get back into P1. All 4 will fall.
Miami.
Read, and I like this out of Fire. Fills the gap over towards the overextension, beats Rencor to the punch. Also gets a lot of damage in onto Super, who's still trying to fly forward and will at least capitalize on the elimination. But back to clean things up. At least that's the intent, was Lurks. Exceed now left alone, and he's fighting the entire Miami squad by himself.
Yeah, how much time can you stall if you are Exceed? And if you get a kill, even better. And now he's just finessing his life. He finesses so long that now the teammates are in the play. Fire effective on the trade, and he secures the backbones with that double. Craze through side door, alleviates the pressure on the time, but you have the spawns, now we got to work in.
Yeah, Exceed, although getting through P1, cuts off some of the Miami reinforcements, isolating Super on the backside of the play. Really nice moment here from the Ravens to get things going. 30 seconds at the hard point. Craze coming out of the middle, not going to be able to find the first one onto Metals, but softens up the approach for Lurks. Pistol shots coming through, and then Fire locks things down as Super will drop. 23 seconds, Ravens still controlling spawns, but maybe not. Rencor's going to pop up from behind. You've got a long route from Exceed Brewing, so at least you stop the play from the front, and the shots at Rencor should make life easy for Craze. Good correction there from the Ravens.
Yeah, Exceed was a little bit too aggressive, but thankfully he rasps back into the play and is able to find a double over towards Statue. So the 40-point lead is still pushing here for the Ravens, and off the rotation, they're securing every single gunfight. Miami looking like the same exact form they were versus Koi, just a little bit discombobulated, out of sync, and Ravens, they capitalize on a big-time moment.
I don't know what the Ravens did between their series finish at the Huntsman versus how they're starting this one off, but they look like a brand new team all of a sudden. Miami fighting back, goes to go over to P3. Fire traded away. That'll lead to a lot of time here for Miami, especially with the spawns for the Ravens being all the way down towards P2. So now desperate routes starting to be developed. Miami just need to get a read. Metals from behind the play, able to find the first 2, and that will pretty much shut down any attempt for the Ravens
here.
here.
It doesn't even matter what Exceed is doing on the opposite side over towards Yellow. He's able to find one, at least open up that hard point time for now. And that might actually work out here for the Ravens, because now you give yourself the edge. You know where the pressure's going to come in if you are the Heretics.
Yeah.
You just can't work in for this final 15, and now with the pressure, Ravens are just going to fly on through and flip the map.
Not at all how I thought that was going to go down, especially considering how Metals were able to open the play up. But all of a sudden, you've got the Ravens through the scrap time and on rotation to new. Miami will have 3 players here. Lurks on the corner. Trophy system down for Miami, keeping them largely safe from incoming Semtex, as well as a couple of stunts. Craze is kind of playing his life, waiting for help around the back from Fire, who does give you the opener. So now an opportunity for Carolina to build some numbers and block spawns, and that follow from Craze is perfect. Can't quite get Super, but the trade is in.
And that's why you have all the numbers on that side of the map. Great value out of the lives of Fire and Craze. When your 2 teammates fell from the time, we able to just back on up, secure the backside of Yellow, and then give ourselves a better chance here on the second attempt. Still 30 seconds remaining at the P4, and Craze is starting to get loose. Just creating that extra space, giving the information to the team, understanding where the pressure is coming from. Miami again with 20 seconds going through the front.
Yeah, they're looking a little bit blendery right now, our Miami. Just these moments where it's just, this is the only play we have available to us, so we have to make it, and it's leading to moments like Trakes, who just cannot get free in the back. He's 5 and 12. Super at one point was 5 and 10. So it's just, again, Miami not being able to catch full rhythm, and a great first set of hills from the Ravens.
Now going into the second set, there's a lot of adjustments you need to make if you are Miami. And already off the rip, they're at least finding success at the statue for this early B1 control. It was Rencor the first go around, and it's Rencor again, just locking down that side of the map, even with fire on 5, who eventually does get shut down. Miami finally showing their slaying presence.
Got to keep themselves in the hard point, though. Metals will jump over. Super trying to put pressure towards P2. Trakes set up perfectly to grab a couple, but no, only gets one. Metals following behind that, only good for one of his own as well. So Carolina are able to put pressure towards the P2 side of the map and never really get out of the time on that break. So really nice moment here for Carolina again.
Yeah, and the one player in Craze understands what he needs to do as the sole player on one side of the map. Just value my life, or at least guarantee one kill. And that's already the third wave shut down here at the P1. And again, Craze is just trying to get loose, create that extra space for his teammates to be free, to soak up as much time as they want. But now Ravens are up by 100. Miami, you need to win a rotation.
And they get 2 out of Metals. That'll put numbers in the ballpark of Miami's rotation. Craze in some trouble, but keeps his life top. P1 backs away, trying to help out over towards the P2 side of the map, where Fire and Exceed have already kicked things off nicely. And yeah, that is just really good moments of understanding from Carolina. Spawns are still in, pressure are mounting. Miami need to find a way to break right here, right now.
Yeah, and they're consistently always going forward through the front door. Like, this is not how you play hardpoint. This is in the Miami.
Miami, não faça isso, Miami. Esse é meu time, Miami.
Just looking a little bit out of sync, man. Like they're still playing against Koi, but at least for now they do
Perder
get
por
the
5
trade.
pontos.
They don't have the spawn as secured as they want to, but it's a trade kill feed. It's not good.
It's another moment where Miami have 3 players in the hill and none of them are moving.
Exactly.
They're all just standing around. So Carolina, again, more proactive on the map. Come through, have a chance to break and keep this at a 100+ point game. Super good for 1. Rancor helping out. Lorix looking for the 1v2 and will clean things up. And that's good scrap time now for Carolina, who will still hold numbers as they try to exit and move over to 3.
And now after the rotation, Miami, we need a good hold, man.
Something.
We need to be able to read these long routes because they're down by so much. You know that Ravens have time to work the map. Super catches the first lurker, but now Craze behind enemy lines, already causing an issue, has his player one shot, can't finish the kill. So Miami at least shut down that first wave and now prepared for the second.
Yeah, play on the OE is a good shutdown, but can you respond to the pressure from the front, which is starting to come in waves right now for Carolina? Lurks tag, trying to jump into tunnel, not going to happen, and that is okay. First real decent moment for Miami, and they get a read on the Craze trying to play around the back. So now you can start to get a little bit free if you're Super. And if he can shut down this next attempt, Miami may have an opportunity to go from 3 to 4.
Yeah, but Super flips the spawns out. So now your teammate's going to be caught off guard. Craze spawns right in the backside of yellow. It makes his impact be felt already. And now he takes care of Rencor as well. This is not looking at as clean as you wanted it to be if you are Miami, because you get a good chunk of time at that P3, but now it's a battle for P4.
And honestly, it ends up being a 40-20 anyways. Like, you're still down about 100 points. Yep. So now you have to put together a solid P4. Trakes will kick things off, starting to catch a little bit of heat. He is on 4 in a row. Hit around the back, also being read as Rencor responds to 1. Do they know that Craze is back here? Sure seems that way, and that's now 5 for Trakes, earning himself a Hellstorm. Extra resource now for Miami.
Right, the entire map is on lock, so Miami, if you want a chance at a comeback, this is it. First wave already shut down. Now all of the Ravens trying to break through the front or potentially invest this Hellstorm that Fire's been saving for quite some time. So you're going to be prepared for the push if you are the Ravens, at least through top mid. So you go 2 for 2, make it 3 for 3 in the split fights while Lurk is in.
50-50 over the top of the time. Good opener from Super. Fire in some trouble trying to hold on to trigger, but cannot lock down the shot. Still the contest is through. Super, Drake still combining for eliminations.
Okay.
And that's a really, really good correction there for Miami. Surviving through the Hellstorm, and now you're back to within about 50 points.
Yeah, fantastic P3 to P4 chain, and now only be down by 16, maybe a little bit less if you soak up this final 10. But it's all about these rotation fights, and the only one that's able to find one is going to be Super. The last player they'll count for is going to be Metals, and he was just soaking up that final couple of seconds. So you know where the pressure's going to be at if you are the Ravens. Prepare for the first wave.
Great help from the Ravens up top in the hard point. 3v3 over the top of Statue. Exceed trying to lock things down and just keep this Miami push at bay. And No one is moving, Jay. No one is moving. Finally, Super starts to make the play. Pistol out, able to win the first two. But you got to get into the hard point. This is running low on game time.
Yeah, they already reached that 200-point mark. With statue control, it should give us so many different angles to set up at break at the P1. SMG starting to fly. Trace, Super, everyone streaking a little bit. Trace finds another kill, this time on to Exceed. And keep in mind, he still has a Hellstorm in the back pocket, so Miami is just trying to put themselves in a situation where they can actually use it and be impactful.
I was going to say that you really don't want to use it on rotation.
Nope.
2, you want to use that thing on 3. Metals, nice, able to get himself into 4, and he can just bounce out of the hill and move over towards P2. 5 seconds till the hard point opens. Every gunfight a massive one right here for the Heretics. And Metals will draw the line in the sand at this back staircase. Oh, good nade over the top. Fire able to follow off. Craze on the pinch, able to get 2, and that just spins Super around in circles. Does well to keep his life and a little bit of health. Nice turnover to Lurks, but can't finish the kill, and Ravens have win condition.
This has been their money hill all throughout this Colossus. P2s are on lock. You're forcing the hand of Trace and bounce the Hellstorm. Get them out of the time and allow your teammates to take some space on the map. But now they're finding 2. That's going to be all 4 dead. Carolina still have the back spawns, but Miami are in.
Can they get a couple of staggered spawns? Yes, they do. It's Exceed and Fire who spawn close. Miami, are they fully prepared for this split? Doesn't really feel that way. It's a pinstripe kill feed. Metals, big 1v1 doesn't go his way. Carolina looking to possibly, again, just put this game out of reach. Last 14 seconds, Trace has to hit. Lurks good damage. Fire following up, and Carolina reinforced beautifully for the hold of scrap time.
And you don't even lose here if you are Miami. Just cut your losses and start thinking about new. But when you contest zone, it potentially is going to give you the chance to be late off the rotation. Thankfully, Ravens didn't take any space. They only need 2 points to close out this game. Super locks down the backside. You know, all of the Ravens are going to be spawning over towards blue, set up for the next wave.
Lurks on 4. All it takes is one kill, you feel like. That's what I'm saying. Super able to find the opener onto Fire through tunnel. Lurks trying to finesse around the backside of container. There's help nearby for Miami. Full route being developed by Craze. Help from Exceed on the backside of this, but he gets pushed away. Miami are still hanging, but a split spawn situation. Look at the re-wrap from Exceed. Unreal read from Carolina. Now it's just down to crunching from the front. Metals able to give you 1, Super another. Craze in a little bit of trouble, but the team kill does not impact Carolina's ability to win the game. They will take map number 1.
Oh, and that feels so much better if you are the Ravens, man, to finally see a map 1 go your way on the weekend. And just the way that they set the tone versus Miami very early into the game, it's a big shout out to Fire, man. He was dominating Statue. He was the showing presence, especially on that P2. He started off the game like 15-4 with the Hellstorm, and you're winning every single rotation. Miami, again, just looking a little bit hectic. When kills are going their way, when they're able to just freely roam, that's when they're at their best. But when they are playing for the back foot, having to figure out how to break, and those long runs are getting shut down on your first attempt, yeah, Ravens are going to be prepared for everything after that. It's just the front door. So fantastic plays out of Carolina in map 1.
And that just felt like a map where, because of how it started and just the amount of opportunities that Carolina were able to build by dominating on a rotation and then opening up space, it just felt like when Miami did have a moment, they were like, is there someone behind us? Like, there's just all this conditioning to we're always being pinched. We're never getting a full setup. It just felt like they were slow to make a read and a reaction. It just felt maybe a little bit too cautious in a lot of those moments later in the game as it started to become a little bit tighter.
We even saw it at the end of the second set of the HPs when Miami started to fight back. They do a fantastic job at the P3, go 40-20 split, and then win the rotation to P4 to now only be down by 50 going into the third set. But then with all the kills that went down at Statue, we're crawling. Like, we're just taking our time to look for the most perfect play possible. And Carolina, there was no need to do anything else. There was one guy holding Statue versus 3. And he stalled so much time, and Miami didn't capitalize on that moment. They just look a little bit lackluster. Teamwork or just not in sync. And now you're down on 1, desperately needing to have that response in Search and Destroy on raid again.
I will say, though, like, to kind of finish off on that point, and this has been kind of a revitalization of Carolina in a lot of ways, when you have a player like Craze, who we've seen all through last year and even in moments throughout this year, continually be on your flank, you're just sitting here like, wait, did we count numbers right? Like, there's that moment of second guessing constantly in the back of your mind. And it just felt like Miami got a little lost in the sauce right there. So like you say, going to the Search and Destroy, Miami just trying to do what they did essentially versus your Torontos, versus your Carolinas. They've played a lot of raid in the last couple of weeks, and they've looked pretty polished, especially on the offensive side of the bomb.
Yeah, but I don't think Carolina are going to be that bad on defense the way that Koi were.
True.
With what Lurks and Craze love to get away with, especially on a map like Raid, is just non-stop aggression. In the first 10 seconds, they are trying to take at least one side of the map away from you and trap you on the opposite. So even though the last time we saw the Heretics on Raid Search and Destroy, Super Sniper didn't really show anything.
I don't think he hit
and it
a
still
single
led to
one.
the dub. But this squad is a little bit different. You're going to have to be able to match Exceed on the opposite side.
I don't think Super hit a snipe.
At all.
I don't think he really had a chance to be fair. But yeah, definitely interesting because he didn't really pull it out until like round 4, but never had a connection. So will that kind of change up how Miami want to try to approach things? We'll find out. They're on the opening attack. I believe our boy J-Pros is observing, so he's listening in and saying, all right, you want to see if Super's going to snipe? Let's give you to you. But he's got an M15 looking for some early nade cooks. And Carolina's going to go straight aggressive down towards water steps, and Rencor's got nowhere to go.
Oh, yeah, I told you, Ravens love to take away one side of the map in the first 10 seconds. If you walk right into their pregame, you're most likely going to get isolated. But the bomb is going down at A for free. This is what Metals just needs to keep them at bay. But now he's going to get isolated, and this is going to be a 4v2.
Yeah, he just had to hold down a trigger and hope that he gets a collateral. Same could be said for Trakes. Nice bounce off the wall.
Man.
Flawless round for Ravens. I mean, yeah, Jay, you framed that up perfect. Take away one side of the map, come back to the play, dominate.
Yeah, and it's like Miami didn't even give themselves a chance on that round. They continuously were trying to push forward and force those gunfights, knowing that it didn't have the advantage there. Maybe if we Camp Laundry, force them to work a little bit harder to locate where we are, we stand a better chance even in the 3v4. But Ravens with the aggression get the first blood, wrap back as a collective unit, and clean house for the first round.
Clean, very clean. Okay, Exceed looking at the scope to come out in round number 2 for their first attack. We've often seen him pull this over towards bedroom side, and it looks like that's exactly where he is going to go. Bomb in the hands of Fire, and Craze and Lurks are going to work on their quick route through mid. And yeah, Exceed is just looking for info. And how about that? First blood out of Metals, who just pokes out through kitchen by himself.
Craze is still going. He's still going, not able to find the third kill onto Super. And Fire's instantly trying to play for that trade. Lurks is able to finally find it, but still the numbers in favor of Ravens.
Drake's able to back things out, though, and reset this 1v2. Checks the corner. Opening shot's not quite there, and how about it? We were watching, obviously, Exceed kind of play over towards bedroom side, but Metals just runs right out through kitchen.
I don't get it, man.
We don't often see him make a play like that.
I don't usually see Miami play like this at all. It's just a bunch of ISO ball. Usually whenever Metals is the aggressive through the middle of the map, Trakes is alongside with him. And then Super is also sniping mid-zig. It's just right now we're trying to make big-time plays like we're the only one on the map. And the Ravens are capitalizing on every single situation.
I'm almost wondering if that play call was Miami was trying to push through Tiki to go up through water stairs, and Metals just doesn't get the comm that they're not going to join him there, but puzzling to say it plainly. That's just not a setup that we often see from Miami. Scope out here. Super, a lot in front of him. Cannot connect, trying to get away, and will be able to. Ravens looking for a very similar defensive play, and this time it's a nade that does find Craze for first blood.
And if you miss that shot, don't peek it again, because you know Exceed is most likely going to still hold strong on that angle. But first blood this time around goes to Miami. So now with a minute left to go, kill the noise, cause some doubt. Exceed is going to overextend.
Or he's just going to find a way to slide out and find Super for free. Oh my goodness. Especially considering that Trakes is playing front.
How is he
pool?
not traded?
That's what I'm saying. And that up and over, Exceed almost gets another chance, but he will back away and wait for help. It's Lurks on the long flank. Bomb not being committed to yet, but it's on the way.
Yeah, and now the Ravens are on the way because they catch the timing of understanding when the play has to be developing. But unfortunately, you're not able to find the kill. Miami still have the numbers, and with 30 seconds now, you have to commit.
That's such an unfortunate piece of time right there. It looks like Lurks had a freebie. Nate pushes him off. Trakes finds the extra trade. Lurks looking for the exit. Clean shots. Oh, no, not in the water. Oh, mercy. Exceed last one left. Stuck. Can't hit the quick scope. That's so unfortunate. A little swan dive right into your death.
Oh, yeah, that's tough if you are Lurks. He could have potentially got out with his life, but finally Miami are able to get on the board. They completely blind counter Carolina as they were trying to go back to what worked for them the first go around. Everyone committing through water steps, but this time around Miami have all 4 players ready and waiting at bedroom. And frag grenades to connect on the top of Craze's forehead.
Yeah.
So they get the first one on the board with the first blood.
Let's take a look to see if Miami's going to try to pull that aggressive mid play again. Not this time. At least not in the same way. Nades up and out of kitchen. Metals has help this time with this. This is what we're talking about. Trakes with him. Little bounce off the tree to check to make sure no one's crossed over through water. But Carolina taking some patience here in round number 4 and are taking a more methodical approach over towards A.
I don't know if Rencor was able to spot anyone crossing in towards ring because Lurks already sitting in a comfortable spot at top laundry. Trying to allow his teammates to take some space to potentially get that bomb plant. What? Metals is just going to slide on in. Where is the trade? Nowhere to be found, and Lurks is able to get out.
We're not stun checking or double sliding it, and Lurks is now off the reset. But the pinch, no one watches Trakes over through Pillar's side. Lurks somehow still able to create another elimination. Can't quite slip away. So now it's just down to Craze. 1v2 situation, opening shots onto Trakes already. He's trying to isolate, but tough shots, and Trakes comes back from behind, finds the win. Miami now top the game.
Yeah, the rookie continues to make play after play for the Heretics. Just walks right through mid pillars, no contest. He's able to shoot 3 players in the back. That's got to be miscommunication on the side of the Ravens because they got everything that they wanted to over at that A site, but just no one watching middle. Trakes finds the opening and is able to tie the game off of it.
Seems like they're anticipating more of a laundry hit there, so everyone's guns are up. Maybe you saw a couple players on that cross. But regardless of it, Miami 2 in a row. 5 straight for Trakes, so close to a Hellstorm. And he will be designated as the bomb carrier here. Carolina, first defensive round, they're not full pushing towards B. This time it's all towards ring. Miami have a bit of a look at this, but it's an opening nade from Metals to find first blood. Lurks still holding close. Stuns coming through. Lurks in some trouble, but he's fighting back. Able to find Metals. The isolation is brilliant. Trakes also in some trouble here. And how about it? It's going to back off Miami, but we still have a 3v2 for the Heretics.
Yeah, now how do you play this if you are the Ravens? Are you going to try to push through? Potentially try to hold strong on your positioning because Exceed is just going to fly on out. Rencor is able to locate him, and now Trakes just get the bomb planted. You got a Hellstorm in the back pocket.
Rencor also very close to a Hellstorm, just throwing a couple to shoulders and sets up super perfectly. Then the bomb got planted, so Trakes is still a little short.
Yep, still short on 5 in a row. Was more focused on guaranteeing that kill with this team. But Miami now with 3 rounds in a row, just slowing down the game, allowing the Ravens to run into them. And Craze just keeps on catching these frags early on into these rounds.
Yeah, I mean, it's Miami understanding, I think, that Carolina defensively are going to run at us. Yep. So let's use our utility early. So yeah, Trakes is still just a whisker short. Rencor, same there. God, I love the Hot Hands Lounge. They know where we're going. Ravens on their next offense. Very patient, very similar to what we saw the last time they were on the attack. Miami will explore some space at ring. Rencor just going to hold back, play contact. Same can be said for Metals at mid.
Yeah, Ravens are just banking off of what Exceed spot on this round. Should be having a sniper at the top side of bedroom, but neither team willing to make a move. But Miami realistically don't have to because they have all of A site.
Yeah, and on top of that, this trophy system will have Carolina completely blind of any information. So Trakes is in what should be a pretty free spot. Nate gets somehow over that trophy, though. Finally, it connects. Fire sends a lot of damage Trakes' way and will actually back Miami off. It looks like Carolina may want to try to commit for an extra look at this.
Yeah, this is going to draw them on this side of the map, though. And Rencor is thinking, all right, the play has to be developing at A. But Ravens now take Kitchen away. So with 30 seconds, Trakes is going to be proactive on the backside, and he might be able to catch one. Hellstorm earned, and now a 4v2.
Yeah, Rencor also, he finds himself 2 over the other side through cutout, so that's now 2 Hellstorms, I'm sure, earned. In the blink of an eye, Exceed now by himself. Pistol shots are fine, but there's nothing else to find afterwards. That's just a really good build of information for Miami. I thought initially the trophy was going to get more value than it does, but it still allows that extra route from Trakes.
Yeah, and if you are the Ravens, you can't give up that much of the map without taking anything away. Because you sit in the swamp for about 45 seconds. By the time your play starts to develop over at that A site, Trakes in a positioning towards ring just forces you to back down, forces you to think about something else. And with no information at that B site, you try to get it done through Kitchen. And now there's 2 Hellstorms you got to worry about.
Yeah, this is trouble with a capital T. Miami surely looking to call in one of the Hellstorms here. Pardon me? Looked like Super was going to have a freebie right there. Not the case. Rencor calling it his Hellstorm. We'll have Carolina in a bit of a scramble. Craze is trying to look for a little bit of contact before he's got to back up over towards Kitchen. And that will be an A plant here for Miami behind this Hellstorm.
Yeah, that's free. get the bomb down. You already have presence from Metals, making sure that middle map is going to be crystal clear. But Super with the sniper in this
Bold.
angle is going to get overwhelmed.
He's going to get the stun check off, backs away. Trakes fills the gap. Carolina have already retaken Laundry. But getting through the rest of the setup is something different, and somehow Trakes is seen. Snipe shot does land though for Super.
Nice.
Oh my goodness, able to find the second on top of that. And Carolina now unbelievably in trouble. And how about Super? Can he get all four? Oh, right there. He was right there. But Miami get their 5th round.
Yeah, and finally Super shows what he's able to do with that sniper in hand. He's able to locate 3, but just the play call from Miami was very similar to what they did earlier versus Toronto. They get the Hellstorm invested, you get the bomb planted at A. And you just play your post plant through the middle of the map and art side. It's now 5 rounds in a row for the Heretics, and they still got another Hellstorm to work with.
And Super's probably close to one of his own as well. Yeah, pretty close. May not be needed, though, with the current gap in the score. Carolina onto the attack. Super essentially telling us, you think you forgot. Let me remind you one time. Stun at the front door. Pistol out just to make sure he doesn't get pushed. And Miami are right here to, once again, respond to the pressure.
Down.
Yep.
They got to run right into kitchen if you are the Ravens. And they are ready and waiting with the pre-aims. Metals able to find a double. You are trapped out in the middle of the map. You are fire. So Metals working on the ace 1v3.
You know exactly where Exceed is, top bedroom. He's working with an M15. And you've got to keep in mind he's on the attack, so he's going to have to go collect the bomb. Trakes taking a little bit of damage, but nothing too concerning. What do you got for us, Exceed? 40 seconds on the clock. Super misses the opening shot. A couple of tags, but now we're down to a pistol, and we're just selling the farm upriver. No problems there for Miami. 6-2 the count behind just straight rounds, back to back to back to back.
Yeah, like Ravens, we needed to be able to read the map and throw some adjustments in there because Miami were flawless, and it was simple. Very simple Call of Duty there from the Heretics. Let's just slow down the game, man. Get ready for these guys to run into us. It was very early success from the Ravens, especially in that first blood column, but once Trey started to get activated, Rencor locking down one side of the map by himself, Ravens had absolutely nothing to work with for 6 rounds in a row. So Miami responding to Search and Destroy, which we all expected. Yeah, now we have a 1-1.
Yeah, Miami's looking really good in their search. I think especially because we've seen nothing but raids so far today, and I feel like they just keep finding that extra layer, that extra thing every single time they play.
And I feel like Miami have taken an extra step in Search and Destroy because usually we expect Super to be the guy. Like you're playing around a sniper, but he's only had like 1 or 2 rounds where he actually finds a couple kills. So they're taking their S&D gameplay to a whole different level. And now tied up at 1, exactly where you want to be if you're the Heretics.
Absolutely. Scar overload to come. Of course, we just watched Miami play this map versus Toronto. They were up 3-0, and then all of a sudden, Koi started to play the game. That dead hardpoint, also a guarantee there. And I will say, I think for Carolina, they've really found something in their dead hardpoint. So definitely feels like there's opportunities for Carolina to, at worst, possibly see 5, knowing that Miami's been a really solid overload team. And in particular, a lot of experience on the day on Scar. Seems like we could be here until late.
Yeah. That's probably going to be a good call, Al, because neither team is willing to lose this one. We know that this is the final spot to make it into bracket play. And it's already better than it was the first go-around because it was a 3-0 for the Heretics. But 1-1 going into the map 3, I'll take it.
I'll say that. We're going to take a quick break. It's COD After Dark. One team moves on, one team goes home. We'll find out who it is when we come back.
Ok, galera, tá empatado o jogo aqui, vamos então ver o desempate, né? Tem carteira de desempate, né? Deixa eu ver aqui uma coisa, quem é essa piloto que eu tava vendo lá na Fórmula 1?
Iniciar janela, pesquisar
Grok.
Microsoft Cliption, OBS, Microsoft Edge, CCleaner, configurar
o nome dela aqui,
número,
vocês?
PS Remote, Microsoft Edge. Abrindo nova janela. Favoritos. Favoritos documento. Me carregando página. Carregamento concluído.
Oi, Grok. Qual é o nome da piloto da Fórmula 1 Academy brasileira? Rafa. Dá o Instagram dela também. O Instagram. É uma mulher, hein?
Rafaela Ferreira, a única brasileira na FDIC Daisy esse ano. Ela tá correndo pela Campus pela Racing Bulls, tem 21 anos. No Instagram dela é a rafaelaferreira.18.
No Instagram dela é @rafaelaferreira.18. 55 sources. No Instagram dela é a única brasileira. No Instagram no Instagram dela é a única brasileira na F1 Academy. No Instagram dela é @rafaelaferreira.18. A única brasileira na no Insta 55 sources. No Instagram dela 55 sources, a única brasileira na F1 Academy.
Dá o link.
Ela tá correndo pela Campus pela Racing Bulls, tem 21 anos. Instagram.com/Rafael Instagram.com/rafaelaferreira.18.
Por que eu tô conseguindo ver o link?
Geolink. Eu tô gostando
Que bom.
Ela
posta bastante coisa dos treinos e das corridas.
Que bom.
Se quiser, posso te contar mais sobre a
Ela
Rafa.
posta
Não,
bastante
manda o link
coisa
direto.
dos treinos. Que bom. Ela posta bastante coisa dos treinos e das corridas. Se quiser,
manda o
posso te
link.
contar
Não
mais
escreve,
sobre a
só manda o
Rafa,
link.
Tipo como tá indo a temporada dela ou como ela começou no kart.
Instagram.com.
Quers https clicável. Instagram janela. Followed by.
Ah, eu sigo ela, eu sigo.
Legal. Então você já tá acompanhando ela. Ela tá bem ativa por lá, né?
@GreBrasil. Rafaelaferreira.18s. Clicável principal. Carteão coração azul. Close gráfico botão. Botão gráfico Messi de edição multilinha em branco.
Desculpa, não entendi.
Espaço.
O que você perguntou?
Alerta Messi Rios. Oi. Enter. Messi de 111 Instagram. Configurações e mais. Alt mais F. Oi Grac. Eu perguntei.
Nada.
HTTPS. Projetor em tela
Ok,
cheia.
já mandei que salvei. Já segui ela já. Eu não sabia que era ela. Caraca. Eu sigo a garota e não sabia. Sigo muitos pilotos da Fórmula 1 Academy e da Fórmula 1 em geral. A colombiana Tatiana Calderón sumiu. Vou perguntar sobre a Tatiana Calderón ainda hoje na live ou na próxima live. Ó, nos resta
Iniciar janela. WhatsApp OBS Twitch. Uma janela em execução. OBS Live. 8 horas 49 minutos e 37 segundos.
faltam 10 minutos para completar a hora. E mais 15 minutos de gameplay. Então quer dizer que nós teremos mais ou menos 10 a 15 minutos de gameplay, mais ou menos. Então, lembre do comentário, do like, compartilhar o vídeo. Ajuda bastante o canal. Valeu.
All right, boys and girls, we're back in Miami, playing up against Carolina. Map 3, Scar Overload. And we've got ourselves a 1-1 map count after Miami came out with some fuego in map number 2. A little
Ah,
reprisal
festejó.
here for
Fuego,
Miami immediately
molto
after
bene.
losing this to Toronto, and the breakoff is essentially perfect. Metal's already looking for an opportunity to score, and ooh, almost gets past 18 to try to get there.
Yeah, he's just putting the EMP now on this side of the map, so Ravens are going to be a little bit frantic coming off the respawn, but they are slaying their way out of that situation to perfection. Now with the EMP in their possession, they're going to try to retake over through Delhi or just fly around it because the seed is able to find two, and you already have Craze pushed up through the middle of the tank, so
That'll
a
work.
perfect counter cap here for the Ravens to get the 4th score in.
Pending fire can stay alive. Okay, I was going to say he's stunned into a pit of molasses. Nice route from Lurks, shutting down any possible follow-up from Miami to recontrol the map, and now he can start to get a little bit lost. Dancing, finessing. Oh, the information is so good, but whoa, Trakes spins on the ground, finds the kill, and now all of a sudden you've got Super behind you, but Fire does shut that down and will kind of stabilize for a moment here.
Yeah, that's a fantastic stun there from the Ravens to gather that information and then also win that gunfight before anyone falls. Because now that's going to be 3 dead. Super is already coming off the respawn, but he's put himself in a great position to potentially stop this play. He's right up through the middle of the map. His teammates are holding down the back lines, and that's going to be 3 dead, but now Miami, instant offense.
Yeah, right down the middle of the map. Fire's finding damage, but the problem is Miami are out of there and are going to re-hit back over towards plain side, and they completely juked them out of their shoes. Super for 1. Metals follows up with a score plus the pistol kill, and that sets up an opportunity to possibly relay. You get 1 player in Craze to spawn down towards Motel, but Miami's got full control with Trakes pushing forward.
Yeah, but Ravens are already out. So they're going to be in a position to stop this or at least clear out the rest of the players that were pushed out behind enemy lines. They go 2 for 2 in that split fight, but reset over towards Motel. We're finding kills in sync if you are the Ravens. Exceed dominating him in towards Delhi, but it's still a battle for the map control.
You also got a long route developing over to the top. Crazy able to find that win, plus a follow-up from Fire. So if it really forces Metals to have to step up when he gets crossed up, nowhere to go.
That's all dead.
Yep, 4 down. Exceed pushing forward, but M15 in hand. Whoa, he's actually able to catch Super just barely. Pistol down. Oh, not quite able to find the better of Rancor, who's low. Crazy able to follow up, and yes, 1 more pistol shot was all it took. You push through Motel, you find the 2nd score. Now all of a sudden Carolina are in your spawn.
You got to clear out your blue building if you are Miami, because you don't want another situation like Koi to happen here, especially early into this game. It's now 2 minutes and 20 seconds to work with. A battle for the mid-map. Lurks finds 1. Exceed trying to keep it alive. He's able to give you a double, though, if you are Lurks. So you're not giving Miami really any opportunities to even think about grabbing the CMP.
But Super's playing around the back. That's 3 straight dead. Exceed the last one left alive. He's trying to just bodyguard over the EMP. It's going to kill off a little bit of time, but look at the spawns. Carolina so far away. Rencor able to push on forward. Nades are landing. No trophy system down, but Rencor's all of a sudden on 5. Super following, but from behind, how about the play from Lurks? He shuts everything down. 3 in a row, Carolina hold.
And now you have the EMP, and you just wrap it back over towards playing. Continue to control the game and allow Lurks to make the big time play. His teammates are trying to stall time.
Miami, não pode perder.
Now this is where Lurks is going to have an
Bala
opportunity to
Carolina não, meu
strike. Great
filho.
shots.
Miami
Doesn't
tem que
lead to
vencer
a
sem
kill,
ninguém
and
vencer.
Lurks, you're in a good spot, but your teammates are still in their spawn.
The problem is he keeps pushing Miami spawns to be up towards that plane side. So now Fire's kind of on an island by
Vamos
himself.
fazer sprint lá.
Spawning down towards the B zone. Super follows up with the pistol. Now he's just got to find 1 more on this cross, but he's on the reload. Gets the EMP, make its way up and over. Trakes able to find the kill. Follow up as Rancor grabs, looking for a chance to force this one through, but instead he's going to try to go back over towards B, or he's going to try to juke him out of their shoes. Not the case. Metal's able to get 1, but Carolina are coming off the spawn.
And Metals is still slaying, though. Able to find kill number 3 and still have the EMP in his possession. Craze in the perfect spot, though. Just needed 1 kill and is able to give you an extra to shut down this play here from the Heretics, but they still got a chance at a score.
Play wasn't done quite yet, but now the EMP likely to reset. Super doesn't really have a chance to move forward to grab, and yes, it will reset back over towards the first hill. Super still keeping his life, though. Frontside red could be huge, especially if he could shut down Lurks, but now it's all of a sudden 3 dead. Trakes last one standing. He's trying to play bodyguard over the EMP.
Yeah, he has to stall time, man. Thankfully, the most important kill that you found was their lead blocker, so Ravens in the final 25 seconds going to get this a hoorah push through plain side, but they lose the first 2 fights. Trakes, you need to be the aggressor. He does get picked off by Craze, and he's only able to take down 1 before falling. So even though the Ravens have the EMP in their possession, Miami have all the map control.
A couple of Carolina members, though, spawn up and around Exceed, so it gives them a chance to keep the EMP in hand. And look at this, now all of a sudden they're spawning down towards red. Numbers are still good for Miami, but the overtime is going to come through with Carolina a chance to score.
And Exceed, you need to play your life, but he might just be isolated and get traded out there from the final players on the side of the Heretics. Even though it was a slow start, it was fantastic countercaps from Carolina to give them the slight lead going into the second half. But from what we remember earlier out of Miami, they don't really like to play from blue. They love to play from green, so be prepared for them to be in your face if you're the Ravens.
Yeah, honestly, I feel like that's a half that both teams are going to be pretty happy about, legitimately. But as we swap the sides around here, Miami found 3 scores, like you mentioned, from this side. Can they do it again?
The break off is everything now, especially for the Ravens, who have the lead that they currently do, so you can whip out an extra M15 just to keep the EMP safe. But we can't afford to die at the same exact time because it's an all-out bloodbath in towards Delhi. Craze finds first.
You get a read. I think the Trix is also nearby, and keep an eye on Exceed, who's already taken away space top red. Gets an angle onto Super. EMP gets collected and moved up towards the plane side of the map. Nice shots from Craze, finds Metals. So now mid-map control goes the way of Carolina. It just comes down to, can you actually clear out the field and get this EMP in your hands and try to find a way to score a third?
Yeah, you got to keep on solid time if you are Craze. Exceed eventually needs to strike on this pinch and catches the angle for at least 1 kill. So now the Ravens can be the aggressors through plane. Craze on 4 in a row, just can't retrieve the EMP because your teammate takes care of you. Now the reset should go in.
Oh.
And that's going to help Miami now.
Yeah, big time. I mean, you have 2 Carolina members isolated over towards plane. Craze gets into a position to try to defend the EMP, but he falls. And at the same time, Super wins a gunfight over towards the B side of the map. Carolina trying to get off spawn. Super in some trouble. Damage is out. EMP collected, but Renkor's tagged. He cannot fully push forward yet.
Yeah, Miami got to back up once again, man. Their lead blocker doesn't stay alive long enough for them to make a great decision on that play, but now we're fully committed through plane side. And you're also going to allow one player to slip by, so just stall time for Metals to make the big time flank.
Oh, Metals is seen though. He's tagged up, cannot really assist, but look at Miami trying to push from the front. Oh, and Metals is able to find an elimination onto Exceed. Follow-up from Renkor is good for the score. We're tied at 2. Coming off spawn. Wait, Miami still have all 4 players are here, so this is trouble for Carolina trying to get out of their spawn. They do get a couple of even trades, but oh, this is big. Ravens spawn up on the top side of the map. They may have a route to get through field here because of that.
And if Craze wins this one-on-one, this is going to be a free score because those hard block spawns are going to be in. And now you're going to spawn every single player from the Heretics over towards red. Renkor, you are a fantastic slayer, but we got to make the game easier for your teammates. You spawn them over towards plane, and that allows Ravens to not keep the lead.
Dude, I'm telling you, Miami's going to go back and rewatch the VOD.
Like, what are we doing, man?
We've got 4 players still alive, and Dios Mio, they spawn up at field. Unreal. What a piece of rotten luck that is. Carolina, 3-2 to the good. Super holding the EMP, has teammates all around him, and it's just down to can Miami get this thing through the threshold.
Yeah, and this is very difficult to push through at Motel side, and you can already see Craze is expecting the rat pack, but now that rat pack isn't coming in. You got to keep yourself into the play. Thankfully, all of your teammates find success in the slaying department, and that's another situation where it's 4 dead. Craze is your lead blocker. Ravens looking for score number 4, but Miami are here contesting. Great opening gunfight there for Metals, and you're able to shut this down because Trakes is the final player alive.
Unbelievable. Looked like for a moment that little bounce up was going to be enough, but floating a little bit too long. 2 minutes on the clock. Carolina still holding map control. EMP surely to reset soon, and it will. But Super and Metals find a couple of kills. Miami out of spawn, now trying to recover the EMP.
Rats back to the middle of the map. Hope for your teammates to spawn over towards blue, but that's a big win there from Fire. Because now all it's going to do is just force Miami to play the next wave of gunfights. Slurk with a great frag over the top. You just keep on allowing that time to keep on ticking down. 1:30 left.
Craze is holding over towards mid-market. Pushes out, does not expect that Trakes is playing in the corner. Exceed is able to find one. That'll slow down the play a touch. But Lurks and Fire are going to have to go huge. The Trakes will find the first, just down to Lurks. Able to get the prediction. The EMP will fall. Follow-up is there. Craze saves the day. We're still a 3-2 game.
Yeah, but we're still trapped in our spawn, so a scary situation to be in if you are the Ravens. Try to finesse. Look for some kills. We're drawing attention from Miami on one side, but the pressure's all throughout the middle of the map. Craze's teammates are dropping like flies, and now Miami looking to quickly counter.
Now but Fire from behind keeps the EMP on the ground. Super pushing out. Trakes is right here, though. Do you have the ability to stop Trakes from scoring? No, not quite. The last player left for the Heretics. Grabs, goes, finds the tie. Game, trades come through. EMP back to mid.
Now 45 seconds, a battle for mid-map. Carolina currently have the numbers that they want, just not the power spots that they want. Renko with a massive win there onto Exceed is going to slow them down, but this is where Ravens are going to play for the mistakes that Miami make.
30 seconds until extra time. Super's trying to get free through blue. Metals will actually find the kill on the Lurks. Crazen's in trouble here. Hold on a second. Here's the pinch from behind. Fire. He's got to find a trade. Not going to happen. Now all of a sudden it's just down to one. Exceed, last player left, but his kill is on the EMP carrier. And it comes back again. A late nade from the grave from Exceed. Keeps the EMP on the ground. And all of a sudden, you've got that pressure for Carolina. Redcore trying to hold. Craze with the EMP, trying to get it done in regulation.
Ravens are going to have the last push. It's guaranteed overtime unless they get the score in the next 25. They're looking for the opening kill. Who on Miami is going to take the risk? Redcore gets caught.
And now you're on the mid-cut. Exceed trying to make a play up towards top green. Lorix finds a second. Here comes the play over 18. Metals are behind the play, trying to find the EMP carrier, and that's the only kill that matters. Regulation ends. Stopwatch overtime we go.
They just couldn't locate where Metals was, man. I knew it was knocked down to half HP. But Craze commits at the EMP carrier with only a pistol in hand. And unfortunately, it comes back to bite you. But this has been an overload where both teams are not willing to give it up for free. So many goal line stops, so many multi-kills from so many different players. And now we got some extra time to figure out who's going to win.
That moment right there is game-defining,
Oh, yeah.
though. Even though it's Trake's final play, it's Carolina who saved the overload. So now we swap the sides and we go into stopwatch. You score first, your opponent has to try to beat it.
The break-offs are always the key to success, especially in overload. And it looks like the Ravens are going to try to be the aggressors. Craze gets caught, Lurks effective on the trade, but Miami with the numbers have been mapped.
Yeah, high-risk play, but largely stalled out as Fire gives you one through the middle of the map. Hold on a second. You've got Metals already on a bit of an angle, but Fire is able to tally onto Super. That will stop Heretics from being able to support this push for now. Trake's only getting one. Again, just kind of keeps Miami at bay, but hold on a second. We're going to get a free wrap over towards A. The spawns are all the way out. Can any nades hit here in time? Stun does! Oh my goodness! Fire finds the kill. Super trying to force it. Not going to happen. 1v1 potentially for the half, and it's Fire for 2.
The tack uses out of the Ravens, man, continue to save them at the goal line. Now turning defense into offense. Gonna take the EMP to their preferred side, and that's gonna be plain. Miami are all scattered around the middle of the map. Not willing to give up their life for free, but we gotta put ourselves into the play because Ravens are going.
Exceed can't quite find the angle onto Trakes. Pistol out for Fire. Good for one. Follow from Lurks, not there.
That's 4 dead. Look at the spawns.
And look at Metals' position. You have to find a connection through green here if you're the Ravens. But the problem is Metals, actually only gives you one. Super Soul trying to get in and will move his way up towards top green. Spawns are all over the place right now for Carolina. Super comes up from behind. Fire doesn't expect it. It's going to be a score with 1:29 on the clock.
Just a finesse game from the Heretics. Too strong on that side. They had it 2 times now where they get one score from blue, and it's all due to the finesse game in towards green. Just forcing Carolina to look at the minimap, to look at their screens, and just try to make the right decision on the 50-50. Didn't matter about the goal line stop. It didn't matter about the tack usage there for the Ravens. Now you got 1:29. You have to get it done in shorter.
You got to do it from this side of the map as well.
It's about the break-off out.
Yeah, it sure is. You lose this break-off,
Miami
you lose 45
está
seconds.
And what's so scary about a team that gets that first
129.
sometimes you start to
Carolina Ravens está quanto?
Miami need to continue to take mid-map.
Nades over the top for Miami are going to land, but doesn't really stall Craze out too much. He does get stunned.
Não mostra na tela ainda.
Fire finds first blood. Craze trying to get some space top red. Not going to fully work out, but Exceed has a trade. Carolina's still holding through market here. Got 1:05 to make a play. EMP picked up for a moment, but you got a couple of kills. If you find this one right here, maybe there's a chance to score. Craze, maybe thinking he can do it himself. Finds the first. Still trying to get up towards 18. Big shots come through, but he can't get away to keep his life. 50 on the clock.
Yeah, now it's a full reset play here for the Ravens. EMP back to the dead center of the map. 45 seconds left to go. You're trying to send 2 players through the playing route, but you see Lurks just taking his time over through Motel. They find the opening.
Big first. Surprise to play up top, not quite. EMP grabbed. Fire trying to slip through. Does get by the mid-cut. Pistol, no, doesn't come out. And all of a sudden, Miami can just re-wrap this back over. 30 seconds remaining. Trake's already finding kills. And yeah, you can just play this P3 side of the map.
Might as well
O
try to
placar
push
ali
it if you are the
bugou.
Heretics, but kills don't completely go your way, so you're gonna slow it on down.
Isso já é um
Kraze
capítulo
does
atrás,
find
já.
one. Kraze finds a second. So now single-handedly trying to get this done. Exceed was going to be the guy to set up the pinch angle, but Kraze is still slaying with the best of them. 8 seconds.
You've got to find a way to get this through. Trakes over the top. Stun comes out. Last 2 seconds. Does he find the movement? Oh, he's right there. Fire was trying to follow, but the EMP was still midair. Because he jumped from window, the EMP gets pushed back. You thought maybe for a moment Kraze was going to find his feet on the ground to just barely beat the time, but not the case.
That's all it comes down to, Al. Because the Ravens, they found that opening kill. They were effective on the trades. You had 2 players thinking, all right, let me just slide it on in. But Kraze not being able to touch that floor from top green. Keeps the EMP at the top window. And Miami able to breathe now.
Oh, man.
Clutch up on the overload and now up 2-1 in the series.
I legitimately thought Kraze had it. First couple of shots don't land on him. He's already halfway down. His moves in slow motion. It's like a bad car crash you can't look away from. Cannot quite get all the way down. Man, I almost wish we had like a third-person view to see how close he was. Because it felt like he was right there. It felt like he was right there.
And the thing is, like, even if he touches the floor, Al, his teammates are there to pick it up and get that score in. That is so tough if you are the Ravens. Because your best push was your final. But you just didn't have enough time, not enough juice to clutch up on that overload. And now you're done 2-1, facing elimination on a map that this team already beat you on.
Yep. I would only say, though, it feels like Carolina have come out with this extra level of fire right now. I'm not talking about the player. Kind of talking about the player.
Yeah, he went crazy map 1.
Yeah, he did go crazy map 1. But I think the thing about watching Carolina on this particular map coming up, again, trying to build up the story of how do you get to map number 5, it starts first and foremost with a good first kill, and then getting freedom to allow Kraze do what Kraze does best. Get around the play. Open up space. I fear for Ravens in this moment of panic. They're going to turtle up and kind of play for kills a little bit too much and lose the map. That's something that they've done in the past, where it's just like, it's do or die time, especially late into hard points that are close. You're so afraid of making a mistake that you all of a sudden are playing reactive and allowing Miami to get away with whatever they want.
Yeah, you quickly got to throw away that mindset if that's how they're thinking, man. Just playing off of what the opposite team is throwing at you instead of your own game plan. Because Ravens in recent form, they have been able to figure out a lot of their hardpoint game, and it's been on 3 specific maps. Colossus, Den, sometimes you throw a little bit of Scar into the mix, but these have been their go-tos for their last couple of matches to end out Stage 3 qualifiers. So even though you're down 2-1, even though this is a map that you've already played Miami on, you know what map 1 told you. Let's be the team early off the rotation, because you see what it does to Miami Heretics. They don't really take long routes. They're consistently always trying to force the gunfights through the front door. So that's got to be the key to victory if you are the Ravens. Win the road over Game 5.
And I will say, just on top of that, you know, for Miami, who have gone through these periods, these spells of not rotating well, on this map, they really did show us that they can't hold from the front.
That doesn't
Pardon me? Where did that even come from if you're Trakes?
I don't know if he like missed it throwing it to bottom U or something, but a double team kill, at least an early 3 dead, and now a lot of time going in favor of the Ravens. They are the aggressors up through couches, just creating that extra space, but not the start Miami wanted.
No, that's a Lo Siento Amigos moment right there.
Hi, Dios mío.
Indeed. Trakes making up for it, though. Finds one pistol out, trying to clear off the hard point. That will work. Trade from Exceed is decent. And kind of what I was going to say before Trakes' unfortunate team night is Miami have shown us that they can't hold key hard points like P2 from the front. It's just one of those things of, will Carolina be able to keep the space away from them, to not allow them to play from the front of Hills? May not matter here, though. Miami will get the rotation to 2.
Yeah, they have the rotation fully set up with every single player watching a proper angle, but they're really tight on this setup. And you can see Rencor, he's thinking, all right, potentially I can take some space through the front side, but thankfully Trakes is keeping it safe around the back end. You shut down that first wave. You do lose the spawns, but you said it, my friend. Miami is still fantastic at holding from the front.
And this is what they do best. Super can just sit here, play his life, allow an opportunity for Metals to watch the pinch, and it just kind of keeps Carolina in pieces. They're not really able to really combine for anything. Trakes, big moment here, tries to force the pistol. Super should be here for the trade, and is. Spawn's now recovered. Miami never getting out of the hard point.
And this is the last attempt here for the Ravens. It's got to be through the front. It's got to be through couches. You find the opening kill if you are Kraze onto Super, but There's a space being created on the opposite side. Both of your teammates are not going to be in the play, so the numbers still in favor of the Heretics, and that was basically a flawless 16 hold for them to be up by 20-25 going into next.
Yeah, and Carolina spawning over towards that back platform position are going to be late on rotation to 3 on top of that. Although Trakes doesn't necessarily expect Exceed doesn't make a difference. He still snaps to find the kill. Super, lots of damage in. Does he set up his teammates for the mid-cut? Metals on 4, now off the regen, stunned up. Lurks right there, good cook nade.
30 pontos de vantagem para Miami.
Yeah, that's ideal if you are the Ravens. Play it patient, you know your team is
Quase 30
from
pontos.
Cobble side. We already lost Dojo, but these guys are on the time from mid-cut, so as long as we have the numbers, we'll be able to hold it down. And now Spawn flip, because you have slayed your way through this, but now Miami on their attempt.
Separado a ser demais, com falha de 30.
Pressure from Cobble side, that's all 3, making 4 dead. Miami get the break.
And the SMGs just cannot get into the hard point if you're Carolina. Super for 3, just spamming down that Dojo back.
Ser demais, falha de 30 pontos,
Over on the
ser
backside,
demais.
try to just hold on to the rotation. This is a lot of time, though, that Miami are going to get away with. And now they've got the ability to set up
Agora
and
sim, mais de 30
structure a
pontos.
4-man hit through Dojo. That's going to move spawns around.
Yeah, Fire's already out off play. So now Craze, Exceed, and Lurks need to make up for it. Thankfully, they get all 3 on the OE. So this is going to allow the Ravens to have a chance at stopping the bleeding. You secure the back spawn, you shut down that first wave, and there's already layers being created on all the angles.
But Fire, Craze, both drop. That's from the front. Lurks has to try to pick up both things at once. And he's done well to catch the opener. Wow, follow-up on the Trakes is perfect. Now he can rewrap this play. What a heads-up route this would be from Lurks, but instead he returns back to the front to help his teammates, and that's where they get picked apart. Fire, last one left. Decent damage out, but he's got no help. Has to back up and wait, and Exceed who's here to join him.
Yeah, I would have loved if Lurks just went to the hard point time instead of trying to set up that rewrap because you left your teammate out to dry. Now the Heretics still trying to hold on, but that's 3 in the feed for the Ravens. Last day standing is going to be Super. You take care of him, so it's a very quick break there from the Ravens right back on to the P4.
It's like little small mistakes for Carolina, but they're so quick to still recover and give themselves a chance at some of these hills. Number 3 for sure, but especially here at 4. So we're going to exit at about a 20-point game. Miami in control of the new setup at 1, but a double hit coming through mid-cut. You've also got this double hit over towards you, and Renkor's in some trouble. He'll be the first to drop.
He gets isolated. Metals, though, is effective over to bottom connector with a double, and a team nade isn't going to help this scenario. It's not Craze has been cut exactly where he wants to be, but you're the only one able to fight around this mid-map area. Trakes holding down top, broken. Eventually, you take care of Craze. Yeah, this is starting to get bad for the Ravens.
Yeah, sure is. This is a lot of opening time in this first 30 for Miami. Metals on 5 in a row. Going to be the first line of defense for any push that comes out of Couches. And Fire will give them a look. Help on the way through mid-cut as well as from Couches, and Metals will be overwhelmed. Nice hit from the Ravens, well coordinated. Super just peppering at range, but Fire shuts him down. Trakes on 3 HP, can't get away, and the Ravens will hold the P2 side of the map all the meanwhile.
This is their first go-around of having P2 going their way. Need to make this one count.
Quase 30 pontos de vantagem.
Now we're losing gunfights off the road while Miami are applying the pressure. So at least one player is going to be all the way across the map, and Craze is going to be with his hands full with every single player from Miami.
And he's in some big trouble. Will drop. Fire able to clear out Couches. That's serviceable, especially with Exceed trying to lock down this back staircase with the trophy system. Like you said, Lurks can't quite get from the front to help out. May not be needed, though. Exceed is doing everything in this back staircase. Last 1v1 with Super. That's going to go his way. Oop, a little too cracked out. Takes a couple of shots at his teammates, but Carolina are holding nicely from the front. 3 players in the hill.
Yeah, they got their trophies down. No stuns or nades are going to be impactful here, and they're consistently always finding that opening kill. So Miami aren't comfortable without the numbers to fully commit into breaking this time. It's looking like the same exact response Miami had in the first half.
For real.
At least for now, they get in.
Lurks forcing the issue in a 1v3 essentially, and will only take care of the opener. So Miami's going to get the scrap time, but again, if you're Carolina, you're evaluating that hard point, you're like, we'll take that from the front, 40-20, absolutely.
And now this is where you need to make it count, though. When you're giving up that junk time, we need to be flawless off the rotation. We are giving up a lot of space. So far, Exceed, though, is able to wrap back over towards Dojo's side, find a one-on-one gunfight. But this is where Lurks needs to make his decision. Lock down that side of the map for your team.
We got to make a choice of where we're going to go. Metal's the first one to drop. Also a big win from Fire. Super held back over towards Cobble side. And the pinch from mid also, I believe, has been red. I think Trakes is known. Good cook, though, from Super. Able to take down 1. Follow-up with the SMG is perfect. Just down to can you finish off out the rest of the Ravens. Fire still alive, backside 10, trying to go up and over. Metal's dancing with him, and eventually the kill comes through, but the help from Lurks is right immediately there, and the Ravens are going to hold.
Yeah, they're right back in, man. There's still 25 seconds left to work with. And Miami aren't really sending anyone to think about that next HP. They're committed for this junk time. Exceed finds the first, Craze finds the second, but it's a 2-2 split kill feed. This is going to allow Miami to do exactly what they've been doing the majority of the entire map. Get this final couple of seconds. Ravens have the rotation, just need the gunfights.
Yeah, Craze able to step in towards the connector, that's big. Good read from Fire, 2 players, or topside staircase. Do you have the help, though? Because you're still worried about Exceed watching the pitch. They don't know where Miami's coming from. It's just a little bit too bunkered up right now. It just comes down to, can you win the gunfights? Exceed, last one left. Miami are still hunting for him. Help is on the way. Fire is here. Pushes off Redcore. And now it's a split. It's just 1v1s all over the map. You got a pitch coming from Craze. I don't know if Miami's going to expect this. Here comes the hit. All of it simultaneous. Craze finds the first, but can you break through? We got the backside of pillars. You're just not finding the kills. Miami's still in the hill.
We got to go, man. The spawns are great, you know, but Craze finds that opening on the backside. You have a 3v2 on the time, and we're just still holding our pre-aims. That's going to allow Miami to lock this one down. Redcore and 5 in a row. Hellstorm now in the back pocket. This sequence right here might have just cost the Ravens because Miami now are going to breach that 200-point mark. You're not going to have an opportunity to even get them off this time. And with the Hellstorm going into P1, it might be GG.
Feels that way. Not going to lie, I thought the hit was coming the whole time.
Took so long, man.
Never came through. So now you have to be perfect if you're Carolina. Miami, 70 points to the good. Hellstorm going to be called in here. Exceed on the time for now. Will try to join his teammates over towards window side. Lurks the first one to fall. Exceed the second to drop. And Rancor is going to get the read on where the last couple of players are. Miami had a chance to get in for some more time.
And Craze is just trying to stall as much time as he possibly can, man. Super is able to be impactful on that late pitch for the kill, but at least for now, you're not in the time if you are the Heretics, so this is what the Ravens want you to do. Now they have all the angles, mid-cut, front-side couches, every single gunny up and ready to go. A perfect moment for the Ravens to now build on a comeback.
Great utility out of Carolina here off the spawn. Miami, no trophies. I think they double invested them on P4, so you just don't have them recharged yet. And Ravens have just created themselves a lifeline. 170 plays 216. Route being developed by Super. The rest of Miami hitting from the front. Where did Carolina spawn here? Oh, all the way out. You need to win gunfights right here, right now if you're Exceed.
Yeah, and Exceed needs to clutch on up now. Puts down shots onto the first player, not able to finish the kill, and it's now going to be put in a position to just get out of dodge. But now the rest of your teammates are flying their way through mid-couches, so the pressure's here, the gunny is here, and you're winning every single one of these one-on-ones if you're Exceed.
Then he's looking for information over towards the rooftop side. Nice shots onto Trix, puts them off, able to find the kill. Carolina down to the last members inside the hard point, but the problem were the spawns from Miami were so quick. So now it's 231.85. Break has to come through, and look where Carolina are spawning.
Yeah, it's just so much space being taken from the Heretics. This space is going to be the last push here, coming in from the Ravens. 2 through middle, 2 through the front.
Oh, they just don't check the corner. Super damage out. But Craze somehow gets a second inside the hard point. Looking for more. What a play from Craze. Keeps Carolina alive. Miami still spawning backside P2, except for Trakes, who is out. Decision time for Miami. It looks like they're going to default to playing for rotation.
Or they're going to still send 2 players at that old time, and this could be beneficial for the Ravens if you're able to find these kills very cleanly. Lurks and Fire combined for 2. Now it's Craze. Can you locate one of these guys off the rotation? He gets the jump onto Trakes, and now Rancor needs to stay alive.
He knows that Rancor's back here. Shots are going to come through. Craze off the regen. Watching everything at the same time. Exceed able to clear off one side. Craze through mid-cut. This might work out nicely. Damage is out. Pistol, no, not going to work out. No follow-up from Exceed immediately. Trying to hold on to the hard point. It's just down to him and Fire. The 2 newest guys to the squad. Can they find a way to keep Miami off the time? Help is on the way through the mid-cut. Exceed pops up. Damage onto Super. Follow-up not quite there. Just down to what Lurks can do. And he is going to be completely crossed up. Miami are going to win map number 4, eliminate the Ravens, and move on to the playoff.
Yeah, that is going to do it, my friend. The Ravens tried to fight their way back into the game. But just the way that the Heretics played on every single P2 HP, that was truly the difference maker of the game, in my opinion. But just how much time they were able to find. It didn't matter if they were in the back. It didn't matter if they were in the front. They soaked up so much time at that money hill. That gave them the advantage, but just the Ravens, they had a chance, Al. They had a chance. When you win the rotation over towards P4, when we're dominating in the kill feed, we're just not reading the pressure, and it was all of Miami breaking through top window.
Correct.
Which is a play that you're never going to be expecting. But the Heretics, again, get the job done this time versus the Ravens, not in 3, but in 4. And they get that final spot in the bracket.
Trending in the right direction, I think, are Carolina still, but we're starting to run out of time in the season, you know what I mean? And this was an opportunity, it felt like, not just to see Miami once, but to see them twice.
Yeah.
A team that, again, just looking at where they are in terms of the playoff overall and COD champs, like that's a team that you have to be able to beat. And not being able to do so is going to hurt in a major way. I think especially considering the fact that it starts off so well for Carolina. The search and destroy, 2-0 up, and then, oh, well, you see what happened. And then I think it's just, again, that last moment on the Scar overload. If they can get Craze through the finish line right there, or just on the ground in general, you're looking at a map 5 at worst.
Oh, yeah, without a doubt, man. Miami, though, show a little bit more ice this series compared to the one versus Koi.
Yeah.
Dominant in the search and destroy, 6 rounds in a row in that raid. And then the overtime score and the goal line stop to clutch up on the overload. And then just the little things from the Heretics. Like for a squad who was lackluster in their rotations, every time they won their rotation, they basically had it locked down, man. Miami looking like they're getting back to that form that could compete with everybody. This is a good W.
Yeah, and I was going to say, you know, obviously coming off a back-to-back series here, is there enough, as we take a look at who has qualified for the playoff starting tomorrow, the double elimination bracket, is there enough in the tank that you saw from Miami to figure that they can actually make a run at this thing? Because I was going to say, like, a dark horse potential if they show up. I don't know if I'm fully convinced from what I've seen to this point. Like, their search looks fine.
Yeah.
Their overload is looking successful, but it still feels wishy-washy.
Yeah, the hard point game is what they desperately are going to go back and watch tonight, because they know the rest of the teams left in the tournament, everyone is phenomenal at hard point. And if we're just going to commit off of our first break attempts that get shut down off those long routes to just continuously flood through the front door and rely on that gunsker that has bailed them out of so many situations, it's not always going to go your way if you decide to play like that. So Miami, you get through the gauntlet of today, but tomorrow you got to be a whole lot better.
On the other side of things, keep your eye out for the Riyadh Falcons, the only team to not drop a map today.
Man, especially with 3 versus FaZe, brother.
Nah. That's what we're talking about. Holy cow. We're getting a little bit loosey-goosey here as we finish off day number 1 from Atlanta. Major threes panning out in a lot of ways, kind of as we would have expected in terms of results, just maybe not in the form that they came through. We're back tomorrow as we're going to have both the A and B stream still going to kick things off with a ton of COD. So do not miss it. Get yourself well rested. Resurgence series is also kicking off. Jay's going to look like DJ Jazzy Jeff for the 2nd day in a row. You're not going to want to miss it. We'll be back tomorrow. Bye-bye.
Ok, galera, vamos lá. Um minutinho. Aqui tá.
Pause, play, button. Video progress bar 9 out.
Bom, galera, antes de fechar aqui a live, bom, só não entendi uma coisa. Por que trocaram para esses 2 caras se a garota era a condutora do evento todo e nos últimos 20 minutos trocaram ela e o rapaz? Bizarro, eu não entendo isso. Ok, então por aqui, então a gente volta amanhã com muito mais aqui no canal. Amanhã temos Mortal Kombat League. Muito obrigado por acompanhar a gente aqui no Call of Duty. Tchau, tchau, galera. Até amanhã.
Iniciar janela. Unida. Renute. Unida. 4. OBS Studio. OBS 20. Rec. Live. 9 horas 24 minutos e 3 segundos. Remover. Interromper transmissão.
Opa, 24 não, tem que ser 25. Vamos chegar no 25 então. No 25 eu paro. Dez, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2,